Hi, I'm a streamer. Hello, welcome to YouTube.com where we're streaming, and we're talking about the amazing digital circus. Now, I put it twice in the title. We're gonna talk about spoilers. We're actually gonna probably start off talking a little bit non-spoilerly because that's how I like to ice break. But we're gonna spoil the finale of a show that you have had 3 years to watch most of. So if you do show up in the chat like, wait, you're spoiling, I'm going to be a disappointed parent. And so will my guest, who I've set up a new scene for this. Get ready for this hotness. This is so professional. I'd like to introduce my guest, local area digital circus scientist expert, Catherine Salamander, directly to left of me on screen. Hopefully it's all, look at, hi, how you hang on, wait,
Hi.
this way.
Hello.
Hi, how are you doing?
Hi. I'm Cat Salamander. I'm a salamander from the internet or something. I don't know.
They make salamanders on the internet.
No, much like how there's only one internet personality evangelist, I too broke the mold, and so there's only the one. I don't know.
And if one of you all out there are trying to be a salamander, we're gonna know, and we're gonna
actually. I have a friend whose whole gimmick is I have several salamander friends, so that's not gonna work. I ruined my own bit.
Damn it.
I'm doing so good as my first live stream. No, it's not my first one.
Yes. Well,
Shit.
no, it's your first.
Can I swear? Oh shit.
Oh
Can I
no,
swear?
I was gonna tell you beforehand.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
all good. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Cool.
There used to be like a science about like, oh, 8 minutes in you
Yeah.
can start, but
Yeah.
it's like, well, I
Yeah.
don't know, whatever.
Then they rolled it back, and now you just can't say. I won't say it, but it's abbreviated on Helliver shows as "See you next Tuesday." I think in the
Really? They
subtitles.
put that on. What
Yep,
about the
they have to.
Australians?
They're mad. The Aussies are mad.
Oh man, I'm so sorry,
That's what
Chris
that is.
Carnage. I didn't know.
Yeah, I love that word. But whatever. Yeah.
By the way, I would like to know with the audience, because my meters say this should be fine. But please let me know, is Cat coming in at a decent volume next to mine? If it's super granular, the tweaks you want, then like I might not do them. I mostly like it. If you're like, well, she could be 1.05 decimals higher. As long as we're roughly equal audio, just let me know.
Yeah.
Could
Also,
be
I
bumped up a
can't see
bit.
the chat, which is fine, but the chat should know.
Yeah. Well, actually, if you do want to see it, I could throw you the chat pop-up URL. I just don't have it on screen.
So would it be just the chat on its own?
It should be. Let me see if this works.
Maybe.
I'm making an assumption about the efficacy of YouTube as a website.
Yeah. Because I'm thinking my computer will get mad at me if I also run the stream. Like, I'm mad enough that I just don't want to do it.
Yeah, okay, sorry, this link is actually a studio.youtube link. That won't work. Okay.
Okay, so never mind. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah.
I did
If
my
something
best.
important's in the chat, you can tell me.
Yeah. Okay, Cat's a little bit quiet. Yeah, I will turn Cat up. I have turned Cat up 3 more decibels as of this point.
All right. Test 1, 2. Test.
You know what they say about assuming. We're not at the spoiler part yet. Wave sign. Holy moly.
That was like episode 6 or something. That's
Oh yeah, you all had at least 15 months to see that one. This is not a spoiler.
Oh no. Okay, you froze. Okay, never mind.
Oh
Yeah.
Yeah, no worries. This is not a spoiler, but like theatricals like myself got to see the Amazing Digital recap, which had a great line at the end that I really need to write down because it was great. It was something like that's a recap of 7 episodes that you could have seen 6 months ago. And I thought that was sort of a perfect encapsulation of it.
I really need to track down a 100% legitimate and legal copy of the version that played in theaters so I could get the clip with the weird fish and the recap narrated by Kane, because I'm a lost media slut, so I need to have those.
The fish is everywhere. I can tell you the fish is everywhere because Tad C Twitter for a span of entirely 2 weeks was 50% people posting their personal vertical phone cam rips of stuff, and the other 50% were people replying to them saying you didn't listen to the fish.
Yeah, well, I know the fish was. Oh, the fish said put away your cell phones.
Yeah, the fish was like, please don't pirate it. Also, I'm afraid to die. That was the one thing when I came out of the theater. A friend of mine was curious about not like hard spoilers, but I did mention something that I spoiler tagged. I said this is not about the thing. This is just the opening thing they showed us. And I got this DM going like the fish, and I was like, here's a picture from Twitter. The fish with his face filling an entire theatrical movie screen. Also, you have a hello from Jessica.
Hi, Jessica. I think would this be of the Mumford variety?
Yes.
I hope
with 4 numbers afterwards, even.
Actually, yes. Okay, I forgot. I am so glad that her has her name and I didn't just dox her. Great. Okay.
Yes,
cool.
her @ sign is actually that full name with 4 numbers.
Perfect. Hi, Jessica. Good to see
also
you.
Got a shout out from Queen Stodge saying "Lost Media Slut Rise Up."
Yes, we're gonna have all the media. I have 2 folders for Hell of a Boss season 1, one for Amazon and one for YouTube, because they're slightly different. They're different. So they cleaned up a lot of the frames that looked weird, and they changed the music in one of the episodes. There's like background music in a fight scene, and it changes the vibe. And I have to admit, it improves and fits in with the vibe even better. But I liked that old music and I miss it. So I want all both of them.
I've been there. I mean, it's not nearly as intense, but like even just theatrical cuts versus director's cuts of Kamen Rider movies specifically, because
Nice.
I think the theatrical cuts of those tend to disappear faster, and or the
Yeah.
director's cuts just don't show up. So I like
Yeah.
having them
Like,
around.
yeah, yeah. Is it
Also,
true there's a lady Kamen Rider?
oh, there's a couple. There is the original actor's daughter did take on the role of Kamen Rider Eins.
Nice.
To tie into Kamen Rider Girls Remix, which is the I think it's 3 or 4 installment side bit they did with like what if every female character who isn't dead, which is a for Kamen Rider that's unfortunately like a very massive asterisk you have to put next to things. Um,
Oh,
it, what if they all were friends and teamed up? Um,
that sounds awesome. If I was in a
uh,
Kamen Rider, I bet I'd love that.
we also got a. I'm not gonna do all these because like I don't want to be the the chat speaking the whole time. But you also have a hello from Queen's Dog, who's also a Jessica, and you have a hello from Griff. I did want to shout out because I'm gonna pop to another screen for a second with the browser
Sure.
in it. Number one, this is the final days of Crangelux, the final days currently of a Toy Hacks code from me. So if you do want stickers for robots, you can
Enter
feed the
Crangelux.
machine by using this
I
code.
got the stickers for this guy using Evangelist code.
Ooh,
It's
ooh,
real. It's so real.
that guy. It's
Yeah.
real. It's 15% off.
Okay.
But also, because Griff, you're here, I did want to shout out because I feel like, hey, guess what? Happy Pride. It's
Oh yeah.
I ran face first into a Pride crowd trying to get to card games today. So as I have told 2 people now, I effortlessly glided through the throngs of people like the nondescript demisexual that I am, and popped out the other side and played my card games. But because we like Transformers here and it is Pride, and Griff, you're here, I did want to shout out. Griff has a hot t-shirt
Oh,
over
sweet.
on redbubble.com/something/Griffmin.
It,
And this is
is it
a
is it blurred for the viewers at home too, or is it just
oh,
normal?
my filter must be, is my filter doing that?
Maybe it's fine for them, but now I can see the chat. I can't read it, but I can see it.
Oh, yeah, they're tiny. I was gonna say the one other place you might be able to bring it up if you're able is just on your phone, because there's a way you can make the chat fill the screen. Not to have people looking at screens while they're on a screen. But
No,
yeah,
it's super professional, actually.
Griff has a fresh new T-shirt, which is it's RC. It is the Transformers, not
God, it's still
Sysformers.
blurry for me. That's a bummer. Oh,
Um,
it's not blurry on the stream. What is that black magic? All right, cool.
yes, that's Discord being an IPO.
Yeah, I want to see. Oh my God, I need this shirt. Oh my God, is it in like girl cut or is it just generic
Let
gender?
me. I'm just gonna throw the
Probably.
URL into the chat for the people,
Oh my
and then
God, I
I'll
love
chuck
it.
the URL
Oh
into
my
our
God.
call, so you got it for later.
Oh my God.
But I wanted to. I felt like that was a timely shout out. It's a pretty cool shirt.
Ah, yeah.
And then I am going to pop
Got an extra
back.
string there. Wait, I can do.
Oh,
There we
right.
go.
Where'd OBS go? Having a piped in webcam call has somehow made streaming like just complex more enough for me that I'm back to 2 years ago where I'm like, buttons. Well,
I had to make it complicated. I'm like Pomni in that way. I have to
That's-
mess everything up.
you,
Yeah.
I almost threw in a really. I was going to start quoting a scene in probably the most disrespectful way possible.
Oh, I mean,
You're
I doubt it.
making it so much harder
Making
to
it so
stream.
much harder to stream.
Um,
I don't want to stop streaming.
that would have been really weird if that was the line.
Yeah.
I don't want to
People are
stop
like, what?
streaming.
They're streaming? Yeah. Should we just get into it?
Yeah,
Like
I
the
wanted
digital
to open
circus?
up.
Yeah.
We're gonna talk. So we're gonna be talking about the finale. We're not talking. So we're not specifically talking about the whole series. Obviously, we're gonna touch on the whole series because it is the finale of the series.
Yeah.
And I actually wanted to start off with us talk. So I will apologize to the chat. Like at this point onwards, it is up to Kat to check a phone to see if the chat's there, and to do so
I
at her
forgot
leisure.
that's why I brought this up.
All
right, let me see.
Oh, hello, Ender. Endertrot popping in to say, I can't see too long. Want to pop in, say hi, and say estrogen probably would have saved Jax. Hope the stream goes good.
Oh yeah.
So
it would have saved her and made her worse. Brackets positive. Anyway,
this is why I'm bringing in an expert. But
I don't know.
yeah, I want to start off by talking about maybe like a spoilerless capsule about how we felt about the finale, and I want to touch on a few of the context for me around getting to check it out. So I feel like I should throw out there. I'm going to throw out my funny little sign I made just at the top of this, even though it's
Sure.
probably going to be for people who show up later if they even do. But I am aware that there is
Oh, yeah.
discourse
I have
around.
thoughts.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, go ahead.
No, no, I'm put the sign up and then I have
Oh,
thoughts. Yeah,
okay.
yeah,
Let
yeah.
me put the
I didn't
sign
mean
up.
to interrupt though. You were doing the.
Oh,
Yeah,
no
this
worries,
is
no
a
worries.
sign for the discourse.
Yeah, so I'm aware there are discourses plural around the finale, because one of the first things I did, because this is just how I am when I know that I'm going to be safe by putting on my hazmat suit, is I got home and I put on my hazmat suit and I went straight to the subreddit, and then after that
Oh
I
God.
went right
Yeah.
on to Twitter.
Oh
Uh,
God.
so I have a tactical awareness of the various houses of the War of the Sengoku that have formed. Um, that are I think
Oh
still
boy.
now to this day having a prolonged fist fight in the alleyway
Oh my
outside the pub, the one that we don't use. Um,
God.
but just in case, I did have this little sign I put up, which is, "We have no stake in fandom discourses. We love you for being so passionate.
Yeah.
Please hang out in peace and prosperity and enjoy the chatter smile."
My thing mainly is like I'm not gonna argue with people.
Mhm,
I'm opinionated on this shit, but I'm not gonna like uh
mhm.
I remember when you told me about the sign, you mentioned specifically there was discourse around like deciding on Jax's pronouns.
Those are 4 of the
Uh,
5 houses of the Sengoku that formed.
oh
They all
yeah.
have their own special colors, their own war horses.
The if the people who so I feel like the people who think there's one definitive answer are also going to be people who are really into word of God, as in like what Goose has said. And what she has said is he or she, it doesn't matter to
Yeah,
neither.
and
It's fine.
like, speaking, like, obviously, or for those who, I'm also aware there are going to be people watching this who may not know me that well, so like I'm a cis
Hey,
and a he him. um but I know trans people in my life. For those who don't,
really? Who?
I
Oh
can
wait.
confirm. I listen, I can't out people now, it's not spoiler time. um I I will throw out there for any cis folks who are like, "Damn, I wish." It's actually pretty easy, and in fact you may already be in that
Yeah.
position and you just aren't aware. um However,
Wait, are you saying cis folks who are like, I wish I could transition? Because yes,
oh,
those are trans people that don't know it yet.
I meant more like cis folks are like, "Oh, I wish I knew any trans people."
Oh
And
yes, no, you
it's
should know lots of
super
trans people.
easy.
They're around. We're
Yeah.
around. Yeah, we're just in
Um,
the walls and stuff. It's fine.
my having watched, this is not the only time I've seen a piece of media with this kind of specific topic touching on it, but like I don't feel like it's like a massive stretch to come to a fairly common conclusion, because we're not in the spoiler part yet. Um, and
Okay.
when I came out of the other end, I kind of thought like, well, this, and especially given the way everything played out, I was like, this kind of feels like a, at worst, like a contextual pronoun scenario, but like it's not one where I'm really gonna like tell someone I solved the riddle and I know which ones are right. I'm just gonna roll with whatever people are more comfortable with. But it was kind of interesting to then see the Goose Tumblr engine fire back up and kind of go like, is fine. And
Yeah, like I respect the hell out of Goose. Like I've tried to find this balance because like I'm doing a full autism on this show and I know that like not that it matters and this would never happen, but if Goose encountered me in the wild, she would probably think I was very strange. She'd like be somewhat used to it, like because she fucking ran Digital Circus, like of course, but like
Mhm,
internally she would put me in the stay away from that one because just they're a fan. Like they might also be a someone I don't want to interact with because they're a fan, but also they're a fan and I can't relate to them on a not on a normal level.
mhm,
Uh, and so I've tried to like I don't know like tried to be a little bit more normal when I got a gauge for like how she feels about it, which it reminds me it's a very different vibe, but it reminds me a lot of how George Lucas was in the later days of when he was in charge of Lucasfilm
mm,
because he was signing off on every parody. Robot Chicken, they were about to make a parody show that was just parodies. He voiced a character, he voiced himself in Robot Chicken. And then there was the Family Guy parodies. And it's like, that's a man who like I mean it's a specific situation because it was printing money for him. It's a very different situation, right? But you get the impression that like he had opinions and he wanted to take a story in whatever way, but also it was like, it's the space wizard thing that I made when I was like 30 something, or I don't, or 20
Mhm.
something. I don't know. Like it's not that big of a deal. Like the fans are fine, but it's just the space wizards. Calm down. And
Yeah.
I get that vibe from Goose and Digital Circus, like where it's like clearly there was passion and there was like a lot of heart and there was a message and something that wanted to be said, but also they're little cartoon toy characters that she likes torturing and they're not real. And and so it's like you got to have that balance. You got to
Yeah.
just like let, you know,
And so what I can
yeah.
also do for everyone who's watching this who heard us say all this right now, I'm not going to moderate any of you, but I am deputizing you to have the clearance. So if someone does show up and start a discourse, don't be mean, be nice. It's my chat. We are chill here, but feel free to direct them to the start of the stream because you should be able to rewind on here. And just tell them like, hey, don't worry, they talked about this and it's all good. Grab a chair.
Yeah, like I try to be like in the position of like I respect your opinion, but I might say that it's wrong, but I don't. It really doesn't matter, but I don't want to
Yeah.
argue. I try to find, again, it's a balance, right? Where it's like I'm big on death of the author, but also we do have a very vocal author who is a trans woman with a specific perspective, and so
Mhm.
there's an element of like I want to respect said perspective. Uh, I keep bumping up against like wanting to spoil our talk. So
Oh yeah,
should
we
we
can we
not
can
do
roll.
that?
I'm
Should
gonna
we?
take the sign
Okay.
down. I also share. I actually still have another sign on here. This is one from another stream. This is for when I'm like, I actually have caused human loss of life when I get toys early. I'm going to conquer the neighboring country. So I don't think we're gonna need that one. Um, Also, that one's actually that. Hang on, my poor sign got cut off. Let me move it up here. Okay, okay. So now you know for real that I'm not joking. Um, so yeah, we have that too. If you need me to turn on the red sign, just let me know.
Sure,
Um,
sure, sure.
but yeah, the caps.
I
Oh,
wish my
sorry.
improv skills were better, and I could have thought of a gag thing to say as well. That entire time, I was like, I got to think of something funny. Got it? No, no, it's done. All right, and it's too late now. But that was what I was thinking. I was like, what can I say that's like over the line that would need to be satire, but not too over the line that I'm like kind of bringing things
Yeah,
down.
it's okay.
So
What
anyway,
you've
whatever.
done actually, you've already taken your first step to being a good streamer because you just avoided your first streamer moment. Um,
Oh shit! Yeah, I can't wait for one of those.
yeah. So
Oh, I'm gonna show up in a by the way, do we say Tadsy like Watsy? Because
So
Tadsy kind
I've
of
been
rolls
saying
off the tongue.
Tadsy like yeah, because otherwise
Yeah.
it's and
It's like Pomni's first name. It's like yeah,
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 and as the text said, that's horrible. Um,
exactly. So, yeah. Oh shit, where was I going with that? Oh yeah, some compilation where it's like the worst Tadsy takes, and I'm gonna be like,
yeah.
there.
Uh, but yeah, we're gonna just as like my own capsule, like spoilerless thoughts on the finale. It
Sure.
was it defied my expectations when my expectations were already fairly wide in the right direction because I saw the writer say I made art house. It's gonna be funny when parents take their kids to watch
Yes,
my depressing art house.
I saw
Um,
that exact same post. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah, and I generally really enjoyed. I thought that the specifically on a technical level, it felt like it was stepped up in every single way to respect and fulfill its theatrical identity. It was a very cool experience to see it in theatrical, especially for the soundtrack. And I would recommend when it inevitably screens again somewhere down the line, that at a local type theater scenario like that you take the chance if you have it to experience it on a big sound system. Um,
Agreed. Yeah.
I will also throw out there because like this is going to be I have gotten the impression we are likely to be very positive on this the whole way through. So I will throw it out there and
Yeah.
this yeah this is something that I've also had for specifically episode 7 and 8 as well. That if I were to have a crit on the show on a very technical level, I do think, and I think it was very actually validating to me when I saw Goose's Tumblr about how she had no writing team. She was actually sole writer, even on rewrites. There are times where the
I guess that
writing,
makes sense, but I didn't know that. Yeah.
yeah, there's times where the writing gets very clunky in a specific way that,
I've noticed that too. It's not horrible, but there are certain like responses characters will make where I'm like, okay, it's not wrong, but it feels like that was in response to a previous version of that line. Does that
Yeah.
make sense? Like, yeah.
And or even very specific, this is a very picky thing, but this is where my own taste comes in, and I've applied this to my own creative writing and stuff as well, where like you'll hear multiple characters in the same installment start sentences, and specifically during expositional moments, with wait comma something, wait comma something, and it's enough times where I notice it.
Yeah.
And there's one specific line in I think it was episode maybe 6, but Zubul ends up sometimes
Yelping
almost
comes.
like the victim of this stuff, where she gets, or they get the same word twice in the same sentence, like two justs in the same sentence.
Yeah, yeah.
And this is
By the way,
extremely
real
persnickety,
quick,
but
apparently, and I got this from the wiki, so maybe it's not true, but Goose has said that because of, I think it was specifically because of weirdness about the script, Zubul has been called he and she and they, so they might be any all. And I keep
mm,
making the mistake of she hearing them as well. I don't mean to,
mm,
but again, word of God, I don't know. So just, I
yeah,
didn't mean to interrupt, but like you're
no,
not
no, no
like
worries.
too far off base. But yeah,
Yeah. But yeah, like there's occasionally to me the clunkiness in the writing is like that kind of stuff, which I think there's a lot of folks who simply won't notice it. It's never my desire to take someone who didn't notice
yeah,
something like that and go like, push their nose in it till they hear what I hear.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
just like I like to figure out what things I like what could I critique, and without being a friggin' CinemaSins about it, and like that's my kind of thing where like uh it specifically reminds me when I would have a big, and this is not the same like levels of importance, but it's something that would happen to me when I'm trying to write my own short film script, or even when I was writing a lot of role play fiction for my City of Heroes characters back in the 2000s,
Nice,
where I'd
nice.
finally hit my moment, and then I would start kind of stumbling over my own delivery of like, oh, I've been so excited to make this known in my story I'm writing, and then it comes out like almost a little bit mechanical the way that my exposition is dumping.
Yeah,
um and so if I had a critique, in specifically episode 9, it is not actually as heavy as I felt it was in 7 and 8, but it is
agreed.
present,
Yeah.
and it's one of my
I
standout critiques.
I wonder if our tastes are gonna be really similar because, like, I had been going on the whole, like, "No, it's perfect, fuck you." Like, whenever someone's like, "I have a criticism," what was it? It was, oh, TB Skyen said that, episode 9 kinda felt like 2 episodes crammed together,
I can see that.
and he wasn't being, like, overly negative. He was doing the same thing you're doing where it's like, I love it. I just if I had one critique. And I
Hmm.
was very jokingly just on this side of the screen. I wasn't saying it in the chat. I was like, "No, you're wrong. It's perfect. Fuck you." Um, but I did see what he meant, but it didn't bother me. But you
Hmm.
mentioning the dialogue thing, I did notice it. There's a moment in episode 8 where it's Kinger wearing the bucket, and I forgot the exact line, but he says
Hmm.
something like, I think he says his response to someone bringing something up is like, "Interesting," and then he starts going on, and it's like, that's not what you say in response to what they said. It's not fully wrong. It's not like
Yeah.
he's like it's not like super wrong, but again, it feels like something else was written there. Um, and again, it's just a nitpick, but
Hmm.
it's funny because you've now broken me out of my it's literally perfect because it's not. Of course it's not.
I'm
But
ruining
yeah.
things. Yeah.
No, no, you're making things
Nah.
more grounded and down to earth. Everything like art like I love occasionally like I mean not occasionally like when you go in with a good attitude and you're not shitty about it, I think it's great to like talk about ways in which art could improve, right? Like
Yeah.
it's a balancing act because people can get really shitty with it.
Yeah,
But
and
yeah,
I mean, people who have seen me long enough in my own stuff, like I'm a fairly positive
yes.
person, but
Oh
like
yes.
I do have critiques about things, and I often couch them specifically because, well, some often my critiques aren't ones I actually like care about enough to fight with people over. Like even
Yeah.
this one, I'm like, if someone's like, I thought the dialogue was actually great because of it's, I'd be like, no, that's fine. Like I'm not gonna like plant a flag and go like, listen here, I went to film school, over that kind of thing. But like yeah, it's not something I'm like super hung up on. But no, otherwise I thought it was also a very affecting finale, and
Oh yeah.
it hit
Oh
me
yeah.
a whole lot similar to how Everything Everywhere All at Once hit me, which is that I'm incapable of watching it without crying. But that's
Yes.
I'm also like I am a crier at good,
Same.
eager, emotional delivery. Um,
I was
And
a crier before I went on estrogen, and then it got worse, which I love because I actually love crying to stuff. Yeah, when it
mhm,
comes to like media, that's like I have a scale in my head where like if a movie is all, especially if it's already great, and then it made me cry, especially if it's a lot, it becomes untouchable. Like it's why Guardians of the Galaxy
mhm.
2 is still my favorite Marvel movie because I'm like, no, fuck you, it made me cry, and it still makes me cry. It's the best movie ever made. you
I
know.
mean that's been me with
Uh,
so I had my own like no shut up it's perfect with Everything Ever All at Once, but it was
yeah, I
specifically
mean that's kind of a perfect movie, but yeah.
it was specifically because of the number of people who were like they were trying to make the conversation, sometimes for the sake of thumbnails, very Marvel centric. Um,
Oh
very
yeah.
very like multiverse madness, and I was every time I saw that thumbnail I was like dragging my hand over my face wanting to cabedon them and just go like, I've watched Citizen Kane once. um but I didn't. um
Silence beyond. Citizen Kane viewer is watching.
are you
All right.
aware of
Or
the
speaking, rather, yeah.
the camera goes through the roof of the building, then down into a scene in the 1920s? And
Oh my god. Anyway.
anyway, but in your case, like
Yeah.
just like a spoilerless. I called it a spoilerless capsule, and I went on 3 tangents, but the thought was there.
Don't worry, I was holding on to it because I was like, I want to share that too. I want that. Yeah. So good job bringing it back though. Yeah, spoiler free. I really like. I loved it quite a bit. I went in without spoiling. There was an element of a character that I suspected might. There was a fan theory, and I was like, yeah, maybe. And there was a lot of the good evidence, but I remember literally posting about this. I was saying like, I just don't think the finale will have time to address it, uh, um, that it deserves, right? And so I was going in kind of like, okay, I'm gonna enjoy this, but I don't think they're gonna do the thing that I hope they do. Uh, and then they did the thing I hope they did.
mhm.
I was sobbing in a good way in the theater, and it Digital Circus. I can't remember the last time I've seen a show that like changes so much upon rewatches. They seed so much, and it's not even like really clever shit. It's pretty. When you watch it again, it's like, oh, I mean, they weren't like hiding stuff. It wasn't like
Kinger
you
is
see the
straight up
heel.
saying shit from like episode 7 in the pilot, just like as a bit underneath music, and you're like,
Yeah,
excuse me, what?
like well, and this is a very minor thing, but the fact that because I can't remember. This might have been something they reveal in episode 9, but it's not a big spoiler. Queenie really likes bugs. I can't remember what
Oh yeah, no,
episode
that
that
was in
they
episode
reveal that.
3. That was in episode 3.
No, no. Oh, was it?
Well, it
Oh,
was
I
my
thought it
wife
was.
was really into entomology.
Yeah, that was really early on. Maybe there was something else. Anyway, there's lots of like little things where it's like, oh yeah, you actually. I think anyone who says XYZ about the finale or even earlier episodes, it's like they never seeded. Like that just came out of nowhere. It's like you need to watch it again because I promise you, it didn't come out of nowhere. You can tell that Goose. Um, I'm paraphrasing a lot, but the vibe I get when she talks about how Glitch came to her and like, we want a show. Do you have any ideas? Is like she kind of made it up on the spot. Now, obviously, they then had to write it and make it. So it would have evolved because that's how art works. I'm not trying to say that like, because I got a little bit of pushback or I saw some pushback against the concept where it's like, well, clearly she didn't write it right on the spot. It's like, no, I know. But the premise, she was like, I have these ideas. And I can tell that like all of the big stuff that happens in the show was stuff that she had from episode 1, and it's really apparent.
mhm.
And so, yeah, I really liked the finale. I liked seeing it in the big screen. Uh,
We also have our first media literacy comment in the chat. I do agree. I will say up front, I am trying to be super kind about the way I talk about wider media literacy, only because like I did put on my hazmat suit, so I saw some of the worst. Um, but
there we go. Found it. Okay,
yeah,
I
there's
need fucking bifocals.
I got oh hang on, what was my bit? I have a whole bit about this. Oh, I didn't tell you my bit yet. This is a couple months ago.
I can't wait.
They had to update my glasses. So I have progressive lenses now because my eyes are too woke for normal glasses. Oh, I hate it. I got it.
That
Yes.
was, oh my God. You know what? That's the kind of joke where you don't want to laugh out of respect for the craft.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you. Thank you.
yeah.
But yeah, there's there's a whole lot of actually this is almost the next topic I want to touch on after Capsule's done, so I'll hold off.
I
But
think I'm mostly done with my spoiler free. It was
okay.
incredible and very affecting, and it put a perfect cap on a show that like was already getting really good towards the end, but yeah, it just completed the whole picture in such a beautiful way.
Hmm.
Uh,
Oh,
yeah,
long. I meant I hadn't told Kat that joke yet. I know I've
yeah,
talked
I
about my
missed the stream. Yeah.
I know I've talked about my woke glasses like at least like 2 or 3 things. I'm very proud of that joke because whenever I tell it to people in real life, they go, um, but yeah, the something that I think is actually really inspiring to me about the way the finale was delivered, and specifically, granted, I know this is divisive, and I'm not gonna like go toe to toe with people over it. I really like Gooseworks' attitude towards the audience. Um,
1000% agreed.
I
Oh my god. Like,
when I saw the
yeah.
quote, "Sometimes I lie for fun," I was like, "That's perfect.
Yeah.
I love this."
Oh, God.
Um, but
Like,
oh,
yeah.
sorry, good.
No. That was a tangent. It's
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Yeah, the thing about this that I think is going to be in the long term really valuable. I think so. I think that this work is valuable work that was made. I think it's for a variety of reasons. But I think one of the values is it is one of the. Grant, I'm not online enough in some of these spaces, but like I feel like a lot of people who specifically missed some formative years due to COVID lockdowns are facing one of the first times they're being actually truly like challenged hard by a piece of media that is, and when I say challenged, I really want to immediately say that doesn't mean that there's a way to fail or a way to succeed at it. It is that the media is asking them to question the way that they usually take stuff in, right? And I think
Yeah.
that the finale of Digital Circus is actively doing that in a very specific space that often tends to, and not as a derogatory at all, often tends to not really do that because it is also fun to just slam down some satisfying power fantasy when you're getting to make like, indie animation, etc.
Yeah.
And I think that there's going to be, not right now, but I think like as time goes on, a lot of folks are going to come away from this who are on the younger end and might, and with obvious, I say this all the time, with much respect to everyone who's viewing. Like when I say younger, I often mean like teenage to early mid 20s, right? Like
Yeah.
the adult formative years. I think a lot
Yeah.
of those folks who are going to come away with in one way or another like a better and deeper understanding of like how they take in media because they're kind of being forced to do so with this finale, because it is and this is where we're going to start touching on spoiler things. Like one thing this
Yep.
finale does
Ready.
not do is explicitly start like lore
Yeah.
dumping or going like, now we're going to show you how every single character put a headset on, or stuff like that, where obviously like
Yeah.
I'm a lore hound and I'd love to
The
see it,
fucking
but
the fucking Five Nights at Freddy's kids are probably so enraged.
I was gonna say, like, I have various reasons why I've grown to dislike Scott Cawthon. But one of them is that, like, I think that he really, at least slightly consciously fuels the idea of just stringing specifically younger viewers along an endless mystery box.
Yeah.
And that, like, it has not just him, but as the easiest example, like, there's stuff out there that has kind of like trained younger minds to expect decodable media to be able to
Yeah.
attach a bullet point to every single notion presented and win at watching it. And that I think Digital Circus, for better and sometimes for worse, has but overall I think for better has like forced a chunk of audience who don't usually have to do that to suddenly have to do that, almost in a way where they maybe weren't expecting to have to do that. One
Yeah.
of the most common subreddit phrases I've seen is bait and switch, which I think is hilarious
Oh
because
my.
I'm like,
Oh my
I'm
God.
like
This is.
baited with what? It was free. It was free to watch. You didn't
Well,
have to
no.
pay for
But like,
nothing.
okay, let me back that. So, okay, in a vacuum, a
Mhm.
YouTube show can do a bait and switch, right? Because for instance, you could do a what do they call it? There's a term for this. Queer baiting, right? Where it's like they don't
Yeah,
really do
yeah.
this anymore, but where there's a character who seems kind of queer, and then at the very end, they like hard confirm that they're straight or whatever, right? That's a bait and switch, even if the show is free.
Mhm.
But you have like, oh my god, anyone who says that, I'm just like, please watch the show again. I know that you're
Yeah.
probably not going to because you feel cheated and you hate it now, but oh my god, you like watch the fucking maid dress scene again. Like watch his
Look at his
This
room.
this this is not cis. This is not fucking
Look,
cis.
look
I'm
at.
sorry. That reaction is not cis because a cis guy in his early 20s, he might get mad, and Jax did get mad. But I'm sorry because it's mirrored, and
Oh, it's
I
okay.
don't mean to like swing it back and forth, but it's the blurry thing. Yeah, there we go. Because it's blurry on mine. Is it blurry?
Oh
Oh,
no,
it's
it's
not.
fine on mine. It's a Discord
Oh
thing, I
my
think.
god, it's the
It's a Discord
Discord
thing.
thing. Okay, so if
Yeah.
you see me doing this, I was trying to like get it in the not blurred part. Yeah. Anyway, fucking watch it again. Are we just gonna go into spoilers? Because I'm so fucking ready.
Oh yeah.
I have
We're in
a
spoiler
bunch of
town now.
hats.
It's cooler than
Okay,
Shrimp Town.
all right.
But yeah,
Yeah, oh god, what about Shrimp Town?
yeah.
Oh my
Yeah,
god,
they never
we
showed
never
us
got
Shrimp Town.
Okay.
Actually, apparently they did. I
Oh,
found out later. It's in the background of
oh,
one of the rivet
oh,
scenes. Apparently.
see that's
Uh,
you're right because they're writing on shrimp. That might
yeah,
be Shrimp Town. Now personally, I think that's just smart model reuse because there's a shrimp in the beach episode.
yeah,
But it's also funny, and if you want to attach lore to it, that's fine.
yeah.
Um,
No,
uh,
the thing I was gonna say is
yeah,
like when I saw the color corrected Jax's room, which is a giant
yeah.
trans flag.
Oh,
It
I didn't even know it was trans colors, but I knew it was either pink or violet,
yeah.
or
So
not violet. It would have been like a lavender, I would say.
there's
He's
a color
lavender,
correction
but
done in it to bring the brightness up to like normal lighting, and
yeah,
it's just his
trans
room is
colors.
the trans flag. It's
Yeah.
like when I saw this is
Well,
my
it's
slide.
also
Oh, sorry, go
girly.
ahead.
Yeah.
This
No,
is
no,
this
that's all I was gonna say. Yeah.
this is the slight tangent I had from earlier on. So when I went to see, I saw the TV glow. I had specifically thanks to your Blue Sky, I was aware of that, the discourse around it, and I was like, okay, like I know going in, what the filmmakers. I'm gonna be able as a cis person to cerebrally have the advantage and understand this film. And then in like the first 30 seconds, a giant trans flag like
Yeah.
rises up behind the main character, and I was sitting there going like,
Yeah. So anyone who's not seen it, it's okay. I don't know how universal this experience is, but growing up in the 90s in like kindergarten, preschool age, there'd be this game where they'd have a big parachute. Usually it was rainbow colors, and you'd like use the air to your advantage, and then all the kids would get inside and then like sit on it, and then it's like kind of like a temporary tent for a little while. I
mm,
don't know why that was a thing. I did it too as a kid. This one in the movie, it's not quite trans colors. The pink is a little bit too dark, as
mm.
is the blue, I think. But
It's
it
like
does
really
open with that.
it's
Like
really
it's
pointed, and I was kind of sitting there going like,
yeah.
I was just sitting there scratching my head, going like, am I just like extremely smart? uh, but with not like in the sense of like, damn, I'm a media assassin. I could read it, but it's just sometimes with this stuff, I've noticed when I go to read the other side of the discourse knowingly with my hazmat suit on, so I'm not like get inhaling the fumes. Um, Sometimes I do kind of sit there going like, maybe it really is as simple as like there are people who just don't have trans people in their lives and
Yeah.
are just absolutely unable to cerebrally recognize like extremely not I'm not even loud, just extremely present signals that are in
Yeah.
things.
So, in case anyone couldn't tell, I am a trans woman. And so yeah, I think you're right. I think that cis people, if they don't have trans people in their life, especially if they don't have someone who's very close to them who's trans, there's a lot of this happens for like whole bunches of things, not just trans people, of course, but just types of people, types of ways of being, where not only do people not think about them, but they don't think about the fact they don't think about them. So, like for instance, you might have a cis person being like, this is not rude, by the way, and that's not what I'm saying, but if you say like, oh, I'm trans or whatever, and they're like, oh, are you done transitioning? It's like, what do you mean? And if you talk to them, they'll probably end up being like, well, like, like the surgery. It's like, well, which one? There's more than one. It's like they've never broken down any of this. So literally, I had the thought when you were saying that of like an audience member going, "How is Jax trans? He was so normal." And
oh
like,
yeah.
and I don't mean necessarily in a transphobic way, like, because it could be that as well. But I think
Mhm.
that people just have this image of like, you see a trans person and you never stop to think. This is true of everyone too, where it's like you don't stop to think about their history. Like, what were they doing 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago? Who were
Mhm.
they? Because that's part of the surrealness of like meeting other trans people because you'll see their pre-transition photos and you're like, you I mean, you weren't a dude because, you've learned your identity, or maybe you're a trans person who feels you were a dude, and that's fine. But like, you were just a dude in the world, and like, no one would have, and so the fact that you're blindsided by Jax, that should be a self-reflection moment where it's like, oh, I couldn't tell. Um, by the way, while I'm thinking of it, I do have the chat up, but I still can't read it. I have to go like way down
Oh,
here,
yeah, no
and
worries, no
like,
worries.
so if there's something important, please let me know.
Oh,
Um,
and right now we got Zucchino with there are like 90 surgeries, and then we got Queenstod with
yeah, yeah,
surgery 73 is my favorite. Um,
yeah. Uh, yeah, I because people have this. There's no, well, no, that's not no, but for a lot of cis people who haven't thought about it, there's very little room in their minds, or like they so rarely think about that it's a process. It's not overnight. I think that they've never stopped to think about this, but I'm sure this was a Family Guy joke or something where it's like someone goes into the operating room and it comes out, and like Family Guy et al. Are doing a joke. They don't actually think that there's one surgery, and then you look different and sound different and you're all healed up right away. They're they're being expeditious because it's a TV cartoon, and B, it's funny, but it's also not literally that. And I know that no cis people like, well, I hope no cis people literally thought that, but there is a process of self-discovery, or there can be quite
mhm.
often. Um, and I might just start jumping on to talking about Jax even more, if that's okay,
Oh
or
yeah, I
like,
mean it is
yeah,
one of the biggest topics of the like Jax is half the
yeah,
finale in many ways.
yeah, literally. But yeah, so like, I think just circling back real quick to the discourse about his pronouns. So first of all, I use both, right? And not intentionally. It's not like I'm saying, okay, now I'll switch to she or whatever. It's a combination of building off of whatever the last person I was talking to just said. Like if I'm still talking with him, like they said he, him, so I'm just gonna do that. Um, and then also like, so speaking as a trans person, like there's a lot of thoughts all at once. I'm sorry.
Oh, no
So
worries, no worries.
what I think the story that Goose wanted to tell is with Jack specifically, is a tragedy. It is a sad thing that should not have happened. That and like abstraction isn't quite death, but for the purposes of the narrative, it's effectively death.
Mhm.
Maybe you get one last look at them to talk to them, like in that scene, but then that's pretty much it. And Goose has been pretty adamant about how it's permanent. So, you know, I love the alternate universe fan art takes where it's like, what if Jax was, didn't freak? What if Kaufmo never knocked on the door? What if you can come back from abstraction? I think abstraction hair fem Jax is like really pretty. Where it's like if people haven't seen it, it's you know, because Goose gave us a look of what Jax would look like transitioned, and so we have a canon representation. And so people have done a little various spins on it where it's like, what if she came back from abstraction and there's like abstraction hair where it's like all jittery and has eyes and stuff. And
Mhm.
I love all that stuff, but I also really respect what Goose was trying to do. And the thing with Jax is he is a trans feminine egg who probably would have gone with she, her, maybe they, them, but he probably would have been comfortable with the label of trans femme. Uh, but he died.
Mhm.
And that feels awful, right? Because there's all that potential that he never got to experience. Um, a trans person can only give you their own pronouns, right? Or their own name. And like we can have fun with alternate reality, alternate universe takes, or our own headcanons, but um and again, he's not a he's not a real person, so I don't want to put too much, you know,
Mhm.
weight upon that. But insofar as he has the shape of a real person, and that's why we care about him. He's he him because he was he him, and then he died. Now you could headcanon that Pomni uses she, her, and like you can do she, her. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not
Mhm.
going to yell at you, but people say we don't know his pronouns. Yes, we do. It was he, him. He definitely would have changed them, but he
Mhm.
died. And if that makes you feel uncomfortable, that's the point. And
Yeah.
next time you know someone like a Jax, I don't know, like there's only so much you can do, but maybe if you are Jax, let people reach out to you and help. Don't
Mhm.
become the next Jax. Like it's like a almost more of a commitment to the ending of TV Glow, where it's like he actually didn't make it, and at least we have Leroy, right? His
Hmm.
real world version, where, and I know some people in the moment, I was also bothered by the fact that Leroy was still using he, him. But upon reflection, I really like that idea because narratively, if let's say it was, yeah, people, I think Goose has said like for a time she might have used Lee before she decided on a name, right? And then
Hmm.
separately in another post she said that like Jax might have picked Lily, so like, maybe we'll call her Lily, right? If they had said, Lily Mateo, she, her, not that they said the pronouns right after, but if they had done that, I think that it would have robbed Jax of his tragedy,
Yeah,
because
I can see that.
it would have robbed Jax of his tragedy and his I can't think of the word, but like when you're a person with like wants and desires and you're not like an object, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like uh
it's
like
like
he
self-determination is not the right word, but like
yeah,
you're
but kind of like that.
yeah,
It
yeah,
would have robbed him of that, and it would have been able to be a balm for people who felt that they were sad, right? And it's like, but the point of his story is to be sad.
yeah.
And so, Leroy is technically a different person at this point because, Jax became, they branched, right?
Hmm.
Um, but if we knew for a fact that Leroy transitioned, it would have been like, oh, Jax, he's gone, but like, a version of her is okay. And there is still a version of that, because that's why I bring it up, right? Where it's like,
Hmm.
it is a tragedy, but thank goodness something like this person gets a second chance. They won't ever know that, but it it sort of like gives you that whole like there is still time from the TV Glow, right? Where it's like,
Yeah.
oh, did I freeze again? I froze again on my end.
Oh
Yep.
no, I
Well,
still got you.
I know you do, but Discord does the thing for me. That's
Yeah.
okay. Maybe I just focus on this. Um, it it yeah, I don't mean to ramble too much. It committed to, I think, not doing she her with Leroy. It committed to, um it was honest and true to that ending, but because Leroy goes to the Triangle Bar and knows Zubul, Riley, um, I think it's inevitable that he's going to transition.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
we
one of
don't
the
we don't need to hear that because it's there, but it's also not being said because that's the point. Like, it's a very careful
yeah,
balance. I really respect Goose for that because it leaves a bit of hope, but it doesn't steal from the tragedy. And that is
yeah.
such a careful line to walk, and she did it masterfully. So, uh, yeah, I'm sure I'll think of more, but that was kind of mostly what I was trying to say on that. But
But
yeah, what
it's
is
one
your
of the
go ahead?
things about the writing of the finale that I really liked. And it's sort of the writing of the series that I liked, which I know has rubbed some folks the wrong way, which is that the it's showing you enough to really reasonably conclude something without like grabbing you by the cheek and going like this is what happened, so that
Yeah,
if you reasonably assume something, you're probably right, but if someone has like a theory about a different way it could have gone, there's room to accommodate that. Like
yeah.
it's a weird kind of parallel to draw, but it reminds me because the first time I went through this was with the movie Donnie Darko,
Ha!
specifically
Nice.
the DVD
Love that
features
movie. Yeah,
where with all
yeah,
the deleted stuff that was going to more
yeah,
explicitly go like this is supernatural, and by removing all of that at the time when I was like 21 or something, I was like, oh, why didn't they just put the movie together in full that tells this full fantastical story? And then it's much later I realized like the entire fantastical story is still there, doubly so
yes,
because of what was deleted.
yes.
But by deleting that, they offer you the chance to play around with what's there and say, like, I mean, this seems likely, but also this could be likely as well. And it's kind
And
of fun to yeah.
it's been many years since I watched Donnie Darko, but I remember the director's cut shoved a bunch of the lore into it. And at the time when I was 19, I really liked it. I bet I wouldn't as much. And it's not even so much that it gives you room to play, but it's you have to think about the narrative itself
Hmm.
and what works as a story and not a world. Like
Yeah.
sometimes those are in concert, but sometimes like, well, that works as a world, So I'm going to put this maybe in the lore book we release later, but as a
Yeah.
story, what works. And that's really important. And that is
Yeah.
why Jax is he, him, and so is Leroy, but they're also trans. And, there is a very careful, intentional narrative
Hmm.
happening. And I didn't mean to cut you off. Sorry
Oh
about
no,
that.
I also wanted to throw a quick shout out. I see Ultra Primal's in the chat. What's up, Ultra Primal? Folks also
Hi.
said the word we were looking for might have been agency. It's now just in.
Thank you. Yes,
Oh
it
yeah, yeah.
robs him of his agency. Yes, yeah,
Hmm.
that was the word. Yeah.
But yeah, like that a lot about Digital Circus to me, like about abstraction, for instance, because Jessica had mentioned something about abstraction being less outright death. I'm actually on that. I have a whole thing about abstraction I want to go into at some point. Maybe
Sure.
I jump into it next, but like
Yeah.
I'm fascinated by it the more I think about especially the finale. But this is also to say, like, at the end of the day, I am a lore hound. Like, I love that stuff. But
Same. No,
I'm
me too. Yeah.
yeah, and I think it's really easy for folks to assume that if one kind of says like we got to stop putting lore first, etc. It's like, oh, you don't want any. It's like, no, no, no. Listen,
No, no,
I
please.
love the MCU as a concept. I just think the delivery has been really messy.
Especially
And
lately. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
and misguided, but like the idea of watching a movie where characters from another movie might show up because they simply are in the same city. I'm like, no, I mean that's cool. There's lots of cool ways to do that, and with lore, like I love lore, I love world building, but some stories specifically just don't have that as their focus, and it's good to be able to recognize that. And like as an example, right, with abstraction, um, I'll use a little talk around word only because I didn't put a content warning on this, and I realized I was thinking about that on
Oh,
an escalator the other day.
yes,
Uh,
there is a word we need to say or not say.
I have a great one because I hate the one everyone uses because I think
Yes,
it's
let's not.
goofy, but
Well, real quick, will YouTube punish you in some meaningful way if we do use the
I
word?
have no idea.
Okay,
I'm
because
I'm
I
a
would just want to use the word, but
I'm fine
anyway,
with just
go
using the
on.
word. I'm just gonna
Yeah,
throw
yeah.
out. I'll be a little careful the first time, just in case like someone is watching now and
Content warning for
self harm.
self-harm at least.
Yeah.
Yeah. If not
Uh,
worse, you can use your own imagination. But
so
yeah.
yeah, the like the word from Goose is that like you can sort of see abstraction as a literal analog to self termination, which by the way I think is a pretty. If you're gonna use an alternate, like why are we
Yeah,
making up
I
funny things?
agreed actually. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But I think that in also we were watching essentially a science fiction. In a
Yes.
sense, not a hard sci-fi because I'm
Yeah.
not good.
No,
The
yeah.
moment you say science fiction, the hard sci-fi types with the lore hats show up, going like, "Let me tell you, I got a Reddit thread all about this." Um,
It is in the purest sense speculative science fiction. It
yeah,
doesn't have a lot of the trappings, but it's saying, what if this happened?
yeah,
What would happen? It's a single premise and then it runs with it. And so that's science fiction. Yeah.
and I think there is a very, if you want it, and I wanted it in a way, and I thought it was a really cool way to think about it. There is a hope core take on abstraction because number one, I did
Oh
think
yeah.
that like putting the abstracted in an aquarium, what a beautiful sentiment, right? Like what if the dead
Right.
were among us still in a way
Yeah.
where you could go and be in their presence, right? But like
Yeah.
so the way I look at it, I'm like, if abstraction, if you think of the nature of these characters as impossibly small collections of data that are most likely
I saw
being
you like my post where I quoted the impossibly small part because yeah, I think that's kind of
it's
part of it where it's
super
like, yeah,
important.
yeah, yeah.
The
I think so
impossibly
too.
small phrase that to me that carries so much weight if you actually want to have
Same.
healthy speculation about like, oh, what's going to happen
Yeah.
next. So I feel like abstraction, right? That is the corruption of these impossibly small packets of data that are mostly held together by whatever program Kane is in the wider sense, right? Um,
It's some combination of Scratch's genius, his deteriorating mind, and Kane's. I think that flashback in episode 9, and it took me a while to realize it was flashback, was Kane taking those files and making them in the circus, right? And
yeah,
so like
yeah,
there is an element to be said of like Kane probably affected them a little bit.
hmm
Like I got the impression that because the folder says like rejected or discarded or whatever, and
yeah,
so
yeah,
I assume that Scratch alone couldn't make them run. Like he maybe got close, but and
yeah.
nobody else could either. And so Kane was the secret sauce.
Yeah, whatever
That
whatever Kane
yeah,
is, which is like really
yeah,
specifically an enigma, which is I think also
yeah,
very key, right?
yeah, yeah,
Because any lifelike remotely like it happens in our real world science fiction thing involves at least one specific magic of some kind, and Kane is the magic of
yeah,
the
yeah.
show. And so to me, and this is also built somewhat on the artistic choices taken on the hoodie that we were talking about before we started. Um,
Yes. Yeah.
I think there is no way to fix abstraction or to specifically like recover or revert the abstracted, right? But I think there is, if you want to have some hope core thoughts about it, I think it's completely reasonable to think there is an evolution from abstraction. There is not, you can call it like a rebirth if you want. I think that's maybe too much, but like I could see the idea of you can't come back from abstraction, but you can get back up from abstraction.
Yeah.
Something can stand up out of that as whatever because in real life, what are we if not endlessly shedding cells? We're kind of like massive
Yeah.
biological ships of Theseus, right? And
God. Yeah. Yeah. I keep having thoughts. Keep going. Go.
well,
It's fine.
and like to me, like if you want the absolute hope core version, yeah, like there could be a world where like Jax is back, but it's not Jax. It's not Jax who didn't have to, oh, we fixed the abstraction. It is someone who rises out of the blob, who reforms out of the
Yeah.
blob, and is someone who has gone through some kind of deeply internal epiphany to refine their focus of self. Is this positive? I don't know. Is this negative? I don't know. I think that there is a big, juicy morsel of
Great.
storytelling you can bite on with that, and I think that that's like probably the absolute, like one of the absolute like skirtable edges, right, of like healthy post-show speculation, right? Uh,
Yeah.
Short of like straight up AUs, but like if you don't want like a full-on AU, if you want to
Yeah.
really like ground yourself somewhere in this, abstraction seems like something that you can be rebuilt from but not reverted from.
So many thoughts. So I agree with a lot of what you said. It's one of those things though where I would argue that's still an AU because so
I guess,
I'm
yeah.
not some I'm not someone who's like word of God above all else. I'm really not.
Yeah.
I like when a creator has thoughts about their creation. And especially when it's something so personal and it's a creator who's trans like I am, I really want to respect that. So I have a big strong impetus to do that. Uh,
Mhm.
but also, if it's out there, and she says you can't come back to it. So I think technically that's an AU, but also it's all chill. I think
Yeah.
that you are operating in the like emotional truth of the series by explaining it the way you did. So I think that's quite
Yeah.
valid.
And
Um,
I also, I'm like, what a sneaky, clever little way to go, like, wow, we never undid it, right?
yeah,
We
no,
didn't
totally. Yeah.
unabstract them.
Yeah.
We
I
pushed the
think,
abstraction back to, that's all.
yeah. So I have several different thoughts. One is I don't know if this is canon, but I saw someone else say this, and this is my head canon, nothing else. The aquarium might be a rebuilt cellar. Doesn't that
Oh,
make
that makes
sense to me?
sense. Yeah.
Because it means you wouldn't have to take the abstractions and do a loop-de-loop with Zubal's arms again. You could just like rebuild it like poof.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool. Um, and I also really I get a lot of value and truth out of. I haven't learned all the voice actors' names yet. Forgive me. That'll eventually happen because I'm obsessing over this. But the voice actor for Kane, his interpretation is that abstraction is like what is it like being inpatient? Like maybe you had an
Yeah.
attempt, right?
Yeah.
And like yeah, and so you can go visit your friends, and they're in a very dark place, getting therapy, medication, and I do. Hopefully, it's the ideal version of that. I know that can like be a nightmare for everyone involved, of course,
Hmm.
but he brought that up in part to be like, I don't think he said that like I don't think it's suicide. I think he was like giving an alternative take because like for what it's worth, Goose, when literally the artwork of Femme Jax was, I'm paraphrasing a lot, but it was something like, you know, I'm so glad I wasn't a piece of shit and I didn't make Ribbit kill herself and I got the transition and now Ribbit and Pomni fuck on the regular.
Yeah.
And so the fact that, and granted, that was a joke in the sense that it was presented in a humorous, if not downright disrespectful way. But I think it's notable, and I'm sure she's also just done a direct comparison to suicide. I think in her mind, it's kind of like suicide.
Yeah.
But I also think that it's notable that like they're not gone because you can write a version where it's like they become corrupted and the files all their ones and zeros become zeros and they're gone, right?
Hmm.
It's not that, right? And so that's something valuable there. I think that the strongest allegories are ones that are multiple things at once, even in the own in like not even bringing out in like weird theories. It's like no, watch the show. It seems to be both,
Hmm.
and so it can't be said that abstraction is just a death, but I do think that it is a death in all the ways that matter.
Oh yeah.
But then again, the story's done, and we're not going to get more asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Maybe there'll be shorts. Who
Yeah.
knows? There hasn't been anything confirmed. I don't think Goose wants to do that, and that's fine. But this is a very complete thought of a narrative,
Yeah.
and so I think that because of fan fiction and because of endless sequels, there's a temptation to say, okay, but what if? And like that's fine. I like
Yeah.
that. Don't get me wrong. They are definitely going to make FemJax merch, and I'm going to buy up all of it because I love it.
When I went to
Because of
Artist
course I
Alley
like,
outlet, there
yeah,
was already FemJax
of
art
course
for
there
sale.
was
Right,
for the next
right next to way
year
too
plus.
sultry
Yeah,
ribbit art, like both right side by
exactly. Oh
side.
my
And
God, yeah.
I was like, how
And
quick
right,
did this?
right. I love.
This is in
Oh my
person
husband's
at
got
an
such special
outlet.
fan art.
I'm
I
like,
know.
you printed
Yeah.
that and shipped it to a shelf. It's already here.
Yeah. Well, it reminds me of going to Fan Expo Denver, and there was already this would have been like not even a month after K-pop Demon Hunters premiered on Netflix, and there were already cosplayers. There weren't a lot.
Mhm.
There was a rare enough where I got to freak out, like, oh, you've seen it too. Anyway, fans are awesome, and their creativity. I'm technically one of them, but like, um,
Mhm.
uh, real quick, what else? Is there anything else about abstraction though? I'm sure I'll think of it, but like, there were so many things going on at once while you were
Well, I
talking
mean, yeah,
in
the
my mind.
kind of
But
going into like my thoughts on the
yeah,
actual piece, like obviously like it's kind of there's my experience watching in the theater has a lot of very specific value to me because like I had a very chill crowd. It was not like a huge crowd. I saw the first matinee. There were folks going in ahead of. I went to see it with my mom. Basically, when I watched the show, I was about 2 weeks out from visiting my mom. And so I told her when we were on the call one day on the phone, I was like, by the way, on the day before I leave, I want to go see this thing in the theater. It's this indie online animation. They've pushed their finale to theatrical. It's actually showing at a theater while I'm out there right before I fly out. So I'm going to go see it. Do you want to see this show to determine if you want to go see it with me in the theater? Like I can send you a link. And so my mom watched the show and she was like, yo, it was a bit much, but it was pretty cool. I would like to go see it. So it was like me and my mom, and then maybe like a couple singles or couples in the theater, and then a group of about 8 cosplayers who clearly were like a friend group, some of them from the island, some from the mainland. And they were kind of rowdy before lights went down, but like even with the episode 8 rerun, like everyone was kind of just chilling. The only thing I was kind of like, oh, this, I'm fine with this, it just might be a bit much, was like if people started singing the song as it went, and I know that was an
I was
occurrence.
I was secretly hoping that would happen at my screening, and it didn't. Nobody even tried. I was like, really,
Yeah,
really.
I was really happy when I like the thing that I think is the most valuable is that the person who wrote, is either the one who wrote the song or like the person outside of Goose who
It
worked on
was,
the song.
yeah. There's
Um,
only one other writer. I don't know their name, but yeah,
yeah, that person had said somewhere, I saw that they were like, I never thought I would have a hand in making a song people would sing along with in a theater, like Rocky Horror style. And I was
oh
like, you
yeah,
know what?
oh
As
yeah,
much as like I was maybe kind of like, oh, this might be a bit much. Like if one of the people who
oh
worked on it is like so jazzed about this, then like who cares about my thoughts, right? Like this is this kind of rules. Um, but
yeah, yeah, totally. Well,
yeah,
my whole thought was like I was shushing people a little bit during episode 8 half because internally I was like, I've seen it too, but we're in a fucking movie. Shut the fuck
yeah,
up. Uh, but in my head I still was like, okay, but if they sing, it's not a big deal. I've listened to this song a lot.
yeah.
Like, but yeah, I can understand
But
potentially worrying. But yeah, anyway.
this is I was going to talk about one bit, but I kind of want to do a quick chronology because the first, let's say 10-15 minutes of episode 9 were like, they were very big for me because I was like, okay, this is where I have an expectation of what might happen. And what was really cool was how my expectations were not necessarily subverted, but my wider expectations were rapidly subverted, one by one after another, as they developed, even for the first few minutes. Is we get the opening, right, the Kane deleted version of the intro of episode 1, which is like I was chuckling. I was like, oh, this is a really clever little bit to do.
I
Um,
caught that it was Pomni instead of Kaufmo, but
so
how
there's
did
a
I not click that Kane's not
yeah,
there?
there's a
Yeah, of
huge
course.
long
Yeah.
silence basically, and I was like, oh, this is dark. Okay, so
There's, there's so much I miss in that show, and then I catch it, and I'm like, am I an idiot?
I mean,
Was
this
I
is
not watching it? Like, I'm not trying to be hard on myself, but there are things that like that fly over my head because it's so rapid fire, that show. Like,
yeah,
I maintain that it's a little bit more easier going than a lot of Helliver stuff, but stuff can fly over your head and you'll feel anyway.
yeah. But that's
Interesting that
the
they do
chat.
that.
The
Yeah.
chat's hitting it now. But when you get to the loop on day after day, and it gets more distorted, more dark. And
Yes.
this
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
where the theater experience was so valuable because, like, as that's happening, when you're in a theater, the whole room is getting darker as things are distorting because of the degradation of color
Yeah.
saturation in the picture.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I was sitting there going like, okay, aesthetically, we're getting to the shit I was ready for. We're getting to like because what I was made aware of is Goose has in Goose's body of work is some pretty good analog horror. I haven't checked it out yet.
I need to. I want to devour everything she's made at this point, but I haven't yet. Yeah.
Apparently some really solid analog horror, and I was watching this going like, oh, okay, let's see what happens. And then next thing that happens, we jump in basically, okay, here 1 second after episode 8, let's start with what's going on. I'm like, all right, I love this style of storytelling.
Yeah.
And then for because I'm so I know what Soma is, right? So when I saw like the Soma
Yes.
theory, I was like, oh, that would be pretty interesting.
For anyone who doesn't know, it's a video game that delves really deep into mind copying, the science fiction sense of like what would happen and what weirdness would occur.
Yeah.
Um, there's probably a philosophical term for it, but it's a
So
very
so
fascinating and terrifying game.
Soma theory, like when I brought that up, there are people who I know who just don't know that game who
Yeah,
assumed
yeah.
it was like, oh, is that like a
Just
psychological term? Because it sounds like
yeah,
some Eastern European Doctor Soma who invented
yeah, yeah.
this. But
Oh, and further clarification, the theory was that they were just mind scans and they weren't actually hooked up.
yeah,
For people who don't know, again, that's another one of those things where if you look back and watch, they tell you in the first episode there's no escape, and they keep telling you. It's literally just episode 7 where they kind of tickle you a little bit, like, "Oh, what if?
yeah.
Oh, stasis pods. What if?" But like anyway,
Well, the
so it
and
was a theory, but like not really, because anyway. But yeah,
yeah, I more or less assumed that was the case. I was more so like, oh, is it going to be something they save for the very final minutes or whatever? And
yeah, yeah,
if
yeah,
you could have
exactly.
seen like the internal smile I had when they just say it immediately and just go head first into like, we're just going to say it immediately. We're not going to say it out loud. We're going to just say what was in the folder, what it was for, what it was connected to, and have the characters really clearly. And this is me. This is my little bits of meanness that may show through because I'm kind of implying that I have seen people who are like, at what point did they say they were mind files? And it's like, dog, I don't know what to tell you, other than the part
It,
where they said mind files and they said
yes,
brain scans and
brains.
and they all were suddenly really sad. And
Also, again, watch the cartoon, but in episode 8, when Kinger is talking about Scratch, there is a very like the camera locks on and zooms in to a muffin that's been cut in half, and Kinger says, "Scratch was trying to create something. What was it?" Parentheses, I can't remember. And then if
Mhm.
you brain scans, it's so that's the thing. Like for people, not that like I don't want to treat like the haters as like one amalgamous thing because it's
Same,
all
yeah,
different opinions and different people. But I'm tempted to in this moment because it's like you wanted lore. Go break it down. Go watch it a million times and then be like, "Oh shit! Oh, it said the thing."
yeah.
Oh, that it's all there.
Like
Like
not not
and the
to
stuff
not to
that's
be
not
like
there, you can
a
have fun with it.
not
Yeah.
to be a YouTuber about it, but like you all could be the next game theory because you can watch a
Yeah.
thing a million times and make a video. But I really so they went right into it, right? And then when everyone started to separate, number one, I immediately got hit in my tear glands, tear ducts, and the glands therein because not because of what was happening, but because the voice acting, and this is to the entire episode, was of such in the stratosphere levels of quality, especially in the context of what Digital Circus is as a production. Um,
Yes.
that
Yes.
that like they went into such audible raw emotion in their
Yeah.
performances that you because if I look at the words on a page, right, of some of the dialogue said, I'd probably be like, yeah, I mean, it's okay, right? But you have actors just like sell it like the part where Pomni says we're in this, dot 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 together. The together, the voice break on the together is so
Yeah.
hard to listen to, because it's like so genuine and busted. Um,
I, I do want you to continue, but like on that note, there's something that I keep having to say when it comes to this show, and I think it really got started in episode 6. They all have guns. or they all get guns, but writing, acting, and animating. Those three things are such a triumph in their own way. And of course, they work in concert,
Yeah.
but like, agreed, because the acting is so good. And even if we have some foibles with some of the dialogue, the writing's really good too, especially in episode 9.
Hmm.
It's so good. It's so good. Oh my God. I want to, yeah. Anyway,
Yeah. Well, then, so my brain was racing because I'm like, okay, so the thing I thought I was going to be waiting for 50 minutes to hear just happened. So
yeah, right.
I'm excited now. And so I'm looking, and everyone's going in separate directions, and I'm like, are they really going to do one of the thoughts I had in my head, which is this is actually just going to be the slow deconstruction and death of these characters we've watched for 50 minutes of just like
That would have fit
existential. Yeah,
That would have fit what Goose was saying, because she called it, what is it, the most fuck it we ball finale ever.
yeah.
And like little kids are gonna go see it. It's like, oh shit, oh
Like
maybe they are
up
all
until
gonna die. Yeah,
Kinger like makes a plank, right?
yeah.
I was like, is Kinger about to just like friggin' like throw himself into the void? And like he's not even like he's just the first one who's gonna go. He's just gonna go head first in.
No, he would be the last one to go because he watched all of his daughters die.
True. Well, I was
Not to be too dark, but
he
that's what would happen.
he was just told you screwed up in the worst way possible. Like what if he just took it hard like, yeah, you're right.
Oh, fair. Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
gonna
yeah.
succumb to the like one of the visions I had in my head. I don't usually speculate like super hard on things I'm about to watch, but I saw, episode 8 with about a month and a half before episode 9. So every now and then I'd have time to kind of sit there and think about it. And I was like, is the final visual of this series going to be all of them just floating in the void, succumbing to an eternity of nothingness, except that they have each other in arm's reach?
That would have been something else. I'm again reminded of how everyone has a different path with this show, because I didn't think of that for a specific reason, because I saw a quote from Goose saying that, and I'm going to paraphrase a little bit, but this is the gist of it. The show is about people making the best of the situations they're stuck in.
Mm,
And so I took that to mean, oh, well, I mean, we already know about Conjuring, so they're gonna. I didn't think Kane would come back, but I thought they were gonna like slowly build something together, because unfortunately they're immortal. But
yeah,
at least they can do whatever they want, and that's its own horror. That's all you need.
yeah.
But that's also an interesting take. Like that would have,
Like
God, that would have been gut wrenching.
it was a little seed in
Like,
the back of my head of
yeah, yeah,
how, because I mean, obviously because this was like made known, and I think people even lashed on this, possibly to the point of like you got to loosen the grip in your jaw a little bit of the I have no mouth and I must scream analog, right? And
yeah, yeah.
I was like, what a if we're gonna dip back into that territory, like infinite nothingness for eternity, like wouldn't that be a sight? I was kind of hoping that wouldn't happen, because at the end of the day, like I'm still a person who likes a happy ending happen. I when we talk about the ending a bit more, I have expanded thoughts on that.
Yeah.
But this then got to the part where Jax is there and sighs and walks away, and then you start getting
Oh God,
a
yeah.
postscript voiceover for the first time, and I'm like, oh, this is bad. And then I see an abstraction run across the bottom of the screen, and I'm like, oh, so okay, so we're doing this. So then, slight fast forward just for the sake of this little tangent.
I have so many thoughts. Yeah,
We
keep going.
we
Yeah,
we
yeah,
get to the the long hug, right? And then
yeah, yeah.
and people are not necessarily wrong when they said like this kind of reads a bit strange, but like the very long walk away between Pomni and Ragatha, and they walk away from each other for a very
Yeah,
long
yeah.
time. And because of what just
So it feels
happened,
poignant.
I
Yeah.
was sitting there going like,
Shit. Yeah.
I was like, okay, in the next 60 seconds, I think I'm finding out the tone of this, because like the visual presentation of this is like
Yeah.
you're gonna cut to Ragatha just being like a puddle of abstraction goo. And
Oh,
then
yeah.
we're just gonna watch everyone be ripped down to pieces. And I was like,
Yeah.
so when we didn't, I was like, okay, I wouldn't have hated it, but
I
I like this more what I'm getting.
s- okay. Yeah. So many thoughts. So like, I trusted Goose to have bittersweet. I don't know why. I not that I was familiar with her work, but I knew there'd be sweet in there. So I didn't
Mm,
think it was something that bad was going to happen. But um uh and I also want to note that, like, yeah, it's notable that the series, with the one exception of Queenie, because we just don't know, although I doubt it, also because they were in the pillow fort, so we know it wasn't the case. With the exception of Queenie, every single abstraction was after a period of isolation where they left the group. And
Mhm.
I think that is like possibly even part of the lore. The post I was referring to earlier that I know you liked and you brought it up again or referenced it is like I, I'm just as a game theory, but if the files are small, and I said I made this post before I saw episode 9, I'm pretty sure,
Mhm.
but maybe I mean before I had it fully gestate, I don't know, but I think interaction and keeping the mind stimulated is what keeps abstraction from happening. Generally speaking, I think you can extract in a lot of different ways because there's a lot of
Mhm.
different metaphors and there's no one rule. But yeah, like I was also worried when they were going their separate ways. There's that scene where Pommy's like, "Wait, but no, Kinger's going that way," and Zubul and Gangle go, "Oh God, no!" And I was a little bit worried. I trusted Goose,
Mhm.
but I was a little bit worried. I will say the first time I saw it, when you have that hard cut and then they're in the balcony and the abstraction running around, my first thought was Kaufmo got out
That was my first thought too.
because
Like for
it was so abrupt. I was like,
yeah.
"There's no way." It was so abrupt that I didn't even have the thought, "There's no way that's Jax. They wouldn't do that." I didn't. It was that's Kaufmo clearly,
Yeah.
but then they keep talking, and I'm like, "Oh, is that Jax?" And it did feel really jarring until, and I was okay with it generally, but it really clicked when, and I can't remember who I saw saying this or whatever, but they pointed out that like, and it might have been TB Skyen actually, where when a friend commits suicide, it's very abrupt because
Mhm.
often those people are very cognizant of what they're going to do to their loved ones by doing this, and so they want to not be a burden. They don't want you to know. They also
Mhm.
probably don't want you to stop them, right? It's all very dark shit, but like it is very sudden. There isn't a big, chorus swell and like, where you see that happen because
Mhm.
he would have gone off on his own. And I think in the digital realm, it's not something that you can like truly like do to yourself with like I'm going to take a digital knife or something like that. But
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think he knew what he was allowing to happen,
Mhm.
and they were busy with other shit. I mean, not in a way that they wouldn't have gone to rescue him if they had worried or thought of it, but
Mhm.
yeah, it's very abrupt when that happens.
Yeah, and I think that
Yeah,
there was also like, there's just so many tangents off of that, like,
I know it
but
keeps
like,
happening.
I mean, guess what?
Yeah, yeah.
You
I
got
love this. I love
you
this.
got a
Yeah.
big juicy finale, right? Like there's
Oh God, yes, so
lots of
much.
goop.
Oh, it's finally some good fucking food. Yeah. Anyway.
But yeah, like there's a lot of uh without getting like I'm not what I will say, I'm not about to drop any like personal anecdotes on this or anything to a heavy degree, but like there is like a suddenness to not only like suicide, but like even death in general is a very
That's
like
true. Yeah.
weird thing to go, like, I went through that with my dad, where it's just like, even though there is like maybe a bit of build up, right, health wise in someone,
Yeah.
it is a very sudden overnight thing because that's literally how it
Yeah.
works. And and this sort of is feeding back into my whole thing of like, that's it's not the whole reason why, but it is definitely part of the reason why I think that this finale was introducing the notion of like very challenging
Yeah.
media to an audience that hasn't necessarily had to intake that kind of stuff off of like web indie animation, uh,
Yeah.
because you are faced with like the idea that because it's not just this character's real and they're dead, but even in fiction, right, you're used to, and if someone mentioned, I've seen it, like one of the big discourses is, oh, they off screened him, and it's like, I understand what you're
That's the whole
saying.
point. That,
Yeah,
that yeah, yes,
like that's a
I
word
do. I
we've
also
used.
understand that,
That's a
but
word we've used, but like, uh, I hope someday,
that's
like
the
for the
point.
person who said who's like, I can't believe this sucks. We didn't get to see the grand scene of the body horror. And I would have loved some body horror,
What led
right?
you to
But
literally every other abstraction is off screen. Like that is poignant. They make like with Queenie, it's weird because it's flashback and they're only going to show specific what's
mhm,
relevant to the flashback. But every single abstraction was off screen, and I think it's meant to rob you of that catharsis. It's
yeah,
meant to be like, well, that doesn't feel good. It's like, yeah, no shit,
yeah,
it feels real bad.
and
Like,
directly supporting that is Gangle's entire sub story through the first half
oh, I
of episode
love,
9,
oh my
right? Like,
god, that
it's
line where she says, "Why can't I cry for him?" Like,
yeah, it's
girl, he was your abuser. It's okay. But also, I still get it though, because
yeah,
he was also your found family for better or worse, and you feel like you should be sad.
and I
And
think it
thank goodness it still hit her. But yeah,
I think it's also like an incredibly important. It's almost the second fork of the Jack storyline of episode 9, is that not only is the abstraction like, and also it's being mentioned like, yeah, in episode 7 you kind of get a glimpse into the idea of abstraction with the tripodelic dream sequence.
Yeah.
But
Again, I don't know if I'm an idiot or not because it took it. I don't want to admit how long it took for
oh,
me to
I had to
realize
see
that that was almost abstraction.
I had to see
Yeah,
the freeze frame of the eyes to get it. I just completely missed it.
the freeze frame of the eyes, and then the fact that that's
Yeah,
you could infer that's Ribbit's hand even before meeting Ribbit because it's
yeah,
a green hand that has like big bulbous fingers, like that's a frog's hand.
yeah.
But yeah, anyway,
But no, like
yeah,
the Gangle storyline, and again, like for like the folks that are still on, specifically to the folks who are still on Reddit to this day arguing about this, right? Because I looked.
oh my
I hope
God.
someday.
Thank you for taking the hit. Yeah.
No, I got my hazmat suit is indestructible.
Oh my God. Wonderful.
I hope someday that hypothetical individual, right, can have the realization that like you not like that the off screening was not only like a thematic element, but it was directly supported and supports the entirety of Gangle's uh, um, entry in episode 9, because what she is going through is something that she wouldn't have gone through if she had witnessed, even if she hadn't, if we had witnessed a horrific body horror sequence, right? Because that would have allowed for a narrative flow that would have
Yeah.
made Gangle, it would have made Gangle's reaction seem almost irresponsible or unfair. But
She
because,
wouldn't have reacted that way. She would have there would have been horror and panic and like,
yeah,
we get a gamut, but it was so quiet.
yeah.
And then he was gone.
And
Yeah.
and I will shout out because I did a little bit of the old parasocialing afterwards with my various feeds, and amidst the various Q&As that happened,
Yes, I've been
Gangle's voice
very
actor shared there was a cut version of her crying dialogue that wasn't used, but originally Gangle's crying was full-throated like trauma crying, like
sobbing. Yeah.
full volume, full-throated, like
Yeah.
damaged vocal folds level trauma crying.
Yeah.
And so when I rewatched that scene with that in mind, I was like, man, like I don't even have a version that I think is better. It would be so cool to see both versions, just because like the impact and outcome feels like it would have been two very different endings with the same
Yeah.
general like plot outcome, but like different
Yeah.
emotional
Yeah.
endings, right? I do like what we got because it goes perfectly
Yeah.
with one of my favorite lines from the finale, which is "Are you having a lot of complex thoughts?"
Yeah.
Because
Jeez. Oh my God.
that's also something I almost wanted to have repeated several times to a lot of
Yeah.
the
Right.
folks who were feeling like lost and angry about the ending. Is like, are you having complex
A lot of
thoughts?
complex thoughts. Jeez. Yeah. It's one thing I really want to say. I really love Zubul as a queer elder, and I know that she's like, or they're like 24, 23, something like that. They're the second youngest, and Jax is the youngest, right?
Yeah.
But and I doubt anyone in your chat needs to be told this, but there's a concept in I think it's queer philosophy called queer time, where it's like we don't experience time in the same ways and the same rate. We don't like high school graduation, get married, have 2.5 kids, get a house. Like that's already not a thing for millennials, but
But half kids really hard.
yeah, I
Right?
know, right? But like when you're queer, there's not that roadmap. So you'll have instances of like, a 40-year-old trans woman who has only been out as trans and transitioning for 2 years, or a 25-year-old trans woman who's known and basically been on that path for her entire life, or whatever. Like one of my favorite examples is Morgana Ignis, who voices Sally Mae on A Hell of a Boss. She's 10 years younger than me, but has been out twice as long. It's like, how do you? I don't even know how to wrap my head around that. It's just you keep encountering it. So, what I love about Zubul is they're so wise. They're the perfect bartender. I'm so glad they got to be that in the end, because Kinger is obviously the wise one when he's in the dark, but Zubul is the second wise one, and
Mhm.
I love the role they take in so many instances. Like, not to get on too much of a tangent, but yeah, that line is very good. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a very to me it really is. There's a lot of lines in that finale that I feel get
Yeah.
in the wider discourses, both good and bad. There's a lot of really good bits and lines that kind of have gotten. It's a good problem to have. They've gotten lost in the wash because there's so much juice in that fruit, right? To
Yeah.
squeeze
Th- th-
and
th- good and well, not good and bad, but there's so much. I would say it's so much good juice, and then a lot of people might say I didn't like some of the juice. So there's disagreements, but
Yeah.
there's still a lot of it. Even if you didn't like it, there's still a lot of it. You
Yeah,
know?
it's a
Yeah.
very thick piece of media, and again, that's why
Yeah.
I was very quick to refer to it as the work, like when talking about it in
Yeah.
respect to like to
Jeez.
Gooseworks especially,
Yeah.
because like it is a piece
Yeah.
of work. And I already know there are going to be people even in my life who are going to be like, are you really putting it up there with X, Y, and Z? And I would tell them like, no, I'm just saying it's a good piece of work. Like it's not about like did we solve animation finally having its Citizen Kane moment or something. It's like, no, it's a good piece of work, much like Swiss Army Man is an excellent piece of work, highly overlooked, but it still is a fantastic piece of work. And I almost like, and I would say this about Digital Circus too, I feel like trying to put it in the context of other known great works is almost not disrespectful, but it's like it's kind of a waste of everyone's time
I can see
in
that.
if
Yeah.
you go at it for a really long time, because it's like we can just have lots of really good juicy pieces of work, and we should, and nowadays I feel really got to appreciate the ones that make
Totally
it out
kids.
of the current media industry as it is.
Yeah.
um
Like there there's an alternate universe where Digital Circus was stymied and forced to be something it wasn't, and maybe not even got to finish. So the fact that like it was such a home run and they nailed that landing. I'm reminded of something that I thought during. Have you seen Steven Universe?
yeah, I haven't seen the future season, but I saw all the rest of it.
You need to. I'm
I
not going to be
know,
talking about future, so it's fine. But you need to.
I
Please
know.
do. If you, oh my god, oh my god. Okay, real quick, time out. If you liked the finale of Digital Circus specifically, you are robbing yourself by not seeing specifically the second half of Steven Universe Future. Please go see it. Anyway,
Mhm.
but luckily that wasn't relevant. The In Change Your Mind, the moment where uh, uh spoilers for Steven Universe, it's like a 10-12 year old show. Y'all gotta, whatever.
We're doing our
Spoilers
best.
for an amount of time. Yeah. um when Pink Diamond separates Steven from what she wants to call, or not Pink Diamond, sorry, White Diamond separates Steven from what she wants to call Pink, right?
Mhm.
And it happens, right? But there is no Pink there. It's just two Stevens, and then they're half of each other. And at one point, she demands what happened to her, like her, basically her daughter, right? And then the version that's just all raw power and not emotion or humanity just screams, "She's gone!" And then there's like the fucking Dragon Ball Z crater and everything. And it's like, that was the moment where I was like, oh my God, queer studies, media studies in 10, 20 years is going to show this,
Mhm.
and it's so important. Because like it's not just a trans allegory, but at that point it kind of, boy, there's a lot of trans allegory in that, in
Mhm.
that latter part of the series. And I don't mean to go on that tangent. I'm mostly done with Steven Universe. I bring that up to mean that like and that's not as interesting to me to compare works or to say what's the Citizen Kane. So I basically agree with you, but I do think it's worth saying, like, what is going to be studied by queer media experts in
Mhm.
decades to come, and this is very much one of them.
Oh,
Like,
I
there's
mean,
no question in my mind.
even
Yeah.
for the most shallow reasons, and I say shallow not even as like a derogatory, it's just that like at the end of the day, this also stepped on like 1.5 major movie blockbusters that were in theaters in the same
Yeah.
weekend,
Oh my God.
and you can't ignore that.
I debated seeing The Mandalorian and Grogu only because with a birthday in May, so I was uh, I'm gonna get really autistic about dates for a second. Bear with me. If I was born 3 days later, it would have been on the 10th anniversary of Star Wars. So I've always had a Star Wars related birthday, late May, right?
Mhm.
I've never had a Star Wars movie on my birthday. Mandalorian and Grogu would have been the first, so I was debating seeing it. So I sort of had. I don't really care about that show at all. I haven't seen this, anything past the first season, but I had a little bit of room in my heart for it, like a little bit. Like,
Mhm.
I don't know, Star Wars. But then when people were like, "Oh, Digital Circus beat it," I was like, "Fuck Star Wars, yeah, Mandalorian, who gives a shit, yeah." It's like,
I I was just so happy for Glitch because like they
yeah,
said day 2 of the announcement. It was like day 2 or 3. We're not just doing, like, obviously we're doing this for us. That's like, it'd be weird to say we aren't, but like we're also
Yeah,
doing
yeah,
this for indie animation. And
yeah.
there was obviously like that long, this one I missed because I was like, this isn't relevant to me because no one's going to stop me from seeing it in the theater. But there was a long loud noise on Twitter, among other places, about it, and I felt really good. For I don't usually feel good for just random company name as a blob, but like the folks working at Glitch, I felt a moment of like goodness for them, that this played out in such a fantastic way for them and also for the wider industry. Because I also know from people who have been trying to be in the animation industry that it is in one of its worst states it's ever been in, as far as like outside of indie works that have made their way to the
Uh,
forefront. There is no
there's even
industry to join anymore.
there's even some skeletons in the indie animation realm. I haven't heard anything specific from Glitch, but the vibe I've gotten from some, as much as I love Helliverse, is there's a reason Spindlehorse unionized.
Mhm.
But I also like that Viv, who I'm pretty sure is like runs the entire company, right? She recognized the union. There wasn't any sort of like, no, you don't get to do that. So I don't know, it matters.
Yeah.
Uh, but there's a reason they unionized, right? So like, it's not my business, but like, yeah, animation's hard.
Mhm.
Animation's really hard, and it is a constant struggle against money and time and the limits of the human body.
Mhm.
And much respect for animators, and I hope Glitch and even Spindlehorse can be the way forward, and maybe show people,
Yeah.
because I have so much love in my heart for animation, and I always have. Um,
Oh,
I was also very happy.
Queen Sludge mentioning the part of that discourse that did also make me like step away from it was the argument of like, well, what really is indie anymore? And I was kind of like, we went through this with video games with like, well, what is a B
Yeah,
game? And it's like,
well, with video games, what is an indie game?
yeah.
So for instance, I love Mina the Hollower, and there might be terminology and definitions that make Yacht Club Games still an indie studio. And I'm not going to say they're a AAA studio, but like they're not just like two guys in their dorm room, right? Like,
Mhm.
and not that that needs to be what it is, but to call Yacht Club Games an indie studio feels weird now.
Mhm.
It just does. Like they've had mad success, even if they don't like have piles of money. And so I think just like with genre labels, like they're helpful guiding tools, but like, yeah, you will,
Yeah.
if you try to find the borders, you're gonna go crazy and argue all the time.
Well,
So
especially when like, and I don't think anyone in the chat feels this way, but like there are
no,
folks out there
yeah,
who are still learning things, and like there are folks who do seem to have the outlook of like, well, if it's not indie, it's corpo, and it's like there is a giant chasm between these 2 points that
it it depends on what you mean by corpo, right?
exactly,
So
and
if
I
you
mean
mean
like the
yeah,
worst, like
yeah, if you mean it like derogatory, I don't know that's true. I mean, like no company's gonna be perfect,
yeah,
but
but
I don't think that's true.
I mostly
But
mean
if
that
you mean
like
corpo as in like it's a corporation, I know that's not what you meant, but like
yeah.
there's room to be had here where it's like, yeah, I mean, like if it came out that one of the animators, like, I kind of had to crunch and I don't think my pay was like entirely fair, but like whatever, I wouldn't be that shocked. Like, I'm not saying that like I guarantee it's going to happen, but it's like
Yeah.
I had this thought with Spindlehorse, right? Because when they're just starting out, it's like when they just start, I don't know the exact numbers, right? But when they literally just started out, it was like, I don't know, 20 people, maybe 15. And those are
Mhm.
all going to be people who are like, I believe in this and I want to stay up all night for a week to make this. I
Mhm.
want to do that. I'm an artist and I'm an animator and I love my friend Viv, whatever. And it's like, I'm going to do this. That is crunch. And early on, maybe they weren't even paid for it. They were just like, well, this is a passion project. I'm fresh out of college. Like, I don't know, right? Where do you become that versus, okay, we're literally a company that makes millions of dollars. Like, how do we
Mhm.
make sure that everyone and like we're also we contract out all these different scenes, right, where it's like, and we're going to pay an hourly rate that's fair, but then like the one story I heard from someone is that like uh oh, what was it? You know what, I don't want to do a disservice by misremembering it, but like
Oh, no worries, no
all I'm
worries.
trying to say is, well, I'm just not going to share it because I just don't
Yeah,
want to do
yeah.
disservice, right? All I'm going to say is like, I don't know where that line is, and boy is that scary. Like
Yeah.
at some point you become, and that wasn't me being pedantic, that's why I brought it up, at some point you do become a corporation that
Mhm.
needs to like realize that you're no longer 10 people who are friends and can devote all the time in the world and don't need to get paid for it. So that there is no line there, but there
Mhm.
is this, and there these are two different things. So
Yeah.
that matters. And Glitch, I don't know where they fall on that, and I hope they're able to graciously move into that other space, right?
Yeah.
And I hope Fiddlehorse as well, because it's a tough game to play. I don't know.
I should probably add, like, when I say chasm, like, I don't necessarily mean like hole, but like the other word I tend to use is like a wide gradient. Like
Yeah,
there's a huge transitionary zone that and this is on for conventions. This is actually a big thing. There are small convention venues and there are giant convention venues. And my
yeah,
understanding, and anyone who runs shows, like, feel free to chime in if you are out there. But my understanding is there is no middle. And so
yeah.
if you're easy,
Except technically there must be in hindsight, right? But
yeah,
but yeah, you don't know when you're in the middle. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
exactly. And my understanding as an example is like, let's take like a TFCon LA, right, which is a show that is vastly outgrowing the venue it's currently in. My understanding is the next available venue in the area and that would take on a show like that is the Pasadena Convention Center, which is an exponential jump in expenses to book, is as I
yeah,
understand it. And there's no step between the two. In animation, I think it is more about just being scary because there, like, once upon a time, there was an animation industry that had words like Disney and Fox and
yeah,
stuff attached to it, and it doesn't anymore. Basically, like those things exist, but as far as someone who wants to become an animator, there's no inroad. There is just, boy, I hope someone sees what I do and maybe hires me
yeah.
and maybe pays me.
It's
Uh,
it's the problem that all industries are having, where the internet democratized everything, with the caveat that social media and like algorithms have corrupted it and made it even harder. But it
mhm,
still has democratized things. The reality is, you can just animate your thing, which is easier said than done. It's a big project, right? I think that
yeah,
the Has Been Hotel pilot, I think, took multiple years. Um, uh, it's democratized everything, but that's also made it loud. There isn't, there's no guarantee. It's how many games get released on Steam every day. Like it's,
yeah,
I don't know. Like, on the one hand, this is great because anyone can do it, and we have a dearth of art to enjoy. On the other hand, oh my God, yeah,
yeah.
you know,
The
like, yeah,
the thing the workers need to do, and I say this as someone who's kind of is a worker because I ostensibly still try to work in video and media and stuff, is like the people on the ground do need to just keep network and not only that, keep networking, but keep telling each other what they're worth.
yeah,
Because the idea of there being established oversight and when you had a wider industry, it by no means was good all the
yeah,
time, if
yeah.
ever, but
But
there was the
there
idea
is an
of,
animators guild. You know what I
yeah,
mean? Like,
there's an idea
yeah,
that you
like,
can expect a certain level of protection, a certain level of pay, a certain level of work. And now it really is like,
kind of the Wild West.
yeah, not only the Wild West, but now there
And
are lots of people who go into it with no reference point, right? It's just like,
yeah,
I don't know what, like, I went through that as a person in video and editing. Almost, I was super lucky. I had one film school instructor who one day offhandedly mentioned, "Oh, this is the minimum hourly you should be charging right out of school." If I'd never heard
yeah,
that, I would have
wow,
had no idea that the idea that I would have accepted if someone said, "Hey, we'll pay you $18 an hour to edit." I didn't know that that's insulting in my industry.
yeah, that's
uh,
yeah. I think that part of the democratization is those things are becoming a little bit more well known. I'm pretty sure the anecdote that I don't remember the details of, so therefore I don't want to share, of the animator that did a bit of work for hire for Spindlehorse. Like, I'm pretty sure she was like fully open about the rates and like what's fair and all
mhm,
this stuff. And so yeah, I do think that gets around.
mhm,
Um, uh, But, like, real quick, but back to my example of, like, any animation group of people that just might start out as like 5 friends just who are passionate. It's like, that's not me making an excuse for them. That's me being pragmatic, because it's like they're not going to form a union and decide who the CEO is, and like they haven't done anything yet. The way it's democratized is you get in by doing things that if you were working for a company, they should get sued over. Like that's not like a guarantee, but like
yeah. You,
kinda,
yeah, you're kind of
like,
just like you're scrapping to like make something appear that you can hold at somebody and go like, we made
yeah.
something. Uh,
And there aren't going to be protections when you're starting out of any kind. And I don't like. by the way, actually, now that I think of it, okay, great. So, real quick, I might be getting this a little bit wrong, but Team Cherry and Glitch are both in Australia, and now Spindlehorse has Spindleroo, also in Australia. And
Hmm.
my understanding is part of the way that happened is Australia has a way in which you can get paid to make art. Now, I'm sure there are a lot of caveats, and you have to go through very specific channels. I'm not saying it's like free money, but that's why you were seeing this renaissance of art coming
Hmm.
out of that country, is because if you want to take the gamble of like, because Team Cherry coined the term production heaven because they took way too long. So usually call that production hell, right? But and I don't know if it was specifically because of this grant system or whatever, but or maybe it was Hollow Knight sales or probably both. But they had the time to be like, it's not done yet.
Yeah.
And like year after year after year, and that's production heaven. And I love that that exists. And so maybe that's the way. If more countries could like be like,
Oh,
hey, if you want to make indie art, we want to pay you for it. Like I want to see more of
hypothetically,
that.
hypothetically, we have grant programs in Canada that are supposed to support that too. It's and sometimes they do. It's just my understanding is that like some of those programs get taken up by major telco companies who would like that money. So they're like, we're gonna make a web offshoot of our TV show we already make for like 3 episodes. So please give us the grant. And
Yeah,
but it's supposed to exist, right?
yeah,
And it is a hopeful thing. I saw earlier. I think it was Jessica, yeah, who said that some of the stuff has been inspirational, and
yeah.
I feel the
Same.
same. And I also really hope that this does
Oh,
bring the fact
yeah,
that this hit theaters, especially. Like, I hope this brings a sense of hope industry wide to the scrappy folks who are trying to
yeah.
make it, not the folks who have the capital to try, but the people who would like to be hired by those folks.
I agree, and I have the best anecdote. So someone recorded the Q&A that happened right after the premiere. It's
Mhm.
on YouTube. If you need, we can. I posted it on Blue Sky and
I
stuff,
think
but
I've
it's out
seen
there.
it.
It's on YouTube. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And as for anyone who doesn't know, I didn't know this until I watched it. The voice actor for Ribbit, uh, she literally said that the pilot of Digital Circus inspired her to get into voice acting. Now, charitably, maybe it was like multiple things. It was maybe just one of the things, but or it was just the thing. And then she
Mhm.
got to be this pivotal character 8 episodes later. What a fuck! That's so cool. That's so
Yeah.
fucking cool that it exists. And so yeah, I want more of that.
It's
I
done the
want
same thing to me.
yeah,
Like, I used to
yeah,
have, and
same.
I always did still, but like more so this month than in a long time. I've thought about how much I'd like to do more voice work somehow, because like it's something that I not only do I think it'd be fun, but like I specifically think I would have a good skill set for it
Yes, you
on
do.
a project wide level. I mean, not well,
Yeah,
thank you, but like
yeah,
I think it's something that I could do in a way that would help a production, and that would be fun. And those are the two main things that I think about when it comes to collaborative media work. Um,
sorry, my
so,
wife needed something.
oh, no worries, no worries.
Yeah, yeah,
But yeah, I am really, I don't know. There's a lot out of this that I think is very, at least in the moment, like so
yeah,
inspirational. And Sideswipe Prime mentioning, Digital Circus even has stuff like the Nendoroid and the Figma Pomni that like
yeah.
uh also made us. I actually forgot about Freeing being another Figma company.
I yeah, for a second there, I was like, "Is this like bootleg Figma? Like,
Yeah,
what's going on?" I mean, I assumed it probably wasn't, but I was just like, "That wasn't the name of the." I have some Figmas. That's not anyway. I get it. Yeah,
yeah.
that is licensed out, I suppose. But
Yeah,
um,
but
yeah,
it's so inspiring. Also I'm trying to do a quick streamer flex, cycling it back into the media itself. Uh,
sure.
I think that when you look at the raw dogging artistry of what sort of the next bit that was coming up in the trundling through the
Yeah,
chronology
yeah,
of
yeah.
the finale,
We're
uh,
making it happen. Yeah,
yeah, the Jax sequence was one of the first gasps in my audience was Pomni raising a revolver into screen.
yes. So
Because
that I guarantee you that was intentional on Goose's
oh,
part, and it makes
totally,
you laugh. 100%.
absolutely, yeah,
Because what's great about it is when it's quickly revealed what she's doing with the gun, you're like, oh, that's beautiful because
yeah,
like Jax taught her to shoot and like and the darkness that Kinger mentioned, all sort of stuff. Um, And also, there was the episode they all get guns, so it's not like it's out of nowhere.
But
But you
in the
still get
moment,
that catharsis and like, what the hell? Not a catharsis, but like that moment of like, oh my god, what?
yeah,
Like,
straight up
no, there's no way.
old
Like,
Yeller type shit happening where you're like, she's just about to go like,
what?
don't worry, buddy, just look over there. And
1,000% intentional. And I would even go so far as to say that like, for the vibe and narrative and like emotion of that episode, kind of a misstep, but I still respect it because it's so funny. I like
yeah,
it too much. Like it
no,
is a comedy at the end of the
yeah,
day.
it's
You
so
know, so I
quick
love that.
too.
Yeah.
It's so quick,
Yeah, yeah.
but it was the everything going to darkness. I'm like,
Yeah.
and also realizing like I don't check my watch when I watch things, right? Especially in the theater. But like I had enough
Yeah,
wherewithal
same,
to
same.
know that I'm like I know that I'm not even like 20 minutes into this yet.
Yeah.
And then the darkness thing, I'm like, oh wait, what's happening? And then when she goes for the hug, and you get into, I've seen other people because I don't have the point of reference, but I get it now that I looked into it. Setting up the Psychonauts sequence, right? Of
Yeah, someone else made that comparison, but that makes sense given that it deals with like I've never played Psychonauts, but it's like the
yeah,
mind. Like this is
the
one of the
Mind
themes.
Palace,
This is one of the themes that Digital Circus likes so much. But yeah,
yeah, that whole sequence. That's when I physically sat back in my chair a bit because I was like, okay, I have no idea what's about to happen, and I'm so excited. Like I no longer
oh my
can
god.
predict a single thing that's happening in what I'm watching.
So spoilers for the chat. Just going on what I want to say, we're going to talk about this Jack sequence for a long time. Like in this gap session, that's what's going to happen. Apologies or you're welcome.
But for the people, don't
Yeah.
worry because I have evangelical stuff to say about the Kane sequence. So
Oh, same. Oh, I left. Yeah.
we're gonna be at it for a bit, but yeah, the
That's
Jack
fine.
sequence like is so number one. It's freaking
Yeah.
cool.
Oh,
It's freaking stylish. But
yeah.
also like there's little things I didn't notice till I heard a friggin' reactor say it when I was on my reaction adventure. Which is, and it's more noticeable audibly in the sound design in the final part, but the little pink rings in the darkness every time Pomni's taking a footstep.
Yeah.
By the end, those are because she's walking in an ocean of tears of Jax's tears.
Possibly. I
Um,
didn't think of that, but that's entirely possible.
they
Yeah.
add a sound design to it in the
It sounds
very
like
final
water. Yeah.
part to
Yeah.
play it up more. And I don't think I don't think it's like 100% literally that at the very beginning, but that visual element continues through, adds this
Yeah.
really cool little just layer of artistic tragedy of like
Yeah.
his mind is just full of his own sorrow and regret and
Yeah.
self-hatred and so much other stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
So starting on the Jack sequence, I have so much to say and I want to get into it.
yeah.
Not that we weren't already doing that, but I want to rewind a little bit because that's later in the sequence, right? So in the theater, I loved my experience so much because I'm already thinking like, okay, everyone has the theory that Jax is trans. And I admit that like the maid dress and a couple other things, it's like kind of strong. But I was also like, but they might not have the time to really delve into it. And it's always going to be this sort of like in the realm of like, yeah, the creator probably meant it, but like it almost is headcanon because it never got confirmed. So I had this like accelerate or this slowly advancing and growing. Like, are they, are they, are they really, are they really? So the first clue was you're in the hallway and one of the doors has chains and locks on it.
Mm-hmm.
And that was already a clue for me because it's like, okay, well, because they all have different faces, and you start seeing that, like, okay, we're seeing some different version of Jax's inner sense, right? It gets very literal in the piano room, but like even before that, it's like, okay, well, all these different doors are different interpretations of Jax. One is scratched out and chained and locked up. And like in my head, I was like, okay, they still might not confirm it, but like that's going to be one of the like cis people won't get it when I say this, but that's going to be one of the strongest clues for me because like I was never a trans femme egg, like someone who hadn't realized they were trans in the way Jax was, but I know a lot of trans women, and I know what it's like to not really know, to have these thoughts and try to bury them in various different ways. And I know for someone like Jax, if there was an aspect of him that he felt was trans, he would lock that away and chain it up. He just would.
Mm-hmm.
And spoilers, they never open that door. It really seems like narratively the key should go to the chain door, but it
Mm-hmm.
doesn't. It goes to a different door. That door is never open. We know. And Jax's Anna Megas figure, the really big statue they sell, has the chain door as one of the centerpieces. It's him next to the chain goddamn door. And so that is
Yeah.
a core element of this is why I was so adamant reflecting on it right after seeing it, that like, no, he's gone. His pronouns are he, him. He's still trans femme. All of the hurt you feel when you think about how those things are like not complete. That's his character. The art piece they sell reminds you of the locked door that was never opened. We never got to see the rest of his story. We got to see a lot of his story. We got to see way more than we thought we would, given the sequence of events.
Yeah.
But there is still more that even he might not be aware of. All
Mhm.
he knows is he locked up that door. He doesn't necessarily comprehend what's in there. I think insofar as there is a Jax left to comprehend things, he still might not.
Mhm.
And that is so beautiful, and I respect it so much. Like, the chained up door is like a mission statement. It is Goose saying, listen, I'm going to tell you a lot, but I'm not going to tell you everything. Maybe I know because I made these characters. Maybe I don't because I only had to write what had to be on the screen. But I
Mhm.
am not going to tell you everything, because that is not how this works. That is the tragedy of this, is because you don't get to know everything.
Mhm.
Like, you are going to meet people that you think would have been happier transitioning, and maybe they're going to be gone, not necessarily from suicide, but maybe, and you're not going to be able to open that door, and it's going to hurt, and it's going to tear you up inside.
Mhm.
Not to get too personal, but literally, one of my partner's kids, who's an adult, but one of his siblings, who might have been trans feminine, recently killed himself, and I don't know why. And I didn't know this person. I never actually met them. So luckily, in some ways, I'm, being distant means I can like sort of process it in a way that doesn't affect me as much, right?
Mhm.
But like, these things happen, is all I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
And yeah, so bringing it back, like, I saw the chained up door, and I was like, I did hope we were going to open it, but it got so much more interesting than that.
I just wanted to throw a
Yeah.
quick shout out. We got someone in the chat that I don't entirely. If you have been here before, I do apologize. We got someone who's Hoyo, who says, "quote randomly here because the amazing digital circus turned me into a girl." LMAO. So welcome.
Yes. That
Is that so? I am being among the cis, which also hilariously is the title of the droid army from the separatist movement of the Star Wars prequels,
yes,
which
I
I
love
always
that. I
find
love that.
really
Yeah.
funny. Is this a case where it's funny to say like we got one?
Oh yeah. Janet
Okay.
or Janine from Ghostbusters. We got one. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
exactly what
All
happened.
right.
Yeah. I literally post that GIF when that sort of thing happens, because like, so I don't know, for anyone who doesn't know. In trans circles, I'm known for like a tweet that I made that was expertly crafted to instantly crack the kind of egg that I was. I don't know if anyone needs to explain, but an egg is someone who doesn't realize they're trans yet, and and so I often get sent like screenshots from chat logs with people who are like their friends, and like, hey, I used your trick. I either posted your tweet, or I did something similar, and they hatched, and so I will do the Janine gif. Like, yes, we got one is exactly that was that character's name, right?
Yeah,
The
yeah,
second
Janine from
yeah.
yeah.
That yes. And I don't know that necessarily Goose went into this story thinking we're going to hatch a bunch of eggs, but very quickly she must have,
Well,
like,
yeah,
because that's just something we all think of as trans
while I
women.
was hazmat suiting, I will say there are a non-zero. It's hard. You have to really sift through the muck. Don't do it. I did it so you don't have to. But
I don't worry, I never will.
there are a non.
I'm a masochist. I don't practice self harm.
Yeah, listen. That's why I wear protection.
Yeah,
Uh,
exactly. Yeah.
it's extending the metaphor. So it's a non-zero number. It's probably not. It's not common enough to be super common, but a non-zero number of people who I don't think know each other had that. It basically said like, "Hey, it's been a week. Anyway, that movie made me transition." Was like a non-zero number of Twitter
Yes.
posts
Yeah.
I saw. Um,
Uh,
Also, I wanted to throw out there because Queen's Dodge mentioned it. This is actually a multiple viewing thing for me. So I did not see this in the theatrical. I didn't catch it. There's actually like two chained doors. And there are two, because there's two explanations. I like
well, no,
both
no,
of
no.
them.
Yeah, because there's one in the hallway, and then there's one
There's
in the
one
piano
in the little
room.
room.
my assumption
Yeah.
was that like it's a mind palace, so it doesn't really follow geometry, and you need to be reminded of it. But it could be two doors.
Because
It
I
could
took it
be.
as two doors
But
because and there was a someone else who felt that way that I saw a comment of where I latched on a little bit, not too much because I was like I like more so the idea that just like there are two things this door could be, but
yeah, sure.
obviously like another very common idea of the door is it's what happens if Pomni dies basically, and that
Oh yeah, no,
Jax
that would fit with the other
Jax
ones. Yeah,
absolutely does not want to even consider that,
because
but also
she is too much like Ribbit. Like that, I can
yeah.
see that as well.
But
Yeah, yeah,
that
yeah.
room, that the other door in that room, there's a funny way you can think, and I'm not going to say this is how you should think about it. It's just a funny
Yeah.
food for thought, right? Is that door could have been like that's the way that those like the Jaxes all had their little way of getting into the poker room, right? What if the
Might be a better
Jax?
name for the piano room. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I'm just thinking of the table, but what if the
Yeah, yeah.
Jax from the Pomni dies scenario that the other three did scream like "shut up," don't kept
Yeah.
out of the room, that could also be transitioned Jax. There's a version of this
Yes.
whole thing where it's like, what if losing a second strong person in their life who was now also not because we'll get to the argument scene obviously, but in the argument scene there's a really important little moment where Ribbit is confrontational, angry, and jabbing a finger at Jax's face basically, but
Briefly,
obviously
but
lets
yes.
it go. And Pomni
Yeah.
is the person who
Won't.
is yeah who
She
won't
won't let it go.
yeah
So I love that she's an urban explorer because it means she never respects signs.
yeah
And and I think she does it lovingly, right? She doesn't do it because she disrespects Jax or hates him. I think she's curious, but also
yeah
she loves him.
yeah
And
and
I mean, I that could also be platonically. Like I don't not ship them, but I just mean love in the general
yeah
sense. Like she doesn't want like why didn't you just talk to me, man? Like
yeah
she cares about him,
and
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 she got it. Like we're not breaking down the other episodes, but like they all get guns. I
yeah
could watch that five. It's literally almost exactly 5 minutes, by the way, because I was trying to clip it for Blue Sky. That sequence where they're arguing, Pomni and Jax, it is a master class in writing. When I first saw it, I was like, "This shit is so fucking good! Holy shit!" Because at that point
mm,
when I saw it, I was kind of down on the series. I also wasn't keeping up. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It showcases who Pomni is, which is she's really clever and smart and notices patterns and if there is a stupid rule or stupid like I don't want to say boundary because I don't want to imply she doesn't respect her friend's boundaries, but like sometimes you need to not. If your
mhm,
friend needs help and like they're not going to do that, you have to disrespect their boundaries.
yeah
You just do to save
like
them.
there's no
And
hard rules to this stuff, but like one
yeah,
element that can really help somebody because sometimes and that's part of the tragedy of this story is it didn't end up
yeah,
saving Jax, but like
yeah.
sometimes you do need the
Pomni was the perfect one to save him, and yet, you know what I
yeah
mean? Yeah, yeah,
like sometimes you do need that person in your life who like will grab you by the lapel but not to throw you out a window, to slam you on the wall and hold you there and go
yeah.
like you friggin' I'm gonna tell you the shit I'm thinking right now.
Like the part where Pomni hugs Jackson in his mind palace, it's like he
mhm,
wasn't asking for a hug.
yeah
Like it's the minorest thing ever, but it's true. Like she doesn't. He was telling her to go away. It's like no, I'm not gonna
mhm,
go away. Fuck you. Like I love that sort of I'm saying this jokingly, hateful love or loving hate, where it's
mhm,
like no, fuck you, buddy. I don't care what you want. I care about you too much and sorry. Like because that
yeah
is the exact kind of love that works on Jax because he's kind of a little shit.
yeah
Um and so
like
it's like
yeah they
no, I'm going to keep walking and hug you and not go away when you tell me to. Yeah.
I meant to point out because
Yeah.
Jessica had one other good one to throw in, and this is also why I'm very much like there's three options and two doors. So I think I think that is also very, if not intentional, it's a beautiful part of this whole like structure of the sequence
Yeah, yeah.
because because there's also no door for Kinger, and there is the argument that like everyone already pretty much expects Kinger to go any moment, but there's also the idea Jessica was saying that like girl Jacks could be from a Kinger door in which lost the only other guy in his life basically, um,
Mm.
but uh,
Yeah, maybe. It's hard to say because I think the show is paced actually very well, but there are things we didn't
mhm,
get to see, and one of them is like Kinger and Jax never really had a relationship.
mhm,
Kinger's the forever dad daughter or daughter dad, sorry.
yeah
And like not that he doesn't care about Jax at all, but like that wasn't part of the story, and so I think that might just Yeah, hard to say.
Yeah,
Hard to say.
it's again,
But
it's what I really like about my realization that there kind of are like two doors to look at,
yeah,
because like there's just enough there to like really play around and think
yeah,
about. I always say play around with this stuff, but like just
yeah.
speculate,
I
think
know what
about
you
it.
mean. Yeah.
And I really appreciate how much like it, because there's a very specific way to do this where I feel like I'm being given the room to play around a little bit, as opposed to just I feel like I'm literally missing pieces
Yeah.
that I was supposed to get, etc. Um,
Yeah, so, I love it too. Like it gives a lot of possibility space.
mhm.
Before we skip it though, I do want to go back to the
Yeah.
various doors before the poker room.
Oh,
Uh,
yo, the friggin'
yeah.
again, someone who I was told has a history of doing some horror work.
Mhm.
I always call him I don't have like a nice way to put it. It's just like serial killer Jacks, right? Like fully disengaged. The whole narrative idea of what Jax's eyes are doing being important, where they just like when he's
Yeah.
strangling Pomni and they've
Yeah,
gone
yeah.
almost like
By the way, I need to rewatch it. Who died in that door?
in that door. There's Ragatha. If Ragatha abstracted,
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I was like, it wasn't Pomni, right? Yeah, well, yeah,
yeah.
okay. Good. Actually, that wouldn't make sense because anyway, yeah, okay,
But
Ragatha.
it
Okay,
was
okay.
like
And
such a
then
genuinely like disturbing
God,
visual. Um,
it was, yeah.
and also
Um,
not to focus on Jax, but like the animation for the fact that in most cases people who are super into the show remember like, well, you can't be strangled, right? They made Pomni look like she's straight up dying
yeah.
organic death, and
So
like
I I've seen Goose say enough things that like you really have to see the circus at least before the ending because post series it's kind of they lived happily ever after. It's like the most they lived happily ever after you can do with those sequence of events.
yeah.
But like before that, it's purgatory if not hell. One of my favorite moments in Fast Food Masquerade is when Zubul puts on the spatula arm
Oh
because
yeah.
that just makes fucking sense. You have a spatula piece in your toy box, and then she tries to flip it and she burns herself. Sorry, they burn themselves. Like
Yeah.
because of course they did. That's their flesh.
Yeah.
But there's this moment where they have this like, oh, I'm a fucking idiot because they're understandably mad because like, dude, why do I have a spatula arm?
Well,
But at the same time, Kane could say, why'd you touch the stove, dumbass?
yeah.
So what I love about the circus is it's always the least beneficial combination of things. So whenever you're saying like, well, what would it feel like to do this? Or what would it's like when they get shot, they felt getting shot and they died. When they're getting strangled, they don't need to breathe, but they feel like they're about to die
Yeah.
of strangulation. Uh, it's always because I think in part because that's funny to Goose, but also
Mhm.
it emphasizes how rough it is to
Yeah.
exist in the circus. And so, yeah, that scene, even if you're like, oh, well, actually, the kid, it's like, no, but she feels it.
Yeah, the point
Like,
is I'm strangling my friend. Uh
yeah,
also
because
just a quick thing
yeah,
about the spatula thing. Something I didn't notice actually for a long time until it was much later. Is uh the next time you see Zubul, they are holding a spatula in their spatula hand, which is
yes, I saw that too.
really funny.
Well,
Um
because it's like, it's like I'm not gonna put on another arm. I don't
yeah,
care. Like it's a hand,
it's just like
whatever.
these two
It's just and it's a funny
connected
visual.
spatulas. It's
Yeah,
yeah,
it's
it's
like
good stuff.
that is the perfect visual for the logic of the circus because it's
Yeah.
like, yeah, they have to do the redundant thing because they burn themselves.
But
Um,
also,
yeah,
I in the theater, I think in the theater it hit me the best. In subsequent viewings, it kind of has lessened its impact a bit. I friggin' love the moment of like you are not like the fourth wall break, turn glance, slam the door,
yeah,
because that was
that's pretty good.
that was legit, like just some good horror stuff of like I know you're
Yeah,
in here,
honestly,
like
I haven't broken down in my head most of the death doors. I haven't really deconstructed. I still need to do my proper rewatch with my thread on Blue Sky, but
mhm.
uh, I think there's something. Even though I haven't deconstructed it myself, there is something being said in each of those. One thing I really like that my friend pointed out is Jax is interpreting everyone's reaction. Well, so with each death, there's like a star character. So with Ragatha, it's Pomni. With Zubul's death, it's Gangle, and with Gangle's death, it's Zubul. Um, and each of those characters' reactions, maybe less so Pomni, but especially Zubul and Gangle, Jax is projecting.
Mhm.
Like there are elements of how he would deal or not deal very well with a death that he is projecting onto these other people because he has trouble realizing that other people, like, I don't want to say aren't as broken as him, but like, you know what I mean? Here's a great summation. Ragatha means it, and he can't wrap his head around that.
Mhm.
Ragatha really cares, and yes, maybe it's getting old and it doesn't feel real anymore when she says she cares about him. But as a fawner, as someone who really feels a lot like Ragatha in a lot of moments, it's like she means it, and she's terrified that Jax doesn't believe her, but she means it. And
Mhm.
so he doesn't really understand these like different perspectives, you know?
Yeah,
But
and
I think each door has something to say, and I haven't broken down each one, but it'd be interesting to do that
also
because
something that also
they're very
like
different reactions each time.
it's a realization I had more recently. I should say like it's not like I'm literally just like spending all of my spare time staring at the finale over and over again. It's just that it has been a brain worm and I've been thinking about it a lot.
Yeah,
And
God,
and
so much.
something
Yeah,
something that really I think is important about Jax too. And this goes back to what I was talking about at the start of the stream about how like I always kind of want to say it with as much respect as possible that like sometimes I will refer to kid as like someone who is like still even in their early 20s in the formative years of adulthood, and it's not meant to
yeah,
be like a derogatory to put you beneath me. It's just like in a narrative sense it's a shorthand that I use in a case like this where I would say a really important thing about Jax, and this I'll bring this up again when we get to the some of the friggin' amazing voice work from
yeah.
the
Oh, yeah,
big
yeah,
ribbon scene is um Jax is a very lost and frightened kid.
yeah. Oh, yeah,
And I would especially
yeah,
say
yeah,
kid
yeah.
because this is someone obviously, they're I think the age was like 21 or something.
Like
Um
22, I think.
21,
They don't
22.
say it in the show, but the goose answered a Tumblr ask, and I don't remember all the ages, but like
Yeah,
he's 22 years
like
old.
sort of
Yeah,
turn of the 20s, right?
yeah, yeah,
And then thanks to this episode, we know that he had almost no real ability to have the latter part of a childhood due to what happened with the
yeah.
parents because that was when he was in high school, right? And so a
Well, and
lot
not
of
to mention how much unrecognized dysphoria fucks you up. I mean, that's not textual, but it is there, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
and a lot of the way like even in the way the doors work, right, and even the things that the Jaxes in the doors are doing all really spoke to me a lot harder when I thought about the idea that like all of this is in a lost, scared, messed up kid's head basically.
Yeah,
um
I agree. Or another way to look at it is a freshly minted adult who barely knows his way
Freshly
around.
minted adult's actually a great way to put it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
Because I remember being that way. I remember thinking like, wait, why am I 18? That doesn't make any sense. I mean, that just kept happening because I'm 40 next year. But like
yeah.
I was like, I didn't feel ready, and
It's not
that
a
happens so
switch.
often.
Like
It's
it's age is
not.
not a
That's
switch
just
and
that I remember for like a year plus telling everyone I knew that like, isn't it weird that like it's not a switch? Like I didn't necessarily phrase it exactly like that, but like you'd think a switch was flipped. Like, no, you're just still there. The same person you were when you were 17 and 364 days old.
yeah,
Nothing changes. Uh, and yeah, I agree with that. Like it's him trying to work out. And I think there's also an element of like, if we take the metaphor to its logical conclusion, or even just take it on its own terms as like abstraction is like a corrupted file, like it's whatever's left of Jax trying to process, right? And I don't know that's necessarily even all of Jax, right? But like,
exactly, yeah.
yeah,
Well,
trying to
like
process.
a lot about Jax is like the masks is a short term, right? Like these different not personas, not like literally like oh I have different identities, but like the different
Yeah, yeah,
versions of Jax that are presented as a way of deflecting, a way of like hiding and protecting himself
yeah,
from connection and whatnot. Um, because this touches on we talked a lot I think about this a lot more before recording, but like the whole one of the I'm not going to go super hard into this because like this is in the sort of junkier realm of the stuff I sifted through. But like the when you say, "Dang, I really enjoyed Jax and Jax's story," and someone says, "Oh, so you absolve Jax of all responsibility?" It's like, no, obviously not. But I think that the one place where that actually is still even more interesting is when you think of Jax and or remember that Jax is this um, newly minted adult who did not get to develop properly and who was
yeah,
suffering a lot before taking all of that with him irrevocably into this second digital
yeah,
purgatory. And a lot of like this is all to basically say this enhances the raw dog tragedy so
yeah,
much
yeah,
because when, especially if someone, is again basically like a kid turning adult, it is the next 5 or 6 years that often can really help someone have so many epiphanies. And
Yeah.
Jax specifically is robbed of that, but still gets to take the one of not the but one of the worst versions of childhood baggage into
Yeah.
this purgatory. And it also explains things to me. Not explains, I guess, but like it really fleshes out the way that Jax is presented as like the closest thing to a virus that this circus experiment could suffer, which is a
That's
dis-
interesting because I would argue that Pomni is a
oh,
massive
all,
virus.
she is also a
Yeah,
virus,
yeah,
and I should
yeah.
say,
Not literally, by the way, but yeah,
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 like it's
yeah.
virus. I say virus also just because like it's digital, but like
Computers. Yeah, yeah,
it's
yeah.
these small enclosed friend groups, basically, or not even friend groups, it's just small enclosed forced social groups where I really like the idea that like because there's only ever maybe like six of them tops in there at any given time. It's not like how were they, because I've seen the speculation, how were they able to get along so well before a Jack showed up, and it's like because there was like maybe 10 people to select from before a Jack showed up. There's a lot of people in the world, and it's like it took a Jax, a character, a person who is so underdeveloped but overdeveloped with sorrow and baggage, and how
Mhm.
that like almost infected the group, and that Pomni in the meantime shows up as a very self-assured, aggressive, well-meaning, and I would say empathetic person.
Yeah,
Um,
I agree. Yeah, yeah,
that
yeah.
that the circus just that the circus experiment, as it were, just didn't have. The closest thing they had
Yeah.
was Ragatha, who is wanting to be empathetic, but I think like it was not as
Yeah.
capable of empathy, not through any personal fault, but like through just again circumstance. She came with so much baggage,
Yeah.
right?
I think she has a lot of empathy, but she doesn't know
Like how to,
how to interface with the people she's surrounded with specifically.
yeah,
It's awkward with Pomni because you don't realize until you rewatch it that she's legitimately worried Pomni is going to be Ribbit too. And like Pomni
mm,
even has that moment of like, I'm my own person. And then when you first see it, you're like, yeah, why are they being so weird about it? She's not an object. But then when you
yeah,
watch it again, you're like, okay, but you are your own person. Ragatha swore she would never go into detail about what she's worrying about here, and
oh
she
yeah,
and that is, and I know I'm Ragatha's not a real person, and I am not Ragatha, but I feel a lot of Ragatha. And if I
oh
made
yeah,
that
yeah,
promise, I also would feel very conflicted because you might just say, "Well, who cares about the goddamn promise? Just tell Pomni and like fucking whatever." It's like I know, but she loves it. Like she doesn't want to like further alienate these people. She already messed up so bad with Jack. She's not gonna on top of it be like, oh, and by the way, that promise, like the only promise I've ever made to you,
yeah.
fuck it, because your new fucking squeeze is like might also like commit suicide, and I want to make sure like she doesn't. Uh,
I did love like
yeah,
not to be able to look back on it, but like this is I think this is actually one of the coolest long games they ever did. Is not even specifically Jax's story, but like the
Ragatha's
way,
story,
yeah, well, not even
Ragatha's
like,
perspective. Yeah,
yeah, like the way that the group, um I'm not gonna say malforms, but like the way that the
kind of though.
established, yeah, the like it almost like the group structure deforms itself around Pomni because she is
Yeah,
almost a perfect antidote to its greatest
yeah,
weakness.
yes.
Because she
So
almost enforces connection through very just grounded realism. Like I love
agreed.
it's like episode 2 where they're still doing the like, look, it's the we met the princess, and Pommy's like, I'm 25 years old.
Well, so I noticed that too, all the way to the point where I wasn't going all the way in the deep end of like game theories and like whatever, but like I was like, she is such a nexus point that I'm almost wondering it like, is she able? Not that able's
Oh,
not real, right? But
yeah,
like,
yeah,
or is she like the other AI? Because like she got on the, and granted, the first episode she's panicking and stuff, but it's notable that she's like, no, there's an exit door. Screw you guys. Like I'm just gonna go for the fucking exit. I don't
yeah,
care. Like I'm gonna leave. She's already not respecting the quote unquote rules.
yeah,
Um, and she's so good. The two moments that I really love with Pomni that describe her character so well is the argument with Jackson. They all get guns, and I could break down that scene for hours. I love that. because it's about not about what's being said. She sees past what he's being said. She knows what he means. She just doesn't know why. And so that's a really interesting and juicy scene to break through or break
Mhm.
down. But oh, there's a super chat.
Oh, dang. Also, good night, Jessica. Jessica's
Oh, good
heading
night.
for the Zeds.
Yeah.
A tribute on Blue White. Thank you so much for the super chat. This says Ragatha, in my opinion, always feels like everyone's responsibility, probably due to high expectations from other in the real world. Yeah, that's the personality
I
type
wonder if,
that. Oh,
I wonder if this person means that Ragatha feels that everyone else is her responsibility, because I think it's
that's how I
that
took it. Yeah.
direction. But okay, yeah, I agree. Uh, yeah. Sorry, you wanted to say anything
Oh,
about that?
also,
Sorry, because
yeah, good night, Queen Stodge, and yeah, good night to, I guess, the
okay,
UK
yeah,
folks.
yeah. Oh my God, yeah. So at
I mean, that's
4
me.
a.m. Yeah, it's like 4
I'm
a.m.
always
there.
I'm an evening Eastern streamer most of the time, so
Yeah,
I
yeah.
when
Well,
I
I'm a
see
night
people from
owl,
the
so
UK, I'm like, hey, I hope it's I mean, I know it's hot over there, so but I hope it's going as
I'm
best it can.
gonna see a lot more of them. By the way, if anyone watching is gonna be at TFN in Birmingham this year, I'm gonna be there. So say hi.
Yeah.
Um,
Um.
Real quick, I want to finish.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
The other scene I really like with Pomni that it was another notch in the like, I love this girl so much. That scene where they're trying to distract Kane, and everyone agrees that like stroking his ego is probably a great idea,
Oh,
especially Ragatha, because that like comes naturally to her.
yeah.
And then they're losing him, and Pomni just comes in with, "We think your ideas suck. You're the
Yeah.
worst," and it works because that is what Kane needed to be distracted. He needs his worst fears to be realized.
Yeah.
Granted, it does backfire for a time, but like that is such an encapsulation of that is what the circus needed, is someone who, for whatever reason, was just willing to say, I don't know what y'all are doing, but I'm going to do this
Hmm.
because that makes sense to me. And that kind of saved everyone. It almost
Yeah.
fucked everything up, but it saved everyone too. You know, I
There's a
love
great
that.
allegory to actual social not social circles in on the whole, but like the thing that I have seen in social circles, or even just like created social circles, like the rules you're supposed to follow in these places. Like an easy example, because we're right here, YouTube, right? Oh, you're supposed to, when you stream, you're supposed to do this. When you refer to other creators, you're supposed to, you're not supposed to alienate some viewers by saying this and this, and not in the like, you know, the shitty politics way, but like even
Yeah, yeah.
in just the way one says, you know, talks about hobby objects or whatnot. And like this is I'm gonna pat myself on the back. I've always felt like someone who sees these kind of rule sets and aggressively wants to oppose them through my actions if I feel that they are arbitrary and silly, and if not causing like more trouble than any kind of gain that they're providing. And that is where I find a little bit of like when I see characters and I want to connect with them a little bit as a viewer. Like that's one of the things I really enjoy about Pomni, is that she feels like, yeah, I'd be doing the same thing if I walked into some place and they're like, we're doing an adventure every day, and also we've got 3 or 4 completely traumatized people you're living with, and none of them will talk about shit. And also, if they sit by themselves for too long, they'll explode into pixels.
They
And
might.
like,
Yeah.
and I would be
Yeah.
like, well, okay, number one, adventure what, and number 2, maybe we should try talking about things like it's something that I bring to like projects I work on, where I have a very, thanks to my mom, I have a project manager mindset about like creative work, which is that we do need to figure out milestones, deliverables, and what task umbrellas each person is under for the sake of actually like getting anything done. And if it's a lot of like, we're gonna just sit here and we're gonna idly um uh brainstorm, or we're gonna just like, we're gonna cognitate on how great it'll be when we finish, right? I'm down for that. But then if that's like a week of that, I will end up start going like, okay, so who's doing what? And
Yeah.
or if we're doing like a panel, like because I like doing panels, I often will offer, if I'm on a group panel, like, would you like me to come up with an agenda and kind of like soft moderate the panel for the sake of making sure that we roll and that we're having fun and that we are not running into the, oh no, we have 50 minutes and it's minute 45 moment that can happen otherwise. And
I'm
so
kind
yeah.
of the same way. I don't like being in charge, but I have a lot of memories in high school when they go break up in groups for projects, of being the only bitch there, being like, okay, well, we have to do something.
Yeah.
like we can't do literally, I don't want to be, God, I don't want to be in charge, but we can't do literally nothing.
Yeah.
So what's your idea? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, sometimes I've found myself in that situation, but yeah.
Yeah.
Um, yeah.
Tributron White, thank you. You don't have to super chat everything. I do appreciate it, obviously, but like I do. saying, I also
You should
wonder if
read it for me.
Pomni
Yeah.
played a lot of VR in the real world, hence why she's able to adapt so well in the circus. I uh,
Maybe.
I,
Yeah.
I thought I thought about that because she is the one who's probably the most close to 2017 technology.
Yeah.
But also there's an element of it. I think it was mentioned about Tribute. You even said it. I promise I am glancing at the chat. I'm just like there's a bit of a delay because it's primarily talking.
But
We're talking to
also,
each other.
if you have the money, give your monies to the wonderful evangelists. So
Oh,
there.
I mean, yeah. As long as you don't feel like you gotta do it to be seen.
Yeah.
Like
You
I,
don't.
but yeah, like being able to adapt well to new realities, and Wave Time Reverse also mentioning, and this is almost like slightly separate tangent, but that in the torture sequence, Kane
Oh
has very
God.
little to work with Pomni. It's just like, well, you like the
That's something I
crocodile.
noticed too.
Like I
And
think
I
you
think
like the
part
crocodile.
the less interesting explanation is he just hasn't known her for as long. But I think the more interesting note that when he's on the dinner date with Jax, he's like, "What kind of adventures could I do to entice the Zooble and the Pomni?" Those are
Hmm.
two puzzle boxes. They're the newest entries to the circus, so he knows them the least. But they're puzzle boxes for him because you get the impression they're the first two circus denizens that uh, like really viscerally dislike any of his adventures. I think that
Yeah,
probably happened in the past, but like because it's obviously it must have. But I think people just kept it themselves and they're just like,
yeah.
but it's like Zubul and Pomni are both very
Oh,
opinionated.
yeah, and Zubul is the other character who like is seemingly one of the first people in there who will just say like, no, I don't got patience for your shit. I'm gonna just tell you I don't. Um,
Yeah,
which is
gonna go run and hide. Yeah.
yeah, or like with the adventures, it's just like, well, if there's nothing else for me to do, I'm just going to not be here. When
Honestly, I just had a eureka moment because for a while I've been thinking like I like Zubul and what they represent in the show and who they are, but like narratively, what's the point there? Where it's like because Pomni is the hero and changes everything, and it all pivots on her, and like
Mhm,
Jax is a bit of that too, as you pointed out. But where's Zubul in all this? And I think if there's a point to Zubul narratively, I think it's to point out that like if you were put in this situation, it wouldn't be enough to just say I'm not doing this.
mhm.
Like that's not you can't just go and hide. That's not going to change anything. Plus, I mean, Kane can just poof you into the adventure anyway. But it's not enough to run. You have to confront. And
Mhm.
like Zubul does a little bit of that, but not to the extent that Pomni is willing to do very on a short notice.
Oh yeah, and I think part
And
of
so it's like a
Zubal's
contrast with Pomni with like what was needed for the group dynamic.
yeah. Well, and I think part of Zubal's character that is, part of the character design, part of the implied, what baggage Zubal had is like, uh, not your average version of avoidance, but like a very like broad version of avoidance of like, I don't know what I want my body to be. I don't know what I want my vocation to be. I don't know what mark I want to leave on the world. If you actually freeze frame and read the newspaper article about the triangle bar, uh, uh,
I still need to do that. Good
so
point. Yeah,
so
yeah,
Riley's main drink is called the Experiment. There are at least 40 versions of it because it changes every single
oh,
time someone orders it because they still haven't settled
yeah,
on what version of it is right. And so
yeah,
if there was something that you could put under the box of like, oh, if it would have been neat if this had its own episode. Um, there is an element of Zubul that like what Zubul brought in that was what held them back a little bit, that had them more passive when it comes down to it, is this sort of just general indecision. I don't know
yeah,
who I am. I don't know what I look like. I don't know what I want to do. And then when faced with adversity, I don't know how to solve it. So I'm just gonna disengage. I'm not here. I'm
yeah.
out of here. But I think it's really interesting also how the thing that broke that down was meeting someone who needed the slap across the face almost in the form of Jax, and that one of the first I don't know for sure it's one of the first, but like one of the most definite decisions that Zubul did make early on was I don't put up with this bunny's shit. Um, I don't
It
have a
was
reason
relatively.
to.
It's about halfway through the series, yeah. Because I've been doing a recent rewatch, and yeah, like
Mhm,
the moment where I think it's is it they all get guns? I think it is because yeah, because I think it's that one because Jax was about to team up with Gangle just to torture her. Like that's clearly what's going to happen. And
mhm,
Zubul swoops in, and they're not taking any of his shit. They're just like, nah, go away, bunny boy. Like this
yeah,
is the new rule. And part of that is they're falling for Gangle. So like the reason why that didn't happen sooner is because the relationship's developing. But
Hmm.
also part of it is like they are realizing that like Jax is kind of all bark and no bite. And then you could also argue that maybe they suspect some gender stuff, especially at that point, because that would have been after the softball game,
Yeah.
because Jax doesn't react normally. Well, normally to the maid dress thing. And originally, I really thought it was Zubul that called the vote, but someone rightfully pointed out that like anyone who calls a vote doesn't show up in the vote box because it's assumed that you wouldn't have called it if you're going to vote no.
Hmm.
So it was definitely Gangle that called that vote. But either one is an interesting answer. And yeah,
Hmm.
didn't have anywhere I was going with that. But yeah, like
Oh yeah,
Zubul, they're all interesting characters. Yeah,
yeah. It also it falls under like the it's part. It doesn't fall. It's part of the general ambiance, right? Of like, yo, when you find out what Jax's baggage actually is, a whole lot of stuff has a lot more
all
perspectives
falls into
attached to
place.
it.
Yeah.
And so yeah, like getting to
Let's.
the
Oh, yeah.
door, right? You
Yes,
go
let's go back to
into
the show. Yeah.
you go into over 5 seconds of dead silence. And what was amazing to me about my theater crowd is like by the time we got there, people had locked in, and like I thought like I felt really
You mean the
lucky.
choking scene specifically, or?
It was when they went into the when Pomni goes into the last door, like the locked door, with the key, like
Oh,
right
okay. Yeah,
before
yeah, yeah.
the POV sequence. People were kind of just like dead quiet.
Yeah.
And I thought it was really affecting to be able to see this in a theater with a non-zero number of people who are
Yeah.
all just existing in silence. And there's nothing against anyone who's, I'm not going to be like how I'm going to throw a brick at you if you choke or something or cough during this, but it was really an elevating part of my theater experience that as the POV sequence went on, people were just like, you got the general sensation of like, oh my god, like as you
Yeah.
realize like what you're learning.
It's why I love movie theaters, because it's a shared experience. And I am a real bitch when it comes to someone talking. If I can hear, like, there's not time to chatter. I'm sorry.
Hmm.
But it, like, laughing, coughing, sneezing, like these more involuntary things, that's fine. But no conversations, please, because I had to do that. There were a couple guys. Um, I only got their voices right, but they could have been early 20s, they could have been high schoolers, but like they were
Hmm.
chatterboxes and I shushed them a lot. And what I love about that, by the way, side note, what I love about that social interaction is you have two choices: shut the fuck up or escalate. Nobody ever wants to escalate. Well, like, and if you do, by the way, I have a solution to that. I get up and I go get the manager. They're going to give me comp tickets because that's happened before.
Hmm.
So good
But
luck.
I when I
Most people just
mentioned
shut up.
I was seeing in theaters, I had a couple friends who were joking like, "Oh, you're paying a ticket to babysit, right?" Um,
And so, yeah,
and
there was a little bit of that. I have a horror story when it comes to the ribbon scene. Not a
so
horror story, but yeah, yeah.
I was very fortunate, but also I told my friends, I was like, "Here's the thing. When I went to see, there's a Chinese movie called Hero, from the 2000s.
I
Very
think I remember that. I didn't see it, but I think I remember it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a very beautiful movie. And when I went to see it, there was a guy directly behind me during the opening trailers. He was just knocking back tall boys of beer. When a commercial for Xbox Halo came up, he screamed, "They're making a movie!" And then throughout Hero, occasionally there'd be a belch behind me, followed by a gust of wind against the back of my
Oh
head, and then
no,
the
no,
stench of beer
no.
with human throat. And then during one
Oh,
of the most quiet, emotional scenes, the noise I heard behind me was specifically followed by
oh
a
no.
loud, wide, wet splatter on the floor directly behind me. So when people are like, "Are you gonna be able to deal with like watching a cartoon with a bunch of its Tumblr fans?" I'm like, as long as none of them belch into the back of my head and then physically vomit on the floor behind me, I've had worse. Uh,
That is incredible. I hate to do another tangent, but really quick, I worked at a movie theater for about a year in 2007. Uh, it's why the end of the Transformers movie with that specific Linkin Park song is burned into my brain for the rest of my life, because I saw that over and over and over and over again. Anyway, but I worked at a theater, and the weirdest thing that ever happened was two parents and their kid. Um, I don't even remember what gender the kid was. It doesn't matter, but like the kid, right? Comes out of the theater. The kid is drenched, like comically drenched in black liquid.
Oh,
Okay.
the Icker. Okay.
So here's what happened. They wanted to let us know that there's someone with chewing tobacco in the theater.
Oh my God. What? Just spitting on the kid? Just.
Yes. So here's the weirdest part. We immediately start going, oh my God, are you like, because are we gonna get sued? Like, holy shit. The parents, all three of them were affable and mostly thought it was funny. They were just letting us know that someone probably shouldn't be chewing tobacco in the
What did the kid? Okay,
what? Like they thought it was
I don't know
funny,
if you
and the
know,
kid
but like,
too.
did the kid fall in it, or was the kid just getting actively
don't know.
spat on for the entire
So
movie?
this came up to me when I was tearing tickets at the entrance. So I don't know what happened in there. They just came up to the management, and like internally, I'm like, I'm glad they weren't like flying off the handle because they'd have every right to. But what? Anyway, that's my strangest theater experience.
You see, so people come after Gooseworks going like, you didn't tell me, you don't have enough of a developed narrative for me to feel satisfied. I don't understand how the kid got covered head to toe in the mouth Icker. And I'm like,
I mean, I don't know if it's head to toe, but like it was so much that I was like, I don't know how chewing tobacco works, but it can't be that much like black spit.
It's not. I look it up.
So much.
I look it up sometimes to try to figure out how it works because I forget. And it's you hold a pocket of it in your cheek like this, and you chew it, and then you develop saliva that you spit out. But to fill even like a small nondescript soda bottle would take you days, I believe.
Well, maybe they were spitting a soda bottle and then were an asshole about it because it was a lot. But anyway, sorry about the tangent. I just
So, question for the chat: would it be worse to just spit on a kid over and over again for a whole movie,
fresh spit
or to take
spit?
to take your backwash demon snot bottle and then go like, "Yo, kid, this is gonna be really funny," and then dump it on their head and then leave.
Absolutely.
And then
God, yeah.
What does the kid look like in the digital circus when they remember their family just laughing at them when they were covered in someone's saliva?
God, yeah. Okay. Let's get back to the movie though.
Yeah. So anyway, about 5 seconds of pure darkness, which reminds me a lot of the saliva of a chewing tobacco connoisseur. But you get that moment. I can't think of a single audience that would not have at least had the eyes wide open moment, right? When you are greeted with that live action footage that I think some people maybe were thinking like, oh, I'm sure I'm not going to see that again, and you just get to see it.
Yeah.
I loved.
There was a palpable. I don't know if there was a gasp in the theater, but I think I gasped because I was like, "Oh fuck!"
The sleeping scene. Someone dug up a tweet from I think a year ago of Gooseworks, going, "Is this a picture from that POV?" Going, it was something like, it's just like a quip, right? But it's basically like whenever she had gone to film that scene, she took a picture and just put it on Twitter, no context, just like a funny quip of like sleeping in the alley tonight, and someone dug it up from like it was I think a year ago when that was taken.
What a little gremlin. I love her.
Yeah.
Real quick, I want to rewind on the episode just a little bit, not fully.
Oh yeah.
Just to reiterate, like the escalation that I was feeling in the theater, right? Because first the chain door, and I'm like, are they what? Then again, so we saw the maid dress already, and then a second time, and then it's like, oh, because it's funny.
Oh, friggin' yeah,
it's
like
funny, and
2000s incel, 4chan incel, very specific tone. Because I wasn't one of I wasn't like, obviously I'm cis, right? So I didn't go through that specific life experience. But when I was doing YouTube in the late 2000s, I was spending a non-zero amount of time on the toy board on 4chan, and I might
have heard of you through Toy or Co, one or the other.
I think the last time I tried to backtrack how we know each other, the closest I came was like, I think it was like a folks I knew from Toy.
This is oh boy, I don't know if I should admit this. My trip name was Black Arachnia's Giant Robot Tits. That was me.
Yes, I remember that name because because the way that my brain works is I saw that name and I was like, oh, Baggerts. Okay, yeah, that's
yep.
I whenever I see long names, I
try to call me Tits, and I was like, don't call me that.
But no, I've known folks from around that kind of like, that sort of
Yeah,
personality
yeah,
type from that era
yeah.
in the 2000s. And that's absolutely someone who is like ridiculously closeted, who is wearing a maid outfit and goes like, women. Or, the another one of my favorite quotes from the finale, partly because of the delivery. Someone says something cut in, reality's gay. And I'm like,
Thank you for bringing that up because I almost forgot. Because that's
yeah.
the scene that it happens in. I just love that line. When I posted my one art piece of Jax because it was so inspiring that even me, who barely ever makes art, needed to get this out of me. Um, I considered doing "Isn't she lovely" as the text in the post, but I was like, yeah, but everyone's doing it. And then I had the thought of like reality is gay, and I was like, I really like that line
Hmm.
because there's so much to it. It is he's trying to deflect and sound cool. He's being very insulting and low-key homophobic. Also, he probably drops the F slur. I'm pretty sure that's what he
Yeah.
calls one of them.
Uh,
Um,
yeah, for,
and
for, for folks in the chat, don't type it, but I think a lot of people clocked it. I've in fact not actually, I'll do this tangent afterwards, but yeah, go ahead. There's a tangent to
Real
jump to
quick,
when you
yeah,
have a
yeah,
moment. Yeah.
I do want to hear that, but yeah, I just really love the line "reality's gay." And someone shared with me they were at a Pride event today where someone had a sign with Jack's face on it that said "reality's gay and so am I." And I was like, oh, it entered the zeitgeist. It entered the zeitgeist, or I think it was "reality's gay and I'm even gayer." I think is what it was.
Yeah.
And I saved that picture. I was like, yeah, it's a zeitgeist. Again, like when you earlier said there was so much juice, I'm like, yeah, there's so many lines because like "Isn't she lovely" is beautiful, and that's going to be like the one that everyone keeps talking about. It's
Hmm.
a music lyric, but still. But yeah, reality's gay. I don't have much to say about it right now, but anyway,
Well, like
I
like
want to
low
hear what you
key,
have to say.
like one of my deeper, more guilty versions of humor that comes from me and a friend when we used to make like short video stuff is like when I was more naive and younger and thought that the world had solved homophobia, that kind of thing. When you meet the people who grew up with the right kind
Listen,
of upbringing, right?
I was there too because I didn't know I was gay.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But there was a period where like I found great ironic humor in the idea of an absolute like troglodyte just pointing at things and just saying gay, and I was like, that's really funny because
Yeah,
it's so stupid. And
it's yeah.
I had like a full circle moment when with the reality's gay thing where I'm like, that's actually really hitting that old funny bone of mine because like I'm getting the subtext. I'm starting to coalesce the subtext, and I'm
Yeah.
understanding what part of Jax this is, and like there is what a perfect line to give,
Yes.
incel
The maid
Jax.
outfit. Yeah. Like it's one of there's kind of two realities that the this is probably not the greatest way to describe this, but the show kind of operates on two realities. And I'm reminded of also the chicken fetus in an egg line from an earlier episode, where it's like, it's not like Jax is conscious, certainly not consciously, but I would argue not even necessarily unconsciously sharing a part of his soul. It might be unconsciously, but I think more so it's Goose and the creatives
Hmm.
explaining something and kind of doing it over Jax's head a little bit to tease him, but also as a clue. So
Hmm.
reality is gay. It's not literally Jax admitting something about himself or letting something slip, but from a narrative perspective, you're meant to like be like, oh, well, yeah, is your reality gay? I think it might be, buddy. I think that's yeah. I think you are more right than you realize.
There's a version of
uh,
the bar scene from the multi adventure the suggestion box episode, Zubal's bit of like, what do you actually mean by that thing you just said, right? Like there's a version where an inseller Jax just drops something like reality's gay, and then Zubal's just like, explain. And you'd have, I think like if you were to put in this this hypothetical situation in this narrative, it feels like a thing that you could bounce off that scene as like, imagine if he said that and there was someone there to go like, I'm sorry, explain. And can you imagine the sputtering
uh, It depends. I think if Pomni did it, he would be on his back foot. But with Zubul, he had a bit of a repertoire as far as like how to parry her or
mhm,
them. But not entirely because they started figuring him out as well. That's the
mhm,
interesting thing about Zubul is like they're not like the hero insofar as there is one. They're not the protagonist. That's Pomni. But I
mhm.
think that like they you know oh god, another tangent. Sorry, not too much of one though. So they are mind files that are come from real brains,
Hmm.
but there's an interesting element of like, especially because Kane had to complete the files to make them people.
Hmm.
Um, they are more like him in some ways than they are the people they thought they were, right?
Hmm.
Because they are artificial and they're, you know, the ones and zeros and everything. Um, and so it could almost be said in a metaphorical kind of way that each new member is a new like puzzle or test or version of the circus, and
Hmm.
like Zubul was like almost there to like completing the picture and making it maybe not heaven but tolerable,
Yeah.
and they weren't quite the answer, and then Pomni is like, oh no, this is the one, this is the update that they're actually going to figure it out. Who's
Hmm.
they? No one. Just the sense of the computer. I don't know. I
Yeah.
don't know if that makes any sense, but yeah.
Also, Wayside mentioning the actual reprise. And I think that this also would have been a great reply to even the situation. Is you have a Jack saying like, "I'm just having fun. I forgot you hate fun." Uh,
Yeah,
that's like that
bring
is
it back
also
a third time. Yeah.
that is a immature 2000s 4chan like kind of thing to say. Like I remember I always talk about this off and on, but like I was very much more dialed in with like edgelordy nonsense back at the late 2000s, and like that's why I
Same.
often
Yeah.
I often recognize like where some of that comes from when I hear it, where I'm like, I remember when I would have been way into that kind of thing, or I would have had that guy's back or something. And
Yeah.
I remember what it was like to immaturely think, I know there's no harm behind this. Why can't these other people see there's no
Yeah.
harm behind this? Um, and that's also this I guess a bit of a tangent, but it's like that's why when I first saw the phrase incel jacks, I was like, nope, I get it. Yeah, yep.
Yep. So Goose is a little bit younger than both of us, I believe. But
Mhm.
she has said that. So I'm inferring a bit because the way she phrased it in the thing that I saw, technically she didn't bring up the name Jax, but she said this is a very personal story.
Mhm.
And previously in a Tumblr ask, she said the one she relates to most. She was asked which character she relates to most, and she said this is gonna sound fucked up, but Jax.
Yeah, I remember. I
Because
remember
at the
reading that.
time, yeah,
Yeah.
and uh, and so I think that like it would have been different because it would have been a very different internet. Because I think you and me are similar age. I think you're like a year or two older, but
Yeah. Yeah.
her internet would have been very different. But she was in those circles, or what was that version of the circles? I'm not to say it was like full on alt right shit or anything like that, but
Yeah.
she was struggling in that way.
And
Um,
Sideswipe Prime actually was, as we were saying, this was typing like, I feel like it said, quote, I feel like Goose was probably on 4chan in those days, given how genuine all this
oh
sounds like
yeah,
it feels. And it's like, yeah, I got that same vibe, even just from Goose's, like, again, I mentioned this before, but I really liked Goose's attitude towards the audience, even when it was much
yes,
warmer early on, being like, sometimes I just lie for fun. Like, I'll
yeah.
answer your questions, and sometimes I'm telling the truth, but if it's funny, I might just make something up. Because, like, I really like that
I
outlook
love
because
that.
it's like, what does it
I
matter,
love so
right?
much. Well, what I love about it, I love there's so many things I love about it. I mean, it makes her seem cool. I like not to be like too rudimentary, but like that.
Yeah.
But I also love that like it's a crash course. It's the people who need to hear this most are gonna hopefully learn this. It's like there's a there's a very practical and pragmatic reason why Death of the Author was invented.
Hmm.
It's because you'll get authors who say it doesn't mean anything. Fuck you. You'll get authors who say something wildly like that. That isn't even. How do you even square that circle? I think they made it up after the fact. And then you'll get like little shit gremlins who say, maybe I'm lying to you.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Uh,
And the only way to square that is to say like, well, I don't need to know if you are being serious. You could be, and I'm going to like take that on its own terms. But technically, I don't need that from you. That's
yeah.
just an interesting sort of
I've
thing with art. I like that.
I've actually been really happy to see that Goose has been on this like 1.5 day long Tumblr Q&A Blue Sky. Like I'm gonna answer some questions for a couple days streak, because it feels like it's coming from a very like, this is for Goose. This is satisfying
Yeah.
her, and that's what I
There's no
feel.
obligation.
Yeah,
So yeah,
and I think that when she had like the really bad version of this, it was that there was still this sensation of like, I gotta not ruin the thing that's ongoing, etc. This is I
Yeah.
will absolutely say this is like treading into parasocial areas of like applying,
Same, and I'm trying not
I'm
to. I don't mean to use
theorizing
the
what a
word too
real
much,
person is
but
thinking,
yeah,
but
yeah, yeah.
I did really, as someone who likes the idea, like there's a couple very specific couple YouTubers whose attitudes towards other similar things I quite like, because I feel that it's not common enough in some of these peer fields, but like I really appreciate if it is true as it looks that Goose has come away from the finale feeling not like refreshed, but just feeling the sense of like I can fuck with them a little bit. I can. I'm
Oh yeah.
gonna, and
Oh yeah.
it's and a lot of it, like one of the answers was literally someone literally asking, "Is all this canon?" And Goose is like, "I like to call it fluff," and I'm like, "What a perfect answer!" Yeah, just listen. The creator is feeling up for answering some questions in ways that you can probably apply as like that seems like that fits without having to worry too much. And what a gift.
Yeah, but emphasizing what a gift, by the way, something just occurred to me. Uh, in other indie cartoon spaces, Vivian Madrano, who does the Helliverse, right?
Mhm.
She's very online and does talk with fans occasionally, but it's not really a formalized. And she goes on Q&As and stuff, but it's not really a formalized thing like a Tumblr Ask Box, right?
Mhm.
Um, and the fact that Goose is the one who was like, is there a word that's softer than traumatized? Like didn't
Oh,
like much
had
of the experience.
yeah, just
Yeah,
had a bad run with it, kind of thing.
yeah.
Like,
At
yeah.
least for a time, the fact that that creator is the one that has like a formalized, at least occasionally, ask me anything and I'll answer.
Hmm.
Like that really is a gift. I hope some of those fans are aware of like none of this has to be. You could be piecing together like 50 dozen different interviews from a decade ago, and
Hmm.
like with Helliverse, it's fun and funny, but also kind of frustrating. Where I'm like, I know this is true about the lore. No, I can't cite my source because it was said by Viv at some point. I don't know. And the only way it works, by the way, is all the other fans are like, "Yeah, no, I heard that too. I don't know. I don't remember where I saw it either, but
Yeah,
she said it."
yeah.
So the
And
formalized gift, it's kind of ironic and astounding.
it
But
gives me
yeah,
a lot of hope for like the this is a very brief tangent, but like it's vaguely
yeah, yeah.
relevant. That my I only have two
And then right
actual
after it, we're gonna go right back to the show. But
That's
yes,
right. I have
yeah.
exactly two selfish asks for Digital Circus. Number one, the rest of the soundtracks, because I did not realize how many episodes have not had their soundtracks come out.
I looked it
Uh,
up last night. They stopped at 4. I hope they do a big one because
yeah.
I'm realizing some of the music I quite like. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, especially in the finale. And then number
Oh yeah.
two,
Yes, yes, yes.
I think we were talking about this on Blue Sky at one point, but like I do hope that, and now I feel a lot more hopeful about it in the long run. That well, I mean, number one, I hope there's a disc release. I think Glitch is the kind of company that would do a disc release, but I would
Yeah, it's unprecedented, but I think they would. Yeah, I agree.
yeah.
Yeah.
And I really hope that among I would like lots of extras in a disc release, obviously, but like I would love a Gooseworks commentary track, and I would
Same.
love it even more if the stipulation is that she gets to like be
Yeah.
a little gremlin about it, and like
Oh
that
my God. Yeah.
the commentary might just have her just like saying whatever seems like funny at the time. I would love to hear Gooseworks talking over the finished work however
Yes.
she wants to.
Yes.
um
Literally, however, I agree.
yeah, and
It would
on
be
her
such a
own
gift.
volition. Like I want
Yeah.
the just whatever, because she's a very, I think, a somewhat unique, creator in the space right now.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
And I think it would be really cool just to get like whatever version of a commentary she wants to do. I
Yeah.
would love to hear it. I think it would be fascinating. um
Uh, yeah. I want to draw a comparison to something else, but I'm realizing it's not important. So unless you saw something in the chat, we should go back to the show.
oh yeah, we can jump back to the show.
Yeah, yeah,
Because yeah, we're getting into the like the big Jack stuff, right?
yeah, yeah.
uh
The flat the so exactly. So it was. I'm trying to remember how the flashback
it
started.
was very actually really
Was it
interesting
the
how
mirror scene?
specifically chronological it is, because it's like
Yes, I noticed that. So the scene where um he is looking in the mirror and he's holding the bowling ball and he's like, "You don't look so good, buddy,"
oh, I
as we're gonna
love
break
that.
up. Yeah,
Yeah.
me too. And I when I first saw it, or the second time I saw it, I noticed the bowling ball and I was like, "Okay, I remember the bowling ball, but from what scene?" And I looked it up. It was in Kaufmo's room, and then I was like, "Oh no, shit!" Because if you look at the edit right before that, they see the POV of him opening Kaufmo's door.
Yeah.
So that is him trying to bury those feelings.
And it was so that specific part was so cool because it's like it fills in one of the only major, like, not even plot holes. It's just a general sort of like divot in the floor from the pilot, which is that, and by the admission of everyone involved, right? Jax comes off a little different in the pilot because they were still settling things, they were still figuring stuff out, and Jax's
Well, and
VA,
his voice actor wasn't told any of this shit until basically the end, by the way.
yeah.
So credit to
And
him. But
the
yeah.
the pilot, I think, was one of the specific ones where the VA was like, I would have I would have been doing a different voice in the pilot than the one you're hearing, in a way that you can hear me
Oh,
changing the voice as the show goes on. Because
okay.
in the
Yeah.
pilot, Jax is very specifically not just like lackadaisical. He straight up is like slurring words together. He's like really, like, he's just talking kind of like this the whole time.
Oh yeah, yeah. A little bit
Um,
easy going. Yeah, yeah,
and
yeah.
and
Okay.
what I liked about the POV sequence, and I feel some of this, I mean, because the pilot was the very first thing made. I feel like the POV sequence at one point post Ribbit's departure is built around shoring up the pilot a little bit more. And it's kind of
A little
like
bit. Yeah.
when we get to the pilot, Jax is coming right off of getting probably settling really comfortably into pummeling Gangle, probably just starting to deal with the appearance of Zubul, and it's almost like and this is all, actually I should say this is also like sort of built around the Looney Tunes Jax from the Doors, where it's
Yeah.
like, so the that slightly different performance could also be, that's just where Jax was at. That was Jax trying to figure out, like, what's my persona going to be to deal with the current set of circumstances, and maybe I'll
Yeah.
be even more of a laid back Bugs Bunny type. And then obviously it
Yeah.
all falls apart the moment he opens that door and friggin', oh,
Yeah. Yeah.
I accidentally might have killed another one of my friends. Oops. uh
Well, and what I really like about that flashback too is it emphasizes. So I had to go back and watch like what was actually being discussed because he says at the start
oh,
of that
Holyo
clip,
mentions this,
POV,
yeah,
he says, "You never know until it happens," or something
until
like
it's
that.
too late.
Not till it's too late.
Yeah.
And I was like, "Was he talking about Kaufmo?" You go back, no, he's talking about the goddamn centipedes. He like he
Yeah.
may or may not have left in Ragatha's room, but I love that they edited it that way because there, if you in case you missed it, because I certainly did, it was an emphasis of like. Again, this is that extra layer where it's not like Jax has like any sort of extra. Well, he does break the fourth wall, so he does kind of have an extra layer of knowledge, kind of, but not, but
Mhm.
not from a narrative, like textual, like the goose talking to you directly. That edit re-emphasizes that there's a little bit of wordplay going on, which I think is really cool.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
But yeah, obviously, like before that, the lore that this drops, which again, I think this got lost a little bit in the more cartoony versions of, like, this didn't even answer any questions. Like, you get to see what is it that happened to Jax in the circus, but also who was Jax's circle of friends? Like, what
yeah,
went down? You very clearly find out that
yes,
Jax was accepted by especially and specifically two pals who
yes,
have a habit of going to a cafe every weekend. Um,
yeah,
gets added
and it
to a
ties
social
in so
group, and
much. Yeah,
and gets
I,
like accepted. They're
yeah,
joking. They're trying to get Jax to laugh. They get Jax to laugh. It's and
it's
what
so
it,
good.
like on repeat viewings from my React dives. One of the most beautiful parts of that sequence is, even though I know what happens, no matter how many times I watch that sequence, there's an inherent hopeful beauty to everything that's going
Yes,
on. Um,
agreed.
that, like, even though you know how badly this goes, it's really hard to remember that when you're seeing like just this really organic, joyful, like, natural connection of humans happening.
Yeah, it's really beautiful, and it makes the tragedy, like her sting, so much worse. I'm glad we
Mhm.
circled back to this because chronologically we skipped over all
Yeah.
of Ribbit. Um, uh,
Also, some
but
frog,
yeah,
like, I don't know, like, disappears in between.
something
But
going on with
it's
some frog or
yeah.
something. Yeah, yeah. So I don't know if I have much to say up until the bedroom scene,
Mhm.
but boy, I love anytime a movie, and I also love that I get to think of this as a movie, even though like I took off half a star on my letterbox because I was like, this is technically not a complete story. I would give it the full 5 if it was the.
Mhm.
But anyway, but I love that I got to experience the movie, and I love anytime a movie like has such a moment where I'm like, I'm gonna be telling the story for like the rest of my life, because again, back to the like escalating, like, are they gonna do it? I think because I think they're gonna do it, but these are still all these little things that like cis people and maybe even some trans people could deny, maybe, right? And so he's recounting the story, and I noticed the first time he says, "I told her something I regret," and I'm like, "What did you tell her?" The fact that
Oh,
you're not saying it, and the fact that she mocked you and then hugged you. That is the weird something personal you shared. She mocked you and then hugged you.
mhm,
That doesn't make it the only thing is like, mom, I think I'm gay. Mom, I think I'm trans. Like that first reaction of mockery is bad, but it makes sense because transphobia is a thing. But
mhm,
then you can play it. It plays in your mind where like, yeah, she went to that obvious bigotry that she grew up with because we all grew up in this society. And then probably after not very long, and from Jackson's perspective, it was probably like he even says, like it felt like it took forever because time was slowing down because he's having a panic attack. But she probably
mhm.
very quickly realized, oh, okay, he's serious, and I probably, first of all, maybe she thought it was a joke, and that might have been that. But if she thought it was serious and she was like pulling on bigotry and drawing from that, she had that moment of like, okay, this is not okay. Wasn't sure how to react, but now that I'm thinking about it for more than 10 seconds, I'm supposed to hug my kid. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like that is supposed to be, maybe I'm not the best mom ever, but I'm trying. And that, and so even that moment, I heard, much like Pomni, I wasn't so much listening to what the words Jack was saying. I was listening to like the shape of his story. And I was like, I know what you're saying.
mhm,
I'm pretty sure they're going to do the thing. And then the fucking bow happens. And my jokingly calling it horror story is I was sobbing. There were a non-zero number of people in the theater laughing, and I don't think they were thinking "ha tranny" or anything. Oh, sorry, by the way. I don't think they were thinking that. I think it was like a discomfort laugh.
yeah, yeah,
Where there might have been young adults, maybe even teenagers, kids who weren't sure what they were looking at. And to be fair, previous scenes with gender bending stuff with Jax have been done for laughs. So I'm not like mad at them, but it was like I see what's happening. I'm trying to like not openly bawl where like everyone will hear and there's laughter. That like
like
I don't even
what an
point to
eerie
that, but that is
parallel
what
to
happened,
the like to what
right?
Jax just said, right? Like what it
Exactly. Right. Yeah, fucking right.
yeah.
And when that bow happened, and this is before the needle drop, need I remind you, but when that bow happened, I was like, they're doing it. There's going to be people who don't get it, but there's literally, and what I love about it too is like Jax pointedly didn't tell Ribbit what he said to his mom. That
Mhm,
was part of his locked door. He's opening up more than he has ever done to anyone like this. But he says, internally, he says like, I am not going to share what it was because it still stings. It's still raw. And yet Ribbit, who says she, grew up Mormon but had to cut off her family, might be probably queer, well, definitely queer, might be trans. We don't know, but like I like that reading. Um, she saw him. She saw him in a way that like deeper than Pomni did, and Pomni didn't know him for as long as that's fair. But she
mhm.
saw him, and she said, "Your secret's safe with me." And textually, it's the secret of you're worried you killed your mom, but that's not what she was saying. Because
Especially with that expression, like it's really
yeah,
it's it because
yeah,
it's
it was
so
like
hard to read it differently.
I see you and I hear you, even though you weren't ready for that, and I'm not going to force it on you.
Mhm,
But I'm going to do this small gesture just to show you that I really do understand. And if anytime you want to like take the next steps with that, I'm here for you. But I'm not going to like spell it out. And she continues that, by the way, because that's what I would do. And I mean, I would probably be more of a ribbit than a pomni, but I certainly wouldn't start going like, well, you're trans, you need to accept it. Like once it
mhm.
starts getting heated, it's like that door is closed. And that's the tragedy of it because she knows on some level that like, well, I can't really confront him. It's such a beautiful moment, and
Yeah.
I think that's all I wanted to say about that. But like, God, I love it so much.
I did
Yeah.
want to quickly shout out Zucchino was mentioning something that I also like it's something that it doesn't punch me, but like I do think it's a really understated and really easily like again, it's easy to get lost in the wash of all the good juice, right? But
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
the POV scene when Jax like the first thing Jax does after oh what's going on, the next time we see Jax curled up on the floor screaming get away from me at these people that
Yeah.
are coming, these cartoon characters coming up to him. And it was seeing that again was one of the things that had me, the bit I talked about before, that
Oh, like
really.
this would have been before when he first got in the circus, right?
Yeah, this is
Yeah,
when
yeah,
this
yeah,
is
yeah, yeah,
after
yeah,
he put the headset on, after he's
yeah, yeah,
like, what's happening? And it's when
yeah,
when like Ragatha and Ribbit are like reaching to go like, hey, don't worry about it. And it's like, get away from
yeah,
me.
yeah,
That
yeah,
like that also really cements that like this is a kid. Like this is a this is a this is someone who is at the very beginning of their adulthood, who was robbed of the end of their childhood, who is also homeless, it turns out, because of the thought that they just committed like what was the phrase, matricide, right?
yeah.
um
And like, by the way, like it's another one of those things where we'll never get a complete answer. But I'm pretty sure there's no reason to assume that he actually killed his mom. But
I
he's
yeah,
young enough to like be like, she didn't get back up,
for the sake of the
and then he,
tragedy, I think it's actually
right?
more powerful if
It-
this, and actually built especially on the idea of that Leroy um is doing fine, but like demonstrably like they never really say anything else, right? I think
yeah,
it's a
and
beautiful piece of tragedy that the mom is still there, and that Jax's horrible tragedy might have partially been for nothing, but that there's still this notion that like maybe Leroy can reconnect, maybe not, maybe this is I have to disconnect situation, but that we
yeah,
this is what
yeah,
you mentioned before, that we simply don't know. And there
yeah,
is, amidst the lack of knowing, I very much agree with the idea. There's a lot of beauty to how that is being delivered, because everyone's situation, like, so this is a little bit anecdote, like something I learned quickly by meeting more people about half a generation younger than me over the 2010s onwards,
yeah,
going to full generation younger than me,
yeah,
is how lucky I am that I get along with my mom so well, and that there are so many people who have had the
yeah,
absolute opposite, and that there
yeah,
are people who have been as lucky as I am. And I think it's really cool that like the Leroy story, by not just saying like the mom is dead or not, or that they reconnected or not,
yeah,
anyone can
yeah.
slot their
Agreed.
experience on top of it for the sake of just
Because
emotional resonance.
his mom did hug him. We don't know what context. It might have been the thing I was implying where it's like, well, I'm supposed to hug my kid, but maybe she was literally like, you know what? I don't know why I reacted that way, but I actually do want you to know it's okay, you know?
Oh yeah.
And like we don't know, and there's so many
Oh,
possibilities.
there's even again, shout out to some of the streamers who were really getting it. There's also a take on it. Again, we don't know. Uh, that specific cycle of behavior up to, like, from the laugh, berate, mock, abuse, hug, is
Yeah, yeah,
also
yeah.
a specific known like abuse cycle that can
Oh,
be
yeah, no, that
dealt
makes
out to
sense.
someone. So there's so much going on, and again, that's why I always come back to this, remembering that all of this happened to someone who was like basically 18 to 21 the whole time
Yeah.
this is happening.
Let's
The
put it this way, because I think we're both dancing around the fact that we're not trying to call 18 to 22-year-olds children.
Yeah,
But here's a better way to think of it. I think Jack still feels like a kid
yes,
because
exactly.
I know how young I felt when I was that age.
And you
So
can hear
yes,
it.
he's an adult, but like
Yeah.
he feels that he's big, fucking an overgrown child, and not in like a good way, not in a way he's proud of. He's probably very ashamed of it, but I think that is how he feels for
and
sure.
and you can
Like
hear it in this is the part where I've really got to hand it to and applaud the vocal
yes,
performance of is it Michael
Michael
Kovacs, I
Kovac?
think.
I think it's Kovac. Yeah.
um
It was
but
it was the pilot voice of Angel, fun fact. But yeah.
oh,
For Angel Dust from it has been Hotel. I forgot you didn't see it. Sorry. Go
I don't know worries. But what Michael was able to do was, and again, this is this whole, like, I think one of the last epiphanies I had about the Jack story is the animation bolsters it, is Michael is able to start sounding like a kid, while he's very
Yeah, a little
slowly
bit.
sounding more and more childlike, uh in not the way that he's speaking, but in the tone, and specifically the vowels and the nervous stutters that start to like sink into the
Yeah.
bottom of the mouth, of the sound of a kid just like looking down, like drooping their head.
Yeah.
It's so
I
affecting.
I really love the way he says she hugged me.
Oh, it's so good.
Like and this is part of why like this is it's interesting and you know that so many kids latched onto this and are going to get this crash course in growing up in the sense of like learning about complex emotions, because I think a child might say, why is a hug bad? And it's like it's fucking complicated.
Yeah.
Like, like in the simplest terms, like, oh well, they making up. It's like no, no, no. That was almost the worst thing she could have done. I mean, in part because like he has a lot of issues about. By the way, or so, before I forget, him pushing her over is also like a very masculine, violent sort of like that's
Oh yeah.
probably how he views it. Like that's like domestic abuse shit. Like
Yeah.
he did it like in a panic, but like that's also very gendered. I feel
Hmm.
for him. And then also while I'm thinking of it as well, uh, in They All Get Guns, the moment that it turns sour between Pomni and Jax is after she hugs him.
Oh yeah, and then he looks at it like
And then he
what
pushes
a
her away and does the same pose of in the kitchen where his hand is static. He's
yeah.
looking at the hand.
Yeah,
And
like
then he says, "Okay, I opened up too much. I have to put the mask back on." That's
yeah.
literally what happens. It's
I
so
love
good.
that was like one of the more obvious but like real good juicy long game things of like, oh, that's why he was looking at
Yeah.
his hand is he was thinking about when
Well, I didn't even notice he was looking at his hand, but some people must have. But yeah, like
it, it it
he
it
was having
stuck
a
to me a little
flashback.
bit. But yeah, it's the idea that like, oh, this he's thinking about when he thinks he killed his mom. Oh,
Right?
that's probably why he was real quiet and probably why he was like, anyway,
Like it's
shoot
dark.
me.
It reminds me of the moment where yeah. Yeah. Well, because he's like, I'm a monster. Like, please shoot me.
Yeah.
Like it killed so many birds with one stone. Where he's like, oh, okay, well, she wants to betray me. I'm a monster. I'm the jokey guy who doesn't care about anything. Great. Gonna throw my gun away. Solves itself, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Did not solve itself.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That whole yeah, the whole cycle is I keep repeating myself. Like it's just it is such a show that is worth the second watch at the very
Oh
least.
God.
But
Yeah.
also the
It's
I
one of those.
oh
Yeah.
sorry, good.
Go ahead. No, no, sorry. Sorry.
Oh, I was gonna say the just to lay in the last bits of like of praise for the bedroom well the Ribbit's room scene.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh, also the goofy bits. So I will
Yeah.
so the best React stuff I saw often came from VTubers. I will also throw out I'm gonna throw the VTubers under the bus for a second. They're also the only ones twice at least where when Jax looks back while Ribbit's telling her things she did with her parents, leaving them. When he looks back and his one leg is bent, it is only VTubers who paused and said like, "I thought that was his dick." Um,
I had someone say that on Blue Sky, and I think might have been a mutual. And I'm someone who courtesy likes everything, and if I don't click like, there's a chance I didn't see it. There is a chance I didn't see it, and you'll never know. But if I don't click like, that's I didn't click like on that. I was like,
yeah, it
that's
was.
so inappropriate. Why do you have to share that?
It was the
Fuck you.
one of them even was one of the ones who also had the amazing eureka moment. So I was like, I love this roller coaster I'm on, but it was only the VTubers who were like, dick, and I was like, because I looked at it, I was like, you gotta spend a lot of time, you gotta spend a lot of time in some of the sweatiest parts of
Yeah.
dank internet for that to be your auto reaction to a thigh.
Well, and like I'm gonna be a bit biased because that never occurred to me until I got that comment on Blue Sky.
No, it was the React streams where I actually had to rewind to go like, what are they talking about?
What?
And I looked and I was just like, this is
Yeah.
okay. This is not to like broad stroke it with a wash away word,
Yeah.
but I think it's also this is me being a bit funny. This is me being a little. I'm being the funny guy. I was like, in my head, I was kind of like, Gooner.
Maybe. I don't know.
But to set that's the little funny anecdote. But
I thought you were going to
uh,
talk about. First of all, I'm a big Game Grumps fan, so I love that Aaron voiced Cosmo. I didn't
oh,
notice it until long after seeing it.
I would say
But
unironically, the best vocal performance Aaron Hansen has ever given, to the point where I actually am a
I
little harder on
have you seen
his
Gamerverse?
Gameverse. I
Oh, okay.
I thought this was better than
Yeah.
his Gamerverse performances.
I would bet a lot of money that the this recording session was way after Gameverse
I
because
agree.
Gameverse had development hell for a while. I think he did a
Yeah,
great job, but Kaufmo, he puts so much into it, and it's so sweet. In the Q&A, he's the last one to get asked anything, and he very understandably says, I feel like the little brother who was handed the controller after all of his cool older siblings were doing
yeah,
magical things, because I love that I'm a part of this, but I'm paraphrasing a ton here. He's something to the effect of like of course, he doesn't feel like he contributed a tremendous amount,
yeah.
but I think for what that role was, he was perfect for it and did it so good.
Oh,
Like
it was
all it is a
fantastic.
clueless cis dude who doesn't know what's happening. It's
Yeah.
very and the slight extra joke of like it's heavily implied that despite him being a literal clown, no one finds him funny,
Yeah.
which I love. That's so good.
Yeah.
Uh,
He is
but
my word
yeah,
for him is like he is the because a lot of times like the more social groups you roam, you eventually will, you know, you'll meet someone who's like this, someone who is not a bad person, someone who's actually quite a smart person,
yeah,
who is really dense, where you're kind of like
yeah.
you're like
Like
because
you
it's
know,
not dense like oh dummy, it's like dense like I wish you would get it when stuff that's important is happening right in front of you. Because
yeah.
I've seen people go like, obviously, you know, in the hazmat trek, I've seen people go like, "How did Kaufmo not notice?" And it's like, that's the thing is, I feel there's heavy intent here. That Kaufmo is just dense. It's part of the
I think
wider. Or
so,
sorry,
but I also think that I have a lot of sympathy for Kaufmo's perspective because like
mm-hmm,
there was lesbian drama going on and how is he even remotely equipped to even see it, much less deal with it. So I
mm-hmm,
have a lot of care for that. Um, and I also think what I really like. They're not back to back lines, but
mm-hmm.
I think they're consecutive lines from him because there's like other stuff that happens. But he says at one point uh, something to the effect of like, you know, we're friends, but I know you and Ribbit were even closer. And then like the next time he says something is like, I know we were never close, but
Oh
it's
yeah,
like,
I noticed that. Yeah, yeah,
and that's the deterioration. That's Jack's just torching their what they had as a friendship,
yeah.
because I think that like they probably weren't as close as Ribbit, but they were friends, and that was Jack's actively destroying it. And at that point, you know one might ask like, well, does Kaufman like not remember? And it's like, you know, they weren't close enough. And then he was like, I'm just kind of dealing with what I see as it happens. And lately, Jax has really not liked my presence. So I'm not going to like rock that boat.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's that tragedy of like, it's not his fault. But there is that part where you're screaming at the screen, right? Where it's like, buddy, please. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
it's
I also
so
wanted to,
tragic.
I also really wanted to call out something. I know that when, because this relates to the Ribbit's room scene as well. One of the things that Goose had been talking about in the lead up to the theatrical drop was that specifically one thing that she was super adamant on having hands on with was the color grading, and I kind of gone in wondering, I wonder where it's really going to stick out. I think Ribbit's room is one of the two places where, and probably
Yes.
the place where it sticks out the most, is the color grading is
Yeah.
so intentional and crafted and well realized and filmic. Um, with the and this is one other little thing I want to bolt on is it's so good. There's something that's actually really easy to miss. And it was something I thought I saw, and I didn't really know till I saw. Thankfully, Glitch has allowed a lot of the animators to just share their work in progress stuff,
Yeah.
and it's in one of the storyboards. It's obviously much clearer to see, but if you look, it's in there. Is after Ribbit says, "Your secret's safe with me," and they have that long moment. Jax has a very small little half smile at the
Oh, yeah, I
very
bet.
bottom of.
I think I saw it too, but it didn't register.
It's
Yeah.
really easy to lose, and if you are not watching at the peak YouTube resolution, it's
Yeah.
hard to see. And in the theater, the one unfortunate thing is due to the nature of like, you know, the general kind of like fuzz of a theater,
Yeah, I
um
probably missed it.
it's
Yeah.
easy, yeah, it's easy to miss it. But there's this little
Yeah.
smirk there, which between that and, for me, like, this is the one place I'll let out my little bit of like the meanness that I don't want to have, but that I couldn't help but have at some points while
Ah.
digging around. Right, is when a character is looking right in the POV, haloed like an angel,
Yes.
um,
Yes.
speaking in a hushed tone, saying "Your secret's safe with me," and there is a long emotional pause right after that. I do not. I, with all my empathy, I, at maximum, I can at least, I can start to at least like find these little pebbles that could lead someone astray in the worst ways possible. But like the just the briefest pause of thought, I'm like, I don't. I genuinely have so much trouble understanding how anyone took that in any way except the most narrow of channels of what that
Yeah,
possibly
yeah.
could mean. And I mean, I could see people saying, well, maybe it was just like gender stuff or queer stuff, and I'm like, well, yes, but
Well, it
in
kind of
that
was.
realm, at least that's still a narrow channel, right?
Yeah,
Because there's
yeah.
people who are like, oh, the secret is that he pushed his mom, and
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
like,
the surface level.
I
Yeah.
understand how you could get there, but like only with my empathy
This is
generator steaming out
this
of
is
my
part
ears.
this is part yeah, Sam. This is part of the magic and frustration in like a good way because this is angst, right? The
Yeah.
frustration of this whole series is like uh uh y- you either get it or you don't. Like it's not gonna hold your hand. It's not gonna spell it out. It's not gonna. Although there's an argument made that the transness stuff was spelled out, but like not literally, not like I am a
Yeah.
trans woman. My pronouns are she/her. That part didn't happen.
Mhm.
Um, but speaking as like a queer person, like the way she delivers that line, like it's intangible and can't be described. But she wasn't saying it as if whatever, I don't think you're a murderer, I think your mom's fine, or even if she wasn't, I'm not going to tell anyone. That wasn't what she was saying. She was
Mhm.
saying, I see you, I hear you, and I love you.
Yeah.
Specifically because you're queer, maybe even queer like me. Like that
Yeah.
is
This.
what was in that line.
My doomerness that I don't like, that I since toned down, but it flared for a moment when I was, and thank goodness for my hazmat suit, so I did not take any psychic damage. But like, I finally really hit one of those moments, and I've hit it a few times over the last like 5 or 6 years, but I hit one of those major moments where I was screaming the phrase media literacy just into the heavens and like throwing lightning bolts at it, just going like,
Yeah.
because I was like, I came into this. People were even starting to lean on the, oh, she said it's art house and like it's meant to be vague. And I was like, I understand this, and I know that the character is not literally saying I am trans, but like
Yeah.
it's like in the language of media and art, like it's they kind of are like not in, because obviously in
Yeah.
that language you don't just say stuff, right? But also there are so limited few readings of that entire scene as
Yeah.
the scene begins with what's beautiful about it, the scene begins with a myriad of readings, and if you watch the
Yeah.
whole scene, those readings fall away as the
Yeah.
scene
Get narrowed
goes.
down. Yeah.
um
And something I just thought of, what I really like about it is gender was never brought, well, it was brought up a little bit because he talks about like how he was like his dad, or like there's a little bit of gender, but for the most part there's no gender. And we know this is before he ever wore a maid outfit in the circus,
mhm,
and yet the only thing you can interpret that is like gender. And it's like, and so like anyone who isn't trans and didn't catch it might be like, wait a minute, what were we talking about? But I do think if you have an open mind and an open heart and you go back, it's like, oh no, it was there. The
mhm,
fact that it wasn't said is meant to emphasize the reveal, is like,
mhm.
because it came out of nowhere to emphasize the fact that like something was being said there that you might have missed or you might not have, and go back, because it is there. Like
Yeah.
it's such masterful storytelling.
Oh,
And real quick, while I'm thinking of it,
yeah.
um, uh, credit to TB Skyan again. Ribbit's bow is at least in that lighting. I'd have to go back and double check, but I think Ribbit's bow is about the same color as Jax's overalls.
Oh, I believe
And
I believe that's the case. Yeah. Uh,
yeah, and so not that his character design was like noticeably unfinished before. Like I didn't notice that, but it does add just a little bit. It reminds me of like a transformer where it's like you just a little bit of paint on the head. It's like, okay, now it's like
yeah, a
perfect.
little
Like, you know what I
dot.
mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, you want a little bit extra color just to kind of round it out, and it's like it's so good.
Yeah,
I love it.
Griff mentioning they literally did a Miss Pac-Man. Fancy Skunk
Yeah,
mentioning almost losing it at a friend who didn't get it in a group watch. As someone like, that's why I'm so careful. I'm in the way that I talk about it,
yeah,
because like I think that it is more powerful to show patience and grace, especially when you know your friends are just not getting it and they don't mean ill. Because, again, in the hazmat
yeah,
suit, I observed, obviously on Twitter especially, there is a group who does mean ill and they are just
yeah,
bullishly throwing the ignorance wand around. But, like,
yeah,
it is so valuable to be able to, like, guide your friend, even though I know if I were faced with this, right, if I had, the thing is, thankfully, I haven't faced this myself with, I also just don't know a ton of people who watch this yet. But, like,
yeah, yeah,
I was sitting there going like, man, there's a version of this where I don't have my arms around my cis friends as in a friendly way. I have it in a way to make sure that they are locked in whatever, like they are not leaving, so I can very slowly go like, we need to do better,
Yeah.
folks. If you aren't
Yeah.
getting this, you're embarrassing me and the whole team because this is really spelled out.
I keep returning. I keep mentally thinking about this framing where it's like, especially if you're younger and you're cis, but just cis generally. I kind of touched on this earlier, but I think that like a different way to view it is like, and we're talking about the people who like are trying and are not being consciously transphobic and choosing to reject it, right?
Yeah, yeah.
People who just don't get it but didn't see it. I think that for cis people who don't know trans people, it's like they're not used to thinking of the world in those terms. And
Hmm.
so it feels like a rug pull or it came out of nowhere or whatever. Um, but like once again, it's yet another reason why not spelling it out is valuable because it
Hmm.
shows this person it's like, okay, you saw this as a surprise and that's okay. Go back and watch because you might see it again. And in the future, whether that's like a real person or even a story or anything like that, you might be better primed to see this coming. And this will just make you a more worldly, experienced, smarter, wiser, more loving person. It's
Hmm.
okay that you didn't see it, but it's important to know what you missed so that next time you won't be like, they're revealing Jax as a space alien. It's like, no, they're revealing Jax as experiencing something that is very human because transness is human. It's
Hmm.
like 1% of the population, but it's a human experience that you don't, not you literally, but you, this cis person
Yeah.
doesn't get to experience. And so think of it as the gift that you were being given, where it's like
Hmm.
you would have missed all of this if you were, anyone but Ribbit in that situation. It would have flown. You were the Kaufmo. You get to become the Ribbit. So
Hmm.
that is a gift. You know what I mean? Like
Oh
that's
yeah.
that's what it is, and
It,
only because it was so understated. Like
it's
yeah,
part of why I think I mean, the finale itself, but also why that scene is so very valuable on artistic levels, because it's one of the first times I can remember seeing what I have seen from people who have shared their journeys online before actually laid out in an extremely organic, artistic, and in
yeah,
my opinion, highly digestible way.
yes,
Because
yes,
and I do feel very fortunate in that, like, because we're talking easy example, like folks like yourself have shared what that journey was as it was going on, and I felt very like fortunate that I was allowed to be witness to the I just call it the journey. That's just in my head. That's the way I
yeah,
think of
yeah.
it, right?
It is one. Yeah, yeah,
And also like a lot of the folks who uh over the course of COVID lockdowns, when they were allowed the ability to actually introspect by
yeah,
themselves for more than a weekend, the sheer number of people who did actually come to a conclusion of like, wait a second, and some of those folks shared their journeys too, and I've always had an opinion that I think I mentioned this earlier, a lot of cis people, if you just listen, you don't have to jump in and interact. If you just look at and listen to a story of the journey from folks who have given the gift of wanting to share that journey, right? Uh, with with the Ribbit scene especially, we finally have a piece of media that unequivocally, clearly, and digestibly, and organically, and respectfully, and without just clubbing you over the head with it, by saying I am trans, as we are joking constantly.
yeah, yeah.
It actually spells it out and presents it to you as something that, hey, if you somehow have not had anyone in your life who possibly could have shared this journey with you, for you to just, you know, like a better term, be quiet and listen to it, right?
Yeah.
Now you have something you can push play on for free, rewind and push play on, and just look at it. Because there obviously, like, there's also stuff like oh, now I forgot the order of words. TV glow, right? I saw the
Yes,
TV
yeah,
glow.
yeah, yeah,
Um, like I can see with I saw the TV glow that the metaphor can get lost in this person more easily, because I also the wider metaphor, I did need to read an article or two afterwards to fully like connect
yeah.
it all together. My joke is that, number one, I knew going in, but number two, also, that whole bit, the beginning of the movie, it's like, colors you might recognize.
Yeah,
Anyway, now that
yeah,
and that the colors you might recognize part had me on like a whole media literacy bit for a while, but like
yeah.
this part of Digital Circus is just simply there, and even out of context, from a certain point to a certain end, you can just watch that enough times, and I think if you don't get it by then, you at least have the right questions to ask people
Oh,
in your life to like to actually understand a little bit more of like what this means.
something literally just occurred to me. So when I realized I was trans, it was like a very all at once sort of thing. I uh, I immediately realized that my brain was subconsciously running through stuff because literally I dreamed that I met a trans YouTuber who was a made up person. There's not even a real person, but I tearfully asked her how she found the strength to transition, and I woke up crying. And so I knew from that moment I was like, okay, I'm trans. I have to do this. And so I didn't have a lot of doubt because it was running in the background processes of my brain for so long. But the weird thing that starts to happen when you realize you're trans is you start thinking back. You're like, oh, there was that memory. There was that one time. Oh, that one thing I kept doing, and it all strings together. And you have
Mm,
all this evidence, but because when it was happening, you couldn't see it. Because if you could see it, you would have come out. Well, not necessarily. It depends on, but generally, if you could see it, you would have known, and you would have come out. But after the fact, and so that is yet another layer of why this is so genius, this show, where it's like you had a creator go in from the beginning. I'm going to have a T-girl egg repper character who doesn't learn. From the start, we're going to start seeding that. And then you're going to be able to, when the reveal happens, you're going to be like, oh, the maid dress. Oh, this other thing. Oh, this and this and this, because it all comes back. Like that reveal, and yet again, a gift where you are being given, where it's like, yeah, some of us know from a very young age, but a lot of us kind of know and also don't know.
mm-hmm,
And so then when we have the epiphany and then we really do know, only then, and you can't rewatch your life. So the best you have is memories. But like luckily with this, you can actually rewatch it and be like, oh no, there were signs the whole time.
mm-hmm.
And that is like such a, I keep saying it's a gift. I'm having these epiphanies while we're talking. By the way, I'm so glad we had this because
Oh yeah, yeah.
like I didn't think of any of this. Like it is, if it feels out of left field for some of us, it kind of does too. But note that a lot of us then go back and think, oh shit, yeah. And that is, don't reject it if it surprises you. It's so important because
Mm-hmm.
it's telling you something profound about that experience.
I'll throw out to from the chat, like Griff mentioning being stuck in it wasn't COVID, but being stuck in the house for a month, definitely part of how Griff figured out
Yeah,
transness.
yeah,
And the whole thing that people went through with COVID, like that's why I've mentioned this before to folks. Like I have a practice now after seeing that happen with so many people, where I'm like, I'm rather comfortably cis in my head, right? But like I feel like it's healthy to have like not like pick a date, but like every year or so, just do a check-in. Go like, where are we feeling? What if I
I
say
could tell where
this?
you're going with that. And
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
good job.
Like
Yes.
what if I say this? What if I say this? What comes naturally? What has an instant answer? What makes me pause? And so like when I do a check-in, like as an example, and by the way, I do this with utmost respect. Like I'm not
Yeah, no,
I
yo,
this is more so to
I
everyone
think I know what
else, but
you say, and I know it's with respect, and yeah, you're wonderful. It's fine.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
it's like I'll just go like, okay, I'm a man. Yep. And then I'll just say, I'm a woman. No. And like it nothing happens, right? I sit there, I
Yeah.
ponder it, I think, and I'm like, no, it just isn't there. And I'm like, I am non-binary. No, I'm kind of amping it up a little
Yeah.
bit, right? But like that's
Yeah. Yeah.
I think especially for folks who feel very comfortably cisgender, like I don't mean to go on like this whole tangent, but like, hey, guess what? We're
No, it's
talking about
important
this the
though.
circus show, right?
Yeah, it's important.
Um,
Yeah.
I think it's really valuable to be comfortable doing that because that also
Yes.
reduces your inherent discomfort with the topic and
Yes.
inherently
Yes.
reduces your discomfort with the idea of like, oh, I know trans people. Because like I said before, if you think you don't, there's actually still a chance you do.
Yeah.
And like a lot of this
That's
stuff,
yeah.
not to pat myself on the back, but when Gooseworks was like, yeah, with regards to the costume design for Leroy for Human Jacks,
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
the thing
I
about
love
like I
that.
just kind of thought more people knew what boy moding was. I must have misjudged that, and I read that and I was like, you know what, I actually, so I didn't think the word, but I know that word, because I've seen people say it, and I
Yes.
stored it in my memory bank because I
There,
was like, oh, that
there was
makes sense.
there was an interesting, not a full discourse. It was a very small scale, but a lot of these terms are kind of vaguely defined because like I took boy moding to be like an almost another word for the closet, but people pointed out that like, well, a lot of people use it as someone who knows they're trans and maybe he's not an HRT for a while, but like tries to hide it for for personal safety reasons, but also maybe dysphoria reasons. They put on the dysphoria hoodie, and
Hmm.
yeah, like that when I saw her say that, like I of course I already knew Jax was trans, but like that was another big piece where I was like, okay, this is like really intentional. This is
Yeah.
like this is like so like if you think that she pulled this out of your ass or out of her ass, like I just I hate to keep harping on that, but
Yeah.
like
But like the
yeah,
if it was, there are ass pulls that you can look at if you
yes,
want to see what an ass pull looks like, and not about like gender stuff, but just narratively in general. We have a cornucopia of history of ass pulls. If you need to refresh like the flavor of the
yeah.
ass pull, right? Also from chat, this is 9 minutes old, but I meant to say I haven't seen Real Hybo Man just saying hi, Catherine. I should mention for folks who are
Oh,
joining,
hi. Yeah,
Cat Salamander does have the chat on a
hi.
phone, but the phone is a small screen in front of her.
It's
Um,
Yeah. So, like, I don't know why I even have it up. I guess just in case, because I
just in
realized
case,
if I
yeah.
try to read it, you just see my head. Like, it's not. Yeah.
So
But
please
yeah,
please do understand, like she might not be catching it because we weren't able to figure out a way that had the chat running on her
full
computer while
screen.
doing this for
Or
this.
yeah, that too. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, like
So
there's tech
yeah,
reasons.
yeah,
Also,
yeah.
Switcher Ruby saying cis people should just fuck around with gender a little and find out IMO. At worst,
Ah,
you're just more confident in your assigned gender, zero downsides. Yeah, it's basically what I'm saying. Like,
yeah.
why
I think.
why not? Especially if you're by yourself, right? Like, I think that's the biggest
Yeah.
little wall to knock down is being able to by yourself when nobody knows you're doing it and you don't have to tell anybody you did it. Just do a little check in.
And
Uh,
I can't speak for every trans person, but anecdotally, I really want more cis people to believe me when I say we're not going to be offended. Like you have to try really hard. If you're saying, because I mean, here's an example. I wasn't offended by you being like, oh, my whatever. Like it's fine, great. In fact, that's better. That's wonderful. I think that some cis people who are trying to be good allies are like, well, this is a special thing that I'll never understand. It's like kind of, but like don't feel that it's like not allowed to be empathized with.
yeah,
Like because that's the other direction and that's not good. Like
it's like
you if yeah.
don't create mysterious enigma people that are unknowable unless outside of the very specific notion of
Yeah.
when it's a cool aesthetic, right? Because aesthetics can be
Sure,
pretty
yeah.
cool. But leaving
I
that
think
aside,
the unknowable enigma people, I think that is what's hitting cis audiences,
mhm.
especially ones who like already loved Jackson, already loved the show and didn't see it coming. It's like, but he didn't feel trans. I'm sure that is what the feeling is. And it's like, good, hold on to that. Because guess what? He did feel trans, but that's okay that you didn't see that.
Mhm.
Not to keep harping on the same thing, but yeah.
Oh yeah, no.
Uh,
I mean, just as
yeah.
a little coda to my story about COVID lockdowns, like it was mostly just people in my circles, right? And I don't want
Yeah.
to name any names because I it's out of respect. I don't know if they want to be
Yes.
called out, but like
That's good of you. Yes.
there were also a non-zero. It's not like there's no 100% here, but just there were a non-zero number of folks who went through this and came out the other side with a different pronoun, right?
Yeah.
Where I went like, oh, like there was nothing that if I think about my acquaintance history with some of these folks right online that I can like backtrace like, oh, I see it. In some cases it really was like, oh, and that's also what opened my eyes a little bit to like remind me that like this is still a very internal, very personal process people go through, that like if you can find out about it, if people do share their stories at length, like what a gift, right? But
Yeah.
if people don't, it is their business. It's the only
Yeah.
business of you is to be respectful to them, right? uh
Agreed. Like to go back to the gift analogy, like there is something. The fact that within the narrative we were allowed to see Jack's memories and memories that like if it were up to him, I don't think he would have let you see.
mhm.
There is a sort of it's very Pomni doing urban exploration. It's like you're not supposed to be in here. And
Yeah.
so there is an element of that where it's like it's a bit of, it's its own tragedy where it's like I sympathize with Jax, insofar as there's anything left of Jax in that moment, where it's like, this is not for you. So count yourself lucky that you got even a glimpse of it,
Hmm.
because it's not for Pomni. Like, and you can argue about, like, it might be that Jax was choosing to share with her, like it's all Mind Palace stuff, but like just as easily it could have been like he was sort of being forced to share this, and
It's a
that was
cool
good for him.
perspective. Like I never thought about
Yeah.
connecting the urban exploration part of her character
Yeah,
to
I
that. Like it's
I
a really
keep thinking about it. It is so informing of her character. It doesn't
yeah.
just explain why she was in the CNA offices. It explains everything about her. She
Hmm.
refuses to read. She refuses to respect no trespassing signs. That is her
Yeah.
entire character. Yeah,
Oh, and just yo, guess what? It's one of the juiciest scenes in the entire finale. But another element of the Ribbit's
yeah,
room scene that is so
yeah, yeah,
freaking cool too. Not just for cinematic reasons, but obviously, I'll just say there's great cinematic power in the fact that the POV swivels out
it
during
does.
the story.
Yes,
But there's also, and I don't think there's any clear answer to this, but boy, there's so much to chew on about what it means that
yes.
Pomni is loaded into Jax's POV, but in that moment, whatever she sees, she's
Yeah.
finally able to see Jax's face while he's saying it. Um,
So I really should have rewatched this before we talked, because like that's another one of those instances, just like with the death doors. It's like I haven't broken down or teased apart what it might be saying, but that
mhm.
is something where you are saying something. I like
Yeah.
I haven't yet cracked it, but like, yeah, there is a moment, and as I recall, I don't remember exactly when it happened, but I do remember thinking, I still don't get what is being communicated from that moment, but I need to
Mhm.
watch it again, because yeah, it is really powerful, even if I don't know what it's saying yet.
It may well
But
like
yeah,
there as an amateur creative, like it may for the most part just be damn is this not cinema what we're doing here. But that
sure,
is
sure,
something
yeah,
that
yeah,
sometimes a creative will, at least in my opinion, will do, right? Is like I'm going to do something really cool and stylistic because it feels right. And even as the author, I may not
yeah,
really know what I'm saying here, but I know there's
yes.
something in here and I want to just
God,
give this to people.
that is so much of writing I found, where it's like, I don't know, this just feels right. And then
Yeah.
like years later, you're like, well, there's a reason for that, but that's okay. I was like, because you've seen a lot of media, it just all starts to pile up.
Yeah.
Uh,
No,
yeah,
it's a again, it's another part of like and this is not I don't mean this derogatory to folks who are hearing it for the first time or whatever, right? But like another part of media that challenges you is media that did not have intent necessarily that was concrete when it did a thing. It did a thing that felt right, and it is giving you as the viewer or the reader or whatever, right? The listener, the ability to come to your own conclusion as part of the organic process of
yeah,
viewing a piece of art, right? And obviously like I have some empathy for people who go into something that feels like it's going to be a very like chunky lore-ish thing and they
yeah,
are presented with a moment of pure non-intent. I guess it's a weird way to put it, but like something that isn't chunky, something that's round
yeah.
and globular and has little friction and squeezes through your fingers.
Resists definition and like and hard answers in a way. Yeah,
Yeah,
sometimes. Yeah,
and I do have some empathy for, especially for younger viewers who are confronted
yeah,
with that in the midst of something that was otherwise chunky. And what I would say is like it's fine to be a little frustrated. It's just hopefully, at the very least, you eventually come to realize maybe at the very least that was someone who really desperately wanted to do something a little bit more
yeah.
squishy than the chunks they were doling out that you loved so much.
I do think that there is a palpable sense of an invitation to play from Goose, I think.
Mm.
Because it's their literal toy box characters, by the way. Um, but yeah, I I'm reminded. So I would almost argue that like I don't know that Digital Circus was that chunky. So like
Oh, I shouldn't say, I didn't
for
mean Digital Circus was
oh
chunky. It's just like
sure, sure,
as
sure.
kind of just
Because
as setting a context.
what's interesting about the fans who feel like there was going to be more lore is I have some sympathy for that to an extent, but also go back
Mhm.
and watch the show.
Yeah.
So my journey with this show was I watched the pilot when it was new and I was really pumped. I bought merch for it and I was like, oh, I'm so ready. Then I watched episode 2 and it wasn't that it was bad. There's a lot to love in episode 2. But then episode 3 dropped and I just never got around to watching it. And I had like literally like a year and a half, if not more, maybe like 2 years to
Mhm.
like I didn't watch it. And it wasn't because I was like, "Oh, I'm done. It's so stupid." It was because I was having this conflict where I was like, "What do I want out of this show?" Because they're in this digital space where, like, it's not that nothing matters, but anything can happen.
Yeah.
They're not gonna be able to learn anything concrete if Kane doesn't deign them to do so, more or less. I mean, like, he has the am thing from I Have No Mouth, where it's like he's not everywhere at once, so you can keep secrets, but for the most part,
Mhm.
none of it's real, so it kinda doesn't matter, and so that sort of made me feel like I wasn't sure how much of it mattered, so I'm kind of checked out. In hindsight, I was wrong, by the way, but I bring that up to mean that, like, what the show actually is just the characters. In its very
Mhm.
premise, it is saying, no, all we're doing is deconstructing these people. And so if you were like, where's the lore? All I have to say is like, you're watching the wrong show. It's not about the lore. It's about like episode 7 was in part meant to show you that like you're looking at the wrong thing.
Mhm.
It's the characters. That's all that matters because that's all that can matter in this
That's
setting.
that's why I have such a predilection to be a little mean about it, because episode 7 also was a little mean about it in a way that I really
Yes.
enjoyed. Um,
Yes.
and I would also say, like, yeah, when I talk about chunky stuff, like I am that was meant to just be like a generic sort of
Oh,
show
yeah, yeah.
idea,
Like,
but
yeah,
the
yeah.
chunkiness that a lot of people thought they were in on, right? Because my story with this, I didn't watch it until 2 weeks after episode 8 came out, so I watched it all
Yeah,
in
I
one go,
remember, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
and I was
I was
like,
so happy you're watching it, yeah.
yeah, I was like, oh damn, that was good. But and there's no pointed reason either. It's literally I didn't know that Pomni was from a show. I thought it was just a meme picture that was going around of traumatized Pomni from the pilot.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
so when I looked back on stuff, right, and again, this is why I feel I was fortunate to be able to watch almost the entire thing in one go.
Yeah.
Is I look back and I was like, and again, this is where I'm hopeful and optimistic that, like, especially the younger end of the viewership who was in on this, right? Because it's something I went through with the live action Transformers movies in a way, where you
Okay.
realize you hopefully have the epiphany that you're having fun doing it, right? But you are inventing a whole lot of fiction around another piece of actual fiction. And at a
Yeah.
certain point, and it's completely natural, and you didn't mess up by doing this, but it's really easy, especially earlier in your life, to conflate stuff that you
Yes.
and your community made up with the expectation of the thing that is coming out. And especially when you just don't have the life experience, right, to have gone through this a couple times,
Yeah.
it's really easy to not realize what you're doing to mostly yourself, and your
Yes, well,
experience. Um,
there's an anecdote Goose shares in, I think was it Drawfee, where they interview someone and they draw, um, but she says that she saw people who would, like, basically go like, well, because of this, and this, and this is clearly what's happening. And that's so shitty. It's such a dumb idea. Why would they do that? And like they make themselves angry from something they made up. And
yeah.
she's like, bro, calm down. It's not even what's
No,
happening.
I
Don't
have
like
seen Transformers fans do that about leak
yeah.
listings. There's a leak listing where
So
all we have is a code name of a
yeah.
toy, and 48 hours later, someone has decided why it's terrible that this toy is being made because it looks
Oh
so
my
bad. And you're
god.
like,
I try not to do that. Because even I fall into that trap sometimes. Not with Transformers per se, but although that you did remind me, I need to tell you and everyone in this chat, if you like Transformers, are you familiar with the YouTuber called Empire Wreckers?
that sounds really familiar.
I don't know how he only has like I think like 20,000 subscribers. He is so good. He has an experience in film and it shows. His two favorite special interests are Star Wars and Transformers, and he has such great insight on both of them. Please watch all of Empire Wreckers. I bring this up real quick because he has a video where he breaks down this theory, and I'm sure I know he's not the first to do it, but it really opened my eyes. He emphasizes that this clearly wasn't intentional, but if you go into the Bay movies assuming the Autobots are fascists and they're the bad guys and Megatron's the good guy, oh my god, so much sense. It makes everything fall into place in like a eerie way where you almost want to believe it was intentional.
I
I
go on
highly
about it
recommend that video.
I go on about it a lot, so I won't. Aside from, I'll say my bit that I always say. The reason
Yeah.
why Age of Extinction is my favorite Michael Bay Transformers movie is because it's the only one that feels like it isn't lying to me tonally.
I
The
can see that.
the
I can
Autobots are
see it.
simply
I
terrible people in Age of
I
Extinction.
can see that. This is why I love that reading, where it's like everything like I think it's just Michael Bay doing whatever looks cool, and
Yeah.
the end result is like I don't think he's a full-on fascist, but I do think he leans right wing. a little bit, and so this is how this all fell into place.
Hmm.
But sorry about that tangent.
Yeah,
It
no
made
worries, no
me
worries.
reappreciate those movies. That's really weird. Anyway,
I
yeah.
also want to throw out there
Uh,
because I said the bit about like my from my lead up. I do want to cycle back and also say, please always have fun theorizing, making fan stuff, having a good time. What I hope it happens, what I hope the epiphany is just having more self awareness of what you're doing while you do it, because
yes, yes,
that's the most important thing you can do. Have fun. You do like there's a very common thread. This relates to the whole notion of like, oh, you like that character, so you absolve them of everything they do, which is I know it's wrong to like something this way, but dot dot dot. And it's like it's not wrong. It's just if you have self-awareness of what you're doing,
yes.
it's fine. It's just when you don't have enough self-awareness and then you get angry at ghosts is when it's bad.
We
Um
talked about this in the pre-show, but one of my favorite has-been characters is Valentino, and he's a horrible monster. I don't need to go into detail, but he's a bad person.
mhm.
Uh, and I love him, and he's my son, and he's the best. And so it's a combination of things. Like the voice actor is a real sweetheart, and like he gets a lot of funny scenes in season two. And like other than just being a lover of villains, I can't square that circle. I can't like yeah, if he was a real person, no, like
Yeah.
it's the worst. Like no, but like that's the fun of fiction. You get like no stakes exploration of the human condition
Yeah.
and beyond, and that's so much fun if you can just let yourself do that. uh yeah.
It's like just I'll throw in my analog to that when we were having that conversation. It's like how like one of my favorite films is American Psycho, and there isn't some version of this where it's like, and also if Patrick Bateman was real and did all the things he thinks that he did, I'd still be his personal friend. It's like no,
Right.
there's no version of this where that
No,
happens. But I like
the
that
reason
movie a
you like
lot.
him is because he's fictional, basically.
Yeah.
Like, more or less,
And,
like,
and like I don't
yeah,
even like Patrick Bateman specifically, and that's why I like American Psycho. But also the
yeah.
whole
But
movie revolves around this horrible person, right? So
I haven't seen it, but I've seen a lot of clips from it, and he's fun to watch. I like
yeah,
that's yeah, he's a monster, but sometimes monsters are fun to watch. Like
yeah,
it's the whole thing. What if if all we could do is translate fiction into what if this was real? No one would see horror movies.
hmm,
It's that balance, right? Because you want to make it feel real, so you're in the moment, and it's that magical transaction of storytelling that happens.
yeah,
But luckily, it's not.
yeah.
It was just a
And
roller coaster. It's not. There's no danger there, you know.
and like the little cherry of granularity on top. I could say nuance as well, but I just like saying granularity because it's a more expensive word. Is that like at the end of the day, everything that we're saying about this, it doesn't mean like therefore watch stuff that makes you uncomfortable. It's just like no, no,
No,
no.
no, no, not at all. Yeah, yeah.
It's
I
kind of just the wider like I feel like something we kind of have to redistribute communally to our people
yeah.
as time goes on is reminders of nuance, granularity of the simple act of watching. There's
I
lots
think
of edge
yeah.
cases and things people can delve into, but like we gotta have self-awareness and remember the bigger picture that we all live in a way too, if that makes
Yeah.
sense.
The biggest thing I would want to tell people is like if you see someone who is see, I don't have this problem, but I can sympathize a little bit where it's like,
Hmm.
yeah, like someone loves a character that you're like, well, they're objectively evil. And it's like, okay, as long as they're not saying, I love this character and I can't wait to do all the things they're doing, like a lot of Joker fans or whatever, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like pay attention, but generally have room in your heart where it's like you might not get it, and that's okay. Like it's just
If your friend is like,
like you know,
I love watching Joker so I can figure out how to quickly shoot a guy in the head while
right?
on the set of his talk show, then you got to take your friend and go like, hey, we're not
Wait a
shooting
minute.
guy
Yeah.
on the set of his talk show, right? Like we're
Yeah,
right, right?
yeah. And like
uh,
we're joking. That's never gonna happen. That's the thing. But yeah,
yeah.
like it. I still, as autistic as I am, I want to add the caveats,
Yeah,
right?
no,
But
no
yeah,
worries.
like just
I,
as
I'm
long
also
as, yeah,
I will admit I am adding a lot of caveats because it's not an ulterior motive, but in the back of my mind, the fact that this is about the Amazing Digital Circus has me thinking there are going to be people who will just click this because of the thumbnail. And I would love it if I could have a hand in offering an epiphany to someone who needs it. Um, and
I
that would be really cool.
what is the situation where someone needs to hear some of these things, but they're like 4 hours in and they haven't turned it off?
So
That is
I used to
wild.
think like that, but then I saw the like 8 hour rage watch react videos on a 3 hour video of
Oh,
something
yeah.
else, and I'm like,
I did know that exists now that you mention it. Yeah.
there are gonna be people who lock in because they're gonna figure out like, no, I bet by the end of this they're gonna be so wrong.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, and it's probably not going to be the reactors, but it might be some of their audience.
yeah. So
Yeah,
I
yeah,
just
yeah.
figured in the back of my head, I was like, hey, maybe the constructive way I can be frustrated about media literacy is to try to explain some of the ideas that surround my
Yeah.
frustrations. I don't know.
Yeah,
Uh,
I agreed. So real quick, I have a couple thoughts. One is there is a very natural breaking point in the narrative. We haven't quite finished Jax's thing.
mhm.
Um, and the said breaking point can either be a bathroom break that I'm starting to need, or we could do more on Kane in another stream. But either way, maybe we found a natural pausing point
Oh,
and I can BRB real fast.
I'm cool with a BRB.
Okay.
I think that as much
I
as
love
I
this.
adore the upcoming segment, I think it also will be a quicker talk inherently. Um,
Possibly, yeah, and I wanna make sure we're absolutely done with Jax, but yes, like that.
yeah,
I
yeah,
think probably. There's a lot to say though, I think. Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
But I
and
will be yeah,
no worries, no worries.
I'll be right back. Okay,
Yep,
hold that thought. I'll be right back.
BRBing. I will screen swap to me. Uh, Hi there. Oh, you're on screen again. Don't embarrass me. Um, how you all doing? Hope you're having fun. By the way, me and Catherine went into this knowing this could go very long, and I was just like, whatever, I don't care. It's because originally I was even going to say like, oh, we could just do a podcast, but I was like, why do a podcast when we could just do a podcast? Why do a podcast when we could just do a podcast? Except this button, right? This is more fun. Long as here has been such a good discussion. I'm glad. I also wanted to do the live stream because let me give you a little peek behind the curtain. So I was like, this is the first live stream in a while where I feel like there's a little inherent risk only because of the subject matter and the hazmat discourses at work. But my solution was I'll just not have chat on screen when we're doing the main talk. However, I hope you have all been enjoying it. I have been trying to like peek over as much as I can, because I was thinking to myself like I don't want to keep my thoughts about my experience with the finale to myself, and I don't want to keep them to just private conversations, and I don't want to try to type them all out because I want to bounce them off someone who is also hella on wavelengths that resonate, and that's how this idea came together. Also, Switcher Ruby, yeah, don't worry, there will be a VOD, obviously. But yeah, if you do need to take off, don't worry. I mean, I'm aware we're going a little bit late. And yeah, Sideswipe Prime. I was gonna say, as long as you're not like you're spoiling it, because that's why I put the word spoiler in the title twice, so I could be a disappointed parent if someone did come in going like, "Wait a second, you're spoiling it." But yeah, hopefully this is explaining like some of the large amounts of artistic value I found in the finale of Digital Circus. Zucchini, I came out as trans 20 years ago. The movie was so profound it further cracked my egg. Yes, that's possible. That rules. Yeah, it is very good. And even if you know things, right? Like I think this is also one of the powers of the finale. If you know what happens, there's still so much value in just watching it anyway. So like why not, right? Oh, Catherine's coming back. I can switch back to the webpage.
Hello.
Hey chat, you're about to disappear again forever. We had some some good stuff in here. Sideswipe Prime, by the way, I should mention for your context, hasn't seen Digital Circus, but like was interested to hear our talk anyway, and is fully aware. Saw the words in the title. Okay. And this has been enjoyable so far for him to listen to. Zucchina also had a great.
Yes.
Yeah, Zucchina also had a great quote, which was, "I came out as trans 20 years ago, and this movie was so profound it further cracked my egg. Yes, that's possible."
That's so one of the things I'd love to share with more cis people is like transition kind of never ends, but in a very good way. Because you might think that sounds torturous, but no, it's actually the best thing ever. Yeah, it never ends.
That really aligns with like I have a viewpoint. It's kind of my mom is the one who originally like really put into my head like that change is good and it's, or at least change is not only inevitable, you have to accept it, and there is an inherent excitement to that as much as it can be scary. But also like just that matches with my viewpoint on life in general, which is like you don't solve and complete life while you're able to think about the fact that you're accomplishing whatever it is you accomplish. Like, you don't consciously hit a point where you're like, I did it. I got the good ending, right? Like
Yeah,
it's
exactly. Oh boy, if only life worked that way sometimes. But yeah, yeah,
yeah, like it's a fluid thing, life, and it's a fluid thing, people, as a, biological ship of
yeah.
Theseus. We're It's super messed up. We're like 60% water, and did you know you don't just have a skeleton in you, but it's warm and it has goo in it.
And wet.
It's wet too. You have a hot,
It's a
wet skeleton in you.
wet Bowser. Yeah.
Disgusting.
uh,
Uh,
yeah. Honestly, it plays into earlier you brought up like people tiresome people asking whether or not, oh, do you absolve Jax? It's like I, as tiresome as that question is, I think it's also a very interesting one because
mm,
to an extent I almost do, with lots of caveats, right? It doesn't mean that everything he did was okay or anything like that, but it, learning the specific pain that I'm familiar with, at least to an extent, that he was going through, it's almost as if that's his tragedy, right? Where it's like he didn't get to be the full him, and you need to know things in that context. Like, I think of Gangle, and it's like, she was. I mean, I don't think it's too much to say that he was her abuser in a lot of ways.
mm,
Um, and so like her feelings are valid, and like if Gangle was real, I would have to weigh that. But the gut feeling I get with Jax is like, oh, that one didn't count. Like, not really, not really, not really. But it's like you weren't fully here. You were in pain and bleeding out metaphorically. And so if you were a bit rude, it's not just that, of course, but it like
yeah.
the context matters. And like, I am ready. Unfortunately, I will never see more of you because you are dead and the story's over. But setting that aside, I am ready to see who the real you is. And you get kind of a fresh start. Not fully, you know,
Mm,
because we have to deal with the things you did if you were a real person, yada, yada, yada. But like, so yeah, I kind of absolve him a little, like not really, because it's not about that. But
mm,
like, people are complicated. That's what made me think of when you were like, you were talking very physical, but like there is no, people aren't just good and bad and that's it. It's like
yeah.
no, everything sucks and we all try our hardest and sometimes we don't try our hardest and then we regret it. And it's like, I have friends who have done bad things, like not necessarily what Jax did per se, but I don't know, we keep living and we hope that people don't judge us by our worst selves. And you obviously have to be careful about who you forgive and stuff. That's part of why I find it so interesting about redemption arcs, because so often you'll have like an evil character who gets redeemed and then dies. That's a big no, well, redeemed. Like at the very least, you see them in a different light and you wonder. I'm thinking Ben
Mm,
Solo and Jax to an extent. And I've often like, I should see if there's video essays on this because it fascinates me because it does feel right. Not in the sense that I think bad people should die per se. Depends on the person, right? But it's like, why does that narratively feel okay? Because it almost like releases you from having to deal with too many details, right? Where it's
mm,
like, now I love Ben Solo, now I love Jax, now I'm sure there's other examples. The only two that come to mind, but it's like, but they're dead. They can't hurt anyone anymore. We can't send them to jail. We can't take them to court. We can't have the. Oh well.
mm,
So all you can do is just have this possibility space of like, well, I, I know they did a lot of fucked up shit, but like I kind of maybe I like some of who they were. And if they got to keep living, it's like, okay, well, now we have to deal with all the children you murdered or whatever. And it's like, well, but you died and paid the ultimate price. What more could anyone who wants revenge want from you? Nothing. So
mm,
now we just get to have this possibility space of like just weighing your character without any of the moral baggage. And so I see a lot of people that kind of gesture towards this idea that like it's like an unhealthy trope, and like, yeah, kind of, but I think there's something profound in it and freeing in it, where it's
mm.
like, hey, he's dead now, what do you think? And I think there's power in that. I don't know, does that make sense? Yeah.
Kind of, yeah. Like this is sort of a parallel. Like my irritating question I almost want to ask people when I see that stuff. I don't because I have the hazmat suit on, but like I always want to go like, when you say absolution, expand upon this.
Yes. God, yes.
because
Yeah.
I know in 90% of cases I am very confident that that would be met with a response of a bunch of angry noises. Um, because like
Yeah.
it's a very it's one of those cases where I'm like, this is a word we're using that has more power than I think you're aware that it that it
Yeah.
has.
I
um
think it's because people are complicated. It's like, insofar as we're gonna absolve someone, it's like we're doing a trial run. I mean, they're fictional characters, so there's so many layers of like removal from this, but we're doing a trial run where they get one more chance, perhaps, or maybe even a couple. I don't know. But like, that's what it means. It means, do they get another chance at being seen in a different light?
yeah.
And I think that's cool and very human and very loving and very mature and wise to see a villain and be like, well, maybe. Not that they're going to be the perfect good guy, but I don't know. It's interesting. It's crunchy. It never is not interesting.
Hmm. Yeah, it's kind of cycling back to an earlier point. Like it's again, it's something that I really am optimistic that this will this piece will bring about some epiphanies of self-awareness uh in some of its viewers as
Yeah.
they grow older into their like late
Yes.
20s,
Yes.
etc.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
And I am often assuming the youthness behind a lot of the more irritating stuff that I read, and I do want to acknowledge I'm
I
fully aware there are people my age who are also incredibly
Yeah, absolutely.
insufferable. But
I also want those caveats, but I also want to, because I said this before we started the show. Uh, when I don't often share the thoughts that I assume these haters are young, but sometimes I do. And I really want people to know it's not that I think that, like, 18 to 23 or whatever is like not a adult or anything like that. It's I am trying to disengage in a healthy way, and I'm also trying to draw from my life experience an attempt to explain and sort out why what I'm seeing happened.
mhm,
And in my experience, youth and lack of experience, probably a better way to put it, can explain some of this. And so it's sort of me saying like, okay, kids, go have fun. You don't even need me to talk about it. I'm an old fart. Go talk over there. We don't need to. I mean, we can have community together, but we also don't need to argue. And so I'm just
yeah,
trying to be like very hands. It's me trying to be loving, not saying you're children and don't know anything and go away. You know what I
yeah,
mean? Like, that's
yeah,
how I try to approach it. Like, it's not my business. They're in high school or whatever. Not literally, but like they're effectively. It's like if there was a high school across the street. It's like, I don't need to know what they think of whatever because they're children, and
yeah.
that's okay.
No, and
Like,
I have
you
also,
know?
I've met people, and I always I have to pick my words right because I'm a YouTube creator, and it turns out as the years went on, a lot of YouTube creators are predators. So
Yeah,
when
well,
I say
yeah.
this is I'm saying this in a way that
Oh
is not
boy.
this is not
What a tee up. Let's go.
yeah. Why are they so hot? No.
Oh my god.
What
Oh my
I'm
god.
what I'm going to say is I have met people who are in this age range that we tend to be talking about, who do actually have themselves quite put together and have
Yeah,
a
no,
real
true. Yeah.
wise outlook on life. And that was one of the first times when I actually got less scared about aging, was when I just met like totally cogent smart people who were like fresh out of high school.
Yeah.
Online, obviously.
God.
I'm not like wandering around the high schools. Hey, are you cogent and smart? Um, but in
Uh,
online spaces, right? I
yeah.
have met a lot of people who are just like it's part of why, like, much like you were saying, like whenever I ascribe age to something in a context like this, it is mostly about life experience and reflecting on my own uh the word I tend to want to use is inadequacies, but like that's a bit of self-deprecation, but like, fill in a better word there. But yeah, it's usually coming from that place, and I always want to acknowledge like there are also hella smart people who are way
Yeah.
younger than me who just got stuff figured out, and I'm jealous of them, and this is my
And
envy.
also, it should be noted that, like, and this sounds like no shit, but both me and Vangelis were younger, and we know what that feels like to an extent. And
Hmm.
so I know how frustrating it can be where it's like, well, I have not been 40 or 60 or 80. How am I supposed to? It's very alienating, and it feels very like, well, fuck
Mhm.
you too. And it's like, so there's a balance, but
Yeah.
like, we're trying to give you the space of like, it's okay. You
It's
don't
how
have to
it's
understand any of this.
it's how I came to actually understand the fullness of the idea of the kind of trope, the joke almost of like, oh, the parents always want to tell you what it was like when they were going through stuff. And I slowly realized I'm like, oh, there's a version of this where you're just trying to throw a life preserver you wish you had, and
Yes.
you're trying to figure out how to
God, I mean,
craft it so that you would even want
yeah.
it, right? Uh,
Yes. Oh my God. Yes. Yeah. Agent's weird.
yeah, as
Do
Zucchini
we
was
want
saying,
to
I
talk
try
about
to
the
be
show?
patient with all the silly 20-year-old babies on my timeline. I also that,
Yes.
yeah, they got to stop having infants who are
And
20 years old. That's messed up.
yeah,
It's
right. Oh my God. Oh, so again, from the Q&A, the way Goose described it is this show attracted a horde of toddlers,
yeah.
which, by the way, extremely insulting. And I think she kind of means it, and I think she's earned the right to mean
Oh
it a
yeah,
little.
that's it was definitely derogatory. The funny part though
Yes.
is I've also seen evidence that also literal toddlers like
Oh,
at least the
sure.
imagery of the
Yeah.
show.
Oh my God.
Uh
I'm reminded of the voice of Alistair from Has Been Hotel, Amir Talai. His anecdote is he'll see a lot of kids come up to get autographs, and usually their parents are there because they're children. And he'll ask the parents, like, oh, so do you watch the show? And he says it's a 50-50 split between, oh yeah, we watch it together. It's chill. Like what I'm there, so it's fine. And then the other half is like, no, what's it about? Go ahead and watch this. Just give it a spin.
yeah,
Just just do it.
you should check this. You should give. I
You
think you'd
know?
like it actually.
Yeah, you know what? You probably might like it. Just please. And I
I
like to think
low
something
key.
similar because Digital Circus isn't as for adults, but
Oh
like
yeah,
it's kind of heavy shit, and the third episode's scary for kids, and like just be aware of what your kids are watching. That's all.
low key. I have sometimes done little shoulder checks if someone comes up to me at a convention like, oh, I love my or the parents like, oh, my kid loves your videos, and their kid is demonstrably like a heavy minor. Sometimes I'm kind of like, oh, so you watch them together? I have a whole hang up about like
Yeah.
um unattended minors on YouTube, and sometimes I'm kind of like, you're not telling me though that you just like put your kid in front of a monitor and I'm one of the things that flashes by, right?
Yeah, boy, the whole thing of that. I'm of two minds because like growing up, I was very sheltered and wasn't allowed to watch very many things. Like my
Yeah.
my mom was very strict about movie ratings, like not no PG-13 till you're 13, no rated R till you're 17. And so I had this chip on my shoulder where it's like I know all of the I have missed out. I didn't see Terminator until I was an adult. Like all these people having these experiences, and I missed out. So I'm
Mhm.
not a parent, and I'm probably not going to be one. But I've always tried to have that balance where it's like, okay, how about the trade-off is if I was raising a kid, we'll watch it together.
That's what my mom did.
That's literally, yeah, exactly. That's the way to do it. So then you get to cover like if it's too scary, or if they don't understand what's happening, or if they learn about something in the wrong context, or you get to be there and you
Mhm.
get to enjoy things with your child. That sounds great. And then you can show them Terminator and shit. I don't whatever. They're your
Yeah.
kid. Like they can handle it if they're a certain type of kid. Like whatever. Like,
Yeah, like
yeah.
we'll get back to the episode, but I'll cap it with
Yeah,
saying like my
yeah.
mom took me to see The Crow while it was in theaters and I was in elementary school. Uh so that's
I haven't seen it, but I'm sure it's rated R.
it is like, dude gets a sword through the neck in that movie kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, yeah, fair
So
enough.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
Uh
yeah.
but yeah, we were kind of capping off in a way.
Capping off Jax a little bit. I
Yeah,
was
because obviously
trying to think
there's
if there was anything else I wanted to say about Jax. I don't necessarily think so because we saw the flashback. We see the flashback, and then
yeah,
Pomni has the hug. Basically, is kind of
we're
the
pretty
rest
much
of
at
it.
that part.
Yeah, I
That's where
think
I
that's
would say
yeah,
like if folks have seen that but didn't catch it, like on your next rewatch, like listen to the sound design. Every
yeah,
footstep they're taking has the same sound as a teardrop. So that
yeah,
sequence is just a giant ocean of Jax's tears.
yeah,
And once again, Michael Kovac's
yeah.
performance
God,
is
oh my God,
absolutely
he's a blessing.
heartbreaking.
Yeah,
And also going back to my other point, not just heartbreaking in the sense of this is a character who is in a metaphorical and literal, but very metaphorical sense, like passing away, right?
yeah. All
Uh,
their potentials dissolving in front of you, basically. Yeah,
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 it is also a scared kid,
yeah.
very much so. Right down to the last line. This is one of my little things, much like the multiverse madness, everything everywhere stuff. I get it. I know what Super Hulock was. I get it. But the
Oh
number of
God,
people
yeah.
who are like, "Oh, a reference to Doctor Who," and I'm like, I think there's more power to to his final words
Do I
being, "I don't want
have
to
any?
go," than
Like I am one of those dirty Whovians, okay? Uh yes, I noticed it too, but who cares? I was crying my eyes out. Yeah, it's well, and I think I don't know if Goose watches Doctor Who. If I was forced to bet, I would say absolutely not, and she probably thinks it's stupid. Like, I could be wrong, but I just get that vibe.
yeah, yeah,
Certain queers, you're like, you're not a Doctor Who queer. I'm sorry, but whatever. But if she did and she knew that was a line, I think what she might have thought is like, but this is what you would say. This is the thing for
yeah,
Jax to say in this moment because it's so natural and real. Just Doctor Who got there first. That's the
yeah.
only,
And
like,
and to be fair,
yeah,
the other half of the people saying it's a reference, like, "Oh, it's like when Spider-Man said it," and I'm kind of like, that's not actually exactly what he said, but I totally get where you're coming.
which Spider-Man?
It's
I don't want to know.
when he's disintegrating from Thanos, and he's like, "Mr. Stark,
Oh,
Mr.
he does say
Stark."
something like that. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
but
that's
he,
pretty rough. Yeah,
yeah, and I don't want to demean anyone like drawing, similes to stuff they've
yeah,
seen.
no, yeah,
Obviously, it's
yeah,
just there that line to me is like so much more powerful than any other than just being a reference to anything else that might have said it, because it's
yeah,
this absolute it's the absolute final purely conscious moment of a terrified, um, freshly minted adult who is essentially
yeah,
an underdeveloped adult,
yeah,
psychologically, uh, also having their the view from halfway down moment, little BoJack Horseman reference,
yeah,
but
yeah,
like
yeah, definitely.
knowing that they've and, I don't have experience with this stuff, but like having
Yeah,
combed enough discussion, it is apparently sort of a recorded notion, right? That like those who are able to be spoken to who cannot be saved from a situation of self termination do often express levels of regret
yeah,
in a moment of lucidity where it's like,
yeah,
because all you have to do is be a victim of that circumstance for a split second, uh,
mhm,
and that's all you have to do. After that, you may well go like, wait, I want to rewind that, and like that's sort of,
yeah,
again, that's
yeah.
sort of a point that the show is
I,
making as well in the way that
I,
scene is delivered.
yeah, it's I really also love the line where he says, "I did this to myself."
Yeah, yeah,
And God, that's so human. Like
hmm
I've never been like Jax. I've known Jaxes in my life,
hmm
but I've dealt with self-hatred when I was younger. Like so like there and even today, like when I have like breakdowns when like things are really bad and I'm crying a lot, I can always I don't mean to, but I can re-enter that headspace where I'm awful and a monster.
hmm
And it's ridiculous to say when I'm lucid and feeling fine, but you can feel it. And like if it's that's what earlier I said I never do self-harm. When I'm feeling down, I say terrible things about myself, and that's self-harm.
Same. That's why I started
Yeah.
to drop self-deprecating humor as a conscious
Good
writing
job.
choice.
Yes,
Because
yes.
I started to realize, like, even though none of it was directly connected to any of my worst, moments of
Yeah.
despair, I was like, this is still symptomatic in a way, and also it's
Yeah.
like, in a way, it's like almost lazy of me, knowing that like one of my
Yeah.
go-tos when I am in a really bad place is I start to just uh it is scarily irrational, like just hammer dropping
Yeah.
that
Well,
I'm a lousy person, I'm a scumbag, I've failed this, and I hurt people around me. That's why like some of the Jack stuff, especially in that sequence, I had real big moments of like my own
yeah.
moments
Yeah.
of resonance with, because I'm like, I've said some of those things to myself.
Yes.
um
Same.
like
And what's fucked up about this is not as relevant to Jax, but just as a human emotion, like what's fucked up about those moments is it feels like burning medicine that helps. It's not medicine, but it feels like
yeah,
you're being good. It feels like you're saying, okay, well, I am being sober and I'm anything but sober, but but I'm like actually saying the hard truth and there's a part of you that feels good.
Yeah,
It's fucked up.
I've always
Like
described it like it's not literally physical, but it's almost physical. It's like a fuzzy burning right around here
yeah,
when
yeah,
it starts
I
to
can
just
I can
come
see
out,
that. Yeah.
and it doesn't feel good. And that's a perfect description you had, where it's like it feels to other parts of your conscious, not the conscious
Yes.
that you, but other parts of your cerebral, what whatever you are, that like this is good, this is right, this is what you should be doing. But to your
And there's
central conscious
I
self, you're like, this is not right at all.
because you're harming yourself. Yeah, it's very fascinating. It's less relevant with Jax. I just was drawing that like parallel. But yeah, just I those moments, it's so fucking human. And like I also really love the Pomni line of you could have just talked to me, man.
Yeah,
And like I'm glad I haven't seen anyone break down the gender choice or like get have a problem with it because I think it don't do that because I think that the way American English is shaped, man is the right word for that. It is not a misgendering. It is a we were bros for a little bit, and bros isn't a gender neutral term in this instance, or I'm using it gender neutrally. We
mhm,
were bros, and like you could have just come to me as a bro like
yeah.
it doesn't have to be like this is heavy and I love you and I wish it didn't be this way and maybe we could have been lovers in another life, but like right now it's like this sort of like almost like a comedic bent of like buddy, like I'm not going to say you did this to yourself like you just said, but like
I'm not going to tell you
I
you
wish it
didn't,
wasn't
right? Like
yeah,
I'm
it's
not
like
going to
you
lie to
you're
you.
so close and like I don't know, it's so human. It's that
Yeah,
it's such a human emotion. I don't know. It's so good. God, it's so
yeah.
good.
Zucchina, I'm already tearing up, and the episode isn't even playing. Yeah, this is my everything everywhere
Right?
check I had, because there's one scene in that I cannot watch it without crying, and
Which
this
is
is
like
one of the parts of the finale I cannot watch without choking up, at least tear ductily, in part because the the performances were, as Zucchina
yeah,
said, so good, um, like so good, and it wouldn't have worked with a lesser vocal performance nearly as well,
agreed.
uh,
Yes.
because they were able to hit these like shockingly human tones, and it's incredible when you look at the body of Lizzie Freeman's work. How many anime ass gotcha games make up of the bulk of her work, where all she has
She
to do is go
has
like, "I
she
got
has
a
that
new
anime voice.
halberd," right? And it's like,
Yeah, she has that anime voice. I or you know what I mean by that? Like it's the
yeah,
like it's not quite childlike. It reminds me of is it Laura J. Miller who voiced Kari in Digimon? It's like a childlike voice.
yeah.
Uh but she wasn't being cast as Pomni as a child. But yeah, I haven't looked at her body of work, but it's
Well,
interesting that like
even
yeah,
tonally, it is just stuff like it's stuff like, you got another 15 emperor points, or like, I'm gonna show
cool.
them my power. And it was her reel especially, where I was like, you really can't write off someone based on their body of work. Like, the fact that
Yeah,
this
right?
performance was buried in someone who was getting a lot of work just doing, like, all due respect to the enjoyers of it, but like gotcha shit, right?
Well,
Like,
yeah, like I think even gotcha fans, well, there might be some angst in some gotcha games, but oh,
yeah,
surely they can grant us the semi-truth of like most gotcha games aren't concerned with the kind of angst that Pomni had to deal with, and
yeah.
that's fair to say.
And also, like, also Michael Kovacs, right? Like,
Yeah.
I saw some people who know his body of work better say that they were astonished that the character, I forgot the character X from Murder Bots was able
Oh yeah,
to
I saw the
drop this
first episode. I
performance.
think yeah, boy, I tried Murderbots and the first episode just wasn't my thing, and oh my god, they Glitch was just starting out. I have all of my sympathy and patience for them. The mocap, I can't take the mocap. They use not I don't think it's in every
Yeah,
scene, but there's like scene where they're running and it's like this looks like a well, not a cartoon because that would actually look better. This looks I don't know how to describe it. It looks
yeah.
bad. And they were just starting out and it's fine. I hear they ease up on the mocap for that show. But yeah, wasn't my thing
Yeah,
unfortunately.
there
But
were people
yeah.
coming off that where they were like, even with the performance he gave as Jax throughout the show, they were like, I don't think people were basically saying, quote, I don't think this dude is capable of
Yeah.
landing.
That's
And there were people who were like, knowing the Jax is trans theory at the time, they were like
yeah.
terrified, because they were like, I don't
I
think
can
this
see
guy
that.
could hit the notes he needs for this to remotely work. And like,
I don't
holy
I
shit,
don't know
he
how
did.
I yeah, I don't know how I didn't also come to that conclusion. I guess I didn't have familiarity with his body of work. But yeah, just going on by what Jax was up until that point, it's like there's no indication that he has that in him. Like
Yeah.
and that's perfect. That is perfect for what that specific character needs.
Yeah, and
Um
there's also
yeah.
this is a theory I meant to bring up that I have that I grew in my head in the last week. Uh and it's not to say, like I don't think this is a concrete thing. It's something that occurred to me though is like wouldn't it be weird, right? But cool if the voices we're hearing, the voices they have in the circus, are in no way, shape, or form their actual human voices. It's just the voice they have in there, and your voice always sounds like you in your ears, right? So like,
Yeah, so
this is
okay.
absolutely like
Okay.
there's no right answer to this, but I was like, what an
No, I
interesting
know, but
idea though, if the voice we hear is an amped up kind of cartoon voice that was manifested with the body they have in the circus, and in some ways might be indicative of like something in that whatever their mind file is, right?
there is a recurring theme, and like no shit because a trans woman made it, but like of so there's a lot of recurring themes in the show, but one of them is the body, and it shows up over and over and over and over again, very ironically for a premise that is very distinctly there are no bodies, there are just minds,
Hmm.
or at the very least, if you think there might be stasis pods, they're not connected to their body, they can't feel it, so they're still it's just a mind. Even
Hmm.
from episode 3, where it's Pomni getting possessed by the spirits, like your body, your body, your body, your body. It's not there's a little bit of body horror, but it is a show concerned with the body. And then you bring in this trans narrative, and I've had this thought too, where it's like, so let's say Jax wasn't a big piece of shit and like transitioned, right? And I'm using big piece of shit because that I think that's what Goose called him, and I'm saying it lovingly. Uh, but like, so clearly he wouldn't need HRT. Like, assuming Kane is willing to help, he just poofs him a new body. So as someone who's done voice training, and I feel like I haven't really hit my goals, I've been trying to hold a voice that I won't be ashamed of when I watch this later. We'll see.
Oh,
But
thanks for
it,
going so long too, by the way.
oh yeah, I love this. Yeah, yeah. I also have dreamed of maybe doing voice acting one day, but I have to get my main voice ready. The interesting thing about voice training is whether you are learning an accent for a role, learning how to voice act, learning how to feminize your voice, learning how to get rid of your stutter, it's all the same teachers and it's all the same parts. And I have also had the thought of like, what is a voice in the so would Jack's voice train? Okay, would he be poofed a new voice? Okay, what is that like? Because a lot of people don't stop and think about their own voices
Hmm.
because it isn't really something we choose, but it is something you can change, which is really weird if you think about it because it has all these physical elements. I think people
Yeah,
just sort of subconsciously assume their voice is just like their voice. You know, like
yeah.
if I was poofed into the body of a different person, that voice would come out. I don't think people really think that, but that is sort of the vibe, right? Where it's like, well,
It's
that's just my
it.
soul talking. I don't know.
Yeah,
It's like
it's a thing you
like
can hear that you aren't in most cases. You aren't consciously manipulating your vocal folds. You're just doing what comes naturally to make the sound come out of your mouth. But yeah,
yeah,
this is people can look into this, but like there's so much science, not just for voice acting, but in general about the nature of
yeah.
vocal folds. It's why I have a lot of interest in voice training ever since Lai on Diaclona has talked about it a few times when we're doing streams and stuff. And I'm
Yeah,
like,
yeah. I need to watch more streams with y'all. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, it's
With you too. Yeah.
well, it's so fascinating to me because it has so many analogs to one of the first things I learned about voice acting from Gary Chalk at a panel, which is just your resonators and how like
Yes.
one of your resonators, for example, and this is maybe this is voice training applicable. There is the upper resonator where you aim your voice at the top of the roof of your mouth, and if you
It's
speak
called head
aiming your voice
voice.
up there,
Yeah.
you have a naturally higher tone, but not like high tone, but like
Yeah.
you have a higher tone,
Yeah.
a slightly.
Resonance is some of the hardest to get down for people who've had testosterone puberties.
Mhm.
Um, I was lucky that I figured out resonance pretty early on, but yeah, like again, I don't think my voice is 100% here because I don't do the practice of listening to it, but mm, you can bring it back down to your chest if you want. Like, can I go lower? Can I go lower? Can I go lower? You know, Yeah, voices are fun.
Hello,
Not to
can
go
we
on too much.
go? Oh yeah, hi.
Oh,
We're
hello, can we go?
we're here to talk about
Oh,
some
oh,
fucking
pretty
Tumblr
woman.
cartoon.
Oh, Tumblr sexy man. I don't know. Uh, I love playing with my voice.
I do
But
too.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's sorry. Go on.
I was gonna say because I had this conversation recently with a couple of friends who want to start doing a very interesting podcast idea, and I was telling them like one of the things they will have to kind of deal with is hearing themselves in recording and getting comfortable with
Yeah.
that
Ugh,
because one of
yeah.
the I've shared this here and there. This is a very strange thing about me is the first time I had a microphone with a monitor where I could hear myself live while I was talking.
I'm not pumping it in.
I was on that mic just
Yeah.
talking to myself for a full hour because I was like, "Oh, I sound great." And it's incredibly uncommon even with people who sound great,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Most people simply don't like the sound of their voice as a natural reaction. And for some reason, I can never remember a time in my life where I did not like the sound of my own voice in recording. And I feel like that's like just a boon I've had in the pursuit of
Yeah.
making media because I never had to get over that hurdle.
Yeah.
And that's maybe part of why I was thinking about it in relation to like the circus bodies, right?
Yeah.
That they
Yeah.
have is like clearly no one is reacting like, oh, my voice sounds weird. But I'm like, wouldn't it be so strange though? Because like nobody knows what their own voice sounds
Yeah.
to someone else. What you're hearing is projecting over to you and inherently changing. What you hear is different, very subtly at least, because it's going through your own internal
Yeah.
canals and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um
Well, it feels deeper and like all that other stuff. Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, and
Um,
obviously like speaking on a monitor setup, right? Where like for instance, right now I hear what I'm saying in here too. And that is a developed skill when you're especially if you're trying to do it live because it is very distracting at first because you're hearing
yeah.
someone who is you in your own ears and it's very weird.
Yeah.
Um but yeah,
There's a lot of potential from that premise. I've also had the thought of like the show never touches on this or even hints at it, but if you overclock the computer, you can change subjective time versus objective time.
oh, I
And
thought
for
about
all
this
we know,
so much. I thought about
right?
this so much. Yeah.
So because there is, I don't know if Goose has a timeline laid out. I know that she has some ideas of some of the years, but I don't care enough to, especially since most of what I'm going to find is probably fan theories, and I don't care about it if it's that.
Yeah.
The timeline's fuzzy, but I do think you could probably fill a lot of holes with the fact that there's no guarantee that time is objective
Yeah.
in the digital circus. It might
The
be very subjective.
the only like if anyone out there wants information, right? All you have to work with is somewhere it was said that Pomni is in the year 2017 and it's in her Instagram account has 2017 as the year. And if you frame by frame through the hacking scene at the end of episode
Yeah, you get like
8,
95, I think.
yeah,
Is it 95?
Kinger's been in there since
Yeah,
the mid 90s and Ragatha's has been in there since like 2008.
2008. Yeah, I did see that one. Yeah,
Because she doesn't
and
know what Breaking Bad is. Um
wait, is that established somewhere? Like
yeah,
what?
in
Oh,
the noir
that's
scene.
what's referencing. See, this is my problem. I
Yeah.
I, I haven't enjoyed we talked about this before the show. I couldn't finish Breaking Bad, and so that scene where he makes up the bullshit, I was like, well, what is that?
Yeah, he's
What? I
basically
don't get
saying
it either.
he's saying the plot of Breaking Bad.
Yeah.
And that's
Okay.
why
I mean, I knew he was
Ragatha's like,
talking.
I don't
Yeah.
get that
Yeah.
reference, is because she may well have not seen it.
That's funny. That's cute.
Uh,
That's cute. That's cute.
but
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, and also like these, I had a couple like before we get to the cane thing. There's a few little like
Yeah. Yeah.
lingering bullet points. One of them is that one of the secret parts of the show that the finale I think really fleshes out nicely, even if it is very subtle, is that Ragatha may well be one of the most indestructible minds in the circus because she's been in there
Yes.
for
Oh
an
God, I can see
incredibly
that. Yeah.
long time. And she
Second longest to Kinger. Yeah.
yeah, and I have a this is bounces to a Kinger thing, but for Ragatha, it's like I feel like she may like anyone else in her position probably would have fallen apart if they were in there
Yes.
that long.
I think that's right.
And she doesn't have it easy either. She's going through bad shit most of the time.
Yeah.
And she is like her mental there's a really cool unstated but also right there in the narrative notion of mental fortitude being an element of what's going on in there. And this goes to also the idea you'd mentioned about like they need to quote unquote network as files, right?
Yeah.
In a way. And it's like Ragatha is almost like a network node in that she's an indestructible, almost like nigh indestructible, immobile um, node that can funnel other circus denizens who speak to her through a very strong network, but she's not able to actually hit another network herself. Obviously, she, this is very metaphorical talk, and
Yeah, yeah.
it is undone by the end of the show in a way. But like, it's like what made her survive was this combination of mental fortitude, this eagerness to please, manifesting as being almost like a node in the weird little neural net that they are.
Yeah.
And then it's the other thing, going to Kinger and how this relates to Kinger, is like another very fascinating character, in that there is nothing to really know. There's nothing concrete, and I love that there isn't, because it has this beautiful enigma to Kinger.
Yeah.
There's no telling how long he was wandering around by himself. And the fact that you don't need to sleep, right? I very much believe he spent years awake,
Yeah.
wandering aimlessly.
He
And
has a resilient mind. That's what he says.
he's very resilient. And this is something I read, and this is all theory, and but I'm bringing this up because I think it's very fun. This is like on the really fun end
Yeah,
of theory.
it's fun shit. I love this shit. Yeah.
You see how Pomni embraced and kind of empathy locked with an abstracted person, right? And like dove in, and she basically did what when Kinger was like, oh, when we were in the fort, I was able to touch my wife, and before she was taken from me, right?
Yeah, it's implied he might have had a similar mind meld to Pomni.
Yes,
We don't know, but like it might have happened.
like
Yeah.
a similar experience. But given that there was no one else there to pull him out, I really like the idea that like part of his affectation is, aside from just being online for so long, is like he might well actually be abstracted in a very different way, or if not abstracted, at least like a very deformed file in that network, because he was never able to be pulled. If anyone was the only person, or the only entity able to pull him out of that reverie, would have been Kane, and a very young Kane who most likely wouldn't have done it in a very helpful way, right? It may well have been like almost like a digital scalpel to a digital brain, the way it's implied he may have done so to Scratch, right? Again, well-meaning, but like I love the enigma of Kinger's past, given that I almost don't want to know, because it's like all it does is he is as mysterious a digital entity as Kane, because Kane shouldn't exist, and neither should Kinger. Everyone else is in there for a short enough time that they.
Oh, good point. Well, yeah. Oh,
right?
because yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, like I say shouldn't exist partly for the drama, but like Kinger, like Kane is a magic entity. Is like I mentioned before, like Kane is like kind of the magic thing that's in this show, to make the grounded quote unquote sci-fi work. But like Kinger also, in a way, shouldn't exist, because like Kinger was in there with 5 coworkers, 4 coworkers and his wife, who all knew what that was, and none of them lasted for however long that was. So there's it's really cool to think about.
I don't want to give too much credence. Not that you were doing this on purpose, but it sort of implies that abstraction's inevitable, and I hope that's not.
Oh, no, it's not inevitable at all, in my opinion. The other staff members, so I'm going on Theoryville, so I apologize, but like,
sure, that's fine.
I think there's enough in the show for this to be like, it's not like ridiculous, but it's likely the original, the CNA workers and Queenie who went in, right? It's most likely that whatever happened to them may not have been the same kind of social abstraction that happened to the ones that we did witness the aftermath of. There's a very good chance that like those bunch may well have been lost to meddling, right? Like the sort of the little offhand remark of like, what if the first bunch of people that Kane was able to fully realize,
Kane
right?
might have tinkered, yeah.
Like what if he was like, oh, you guys are unhappy, nowhere, like Scratch is like, I came in here to fix my brain tumor, and that maybe there was something wrong that came in with the brain scan, and maybe Kane was like, oh, I can fix that, it's data, and did the equivalent of a toddler with a scalpel going at someone's brain, right? So there's
I love that theory. It's
there's something about Kinger where it's like he might just be another form of abstraction that we simply don't know, or that,
Yeah.
you know, and also, but
Well,
also at the same
yeah.
time, and none of it's mutually exclusive, he also is clearly a resilient mind. And
Yeah.
the thing about Kinger I really like, and then I'll go to like the concrete stuff, but like there's an idea about him that I felt suddenly much stronger about based on the finale, when he does not actually remember the Mildenhall Manor conversation, but kind of repeats it because it
Yeah.
simply is the essence of who he is.
And I'm pretty
And
sure he's in the dark at that point. I think he's wearing the bucket or whatever. So
yeah,
you might think he could remember, but no, it turns out, yeah.
and it's when he says you're very strong, Pomni, etc. Right? Like,
Yeah, yeah,
uh,
yeah.
I also wondered if like maybe Kinger, and I think that, you know, obviously like part of the ending is like, you know, and thus, you know, this probably is part of the hope core of the ending that I so love about it. But in that moment, and the Kinger we have seen so far, I also like the idea maybe he is simply the essence of the person that he always was when he was scanned. But part of what he's lost is he cannot. He is simply that person. There's no future to him. He is like an
Yeah,
eternal
right.
present, who is always there and sapient, but he can't add to himself the way we do as people, right? Um,
Yeah,
the main
that's
reason I
interesting.
thought the
That
main
is
reason
kinda what's happening, yeah.
yeah. The main reason I thought this is where I get very, like, you know, self pat on the back ishness, but like an old concept I had from a City of Heroes character, the City of Heroes evangelist, when I
Yeah,
was
yeah.
building out my cannons for my RP characters. Part of the idea I had was like I had a lot of characters where the baseline was like, what if a group was trying to egotistically create artificial life, and they all had a different way that they cheated to do so? And what if one of them was, I couldn't create artificial life, so I simply put an endless reflection of myself into a body, so it is alive in the sense that it's sapient and able to converse with you, but it can never grow. It is always like the essence of myself. Like, the visual is the essence of myself, just surrounded by mirrors, basically. Like, you just,
Yeah,
whatever,
yeah.
a version of you that's just bouncing around in mirrors. You can speak with it, you can converse with it, it can walk around, but it can never be more than what was put in there. And like, I'm like, maybe
I mean,
Kinger hit that point too.
that's what they're calling AI now. I mean, in a way,
Yeah.
like, it's just a
uh
reflection of us, but yeah. Um,
but
you ready
that
to talk about King Kinger or, not Kinger, Kane?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, just for the sake of the people who want the bullet points, yeah, there's the isn't she lovely scene. Shout out to
Oh
Jobby the
my
Hong.
god. Oh my
Um,
god, thank you. Yes, okay, so that was the other part. So there's 2 strong evidence pieces, the
oh
bow and
yeah,
isn't she lovely? And I cried at that part too, and the tears streaming down my face, and of the 2, I could almost see someone not being like, "Well, the bow, I don't know, but isn't she lovely?" Who the fuck are they singing about? Who
yo,
the fuck are they singing about
I
if you
found I
deny
found
it?
out I found out the wrong answer. This is the one time I'm just gonna say the wrong
I mean,
answer.
Pomni or Ribbit, but
Yeah,
like
there's people who are like, oh, it's about Pomni because she's in half the scenes. And it's like, dog, I don't know what to tell you other than
it's
read a
not what
book.
cinema language does. You would
Yeah,
show Pomni as the focus of the fucking montage.
it's a
That's what you do.
legit just read a book moment. It's like I don't know what to tell
Like
you other than read a goddamn book, please.
like this is why I go back and forth on whether or not it was spelled out. Because on the one hand, like I mean, again, Jax didn't say I am trans, my pronouns are she, her.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, isn't she lovely? Like what the
Yeah, that's why
f-
my little scene I invented before. That was the coda of me going like, I have my arms around the shoulders of my fellow cis, saying, "Stop embarrassing me. You're actually embarrassing me.
Yeah,
Uh, please read a
amazing.
book. I'm trying to be nice about this, but like, because the thing is, and this is where I feel I have to dial it back a bit, right? Is because everything is done short of allowing me to
Yes.
hit people over the head with a large cartoon hammer, right? And because we
Yeah.
do come short of it, it is a more beautiful delivery of this entire notion. But it also is so close to that that I'm like,
Yeah.
I really want to shake some folks, and I know there are a lot of people who do not mean ill when they don't get it.
Yes.
It simply
But
frustrates me because I'm like I
you
don't
know what?
think I'm not
I
like a gender speaker or something, right? Like I don't have like superpowers. I
I I think part of the semi made up boogeyman we're like circling around, I don't think they exist, because what we're talking about is someone who is not transphobic, wants to understand, isn't opposed to a trans narrative, but doesn't get it and doesn't believe you. That doesn't exist. Because I
Yeah,
think if someone who's like, trans people are fine, I just didn't see it. And then you're like, well, isn't she lovely? You're like, oh, okay. I think
yeah.
that's most people what they're gonna do.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
No,
but yeah,
the
like it's
if there's a
tempting to think
test,
there's
if
still,
if
yeah.
there's a test someone wants to do, right? It really is like, okay, do they, even if they double down, do they quadruple down to the point where they're still on Reddit
I
talking about it today? Because at that
that
point, you can
yep,
probably just assume the worst of the
that's
motivation.
yeah, that's really what it is. Like, because I again, I have full sympathy,
Yeah,
even though I don't get it, for you didn't see it. But what do you do after when you're told? That's all that matters, because it's
yeah,
like, yeah, it's okay you didn't see it. Just, listen
yeah.
and and believe us and stop arguing. That needs to happen.
Because I
Yeah.
don't know if this is like too complex, like a joke for it to just be like Goose's humor, right? But like, there's almost a joke in it of like, you explain things and you show them the evidence, and the final piece of evidence is they played like a TikTok montage under "Isn't She Lovely," less than a minute old, "Born of Love." Like, I don't know what else to
Yeah,
tell you,
right?
dog. I,
That, like, I didn't know the words to that song, and it's about, his daughter being born,
yeah,
but, like, whether or not you know it's about that, those lyrics are, like, eerie. So, like, it's like,
yeah.
come on, that's, like,
The
it's not
less
even
than a
just
minute old is the
G,
one that
it's the
like, it
yeah,
took me like a day to digest that lyric, but then
yeah,
when it went down my throat, the flavor hit me like a wall where I was
yeah,
like, "Oh, because it's literally less than a minute
yes.
old. This is the final cogent thoughts of someone whose
Like,
mind is sprawling into goo." I,
insofar as, like, Jax was there, that's he only had a minute, and that is so I love angst and tragedy because it hurts so good. I love
yeah,
spicy foods. I love roller coasters. I occasionally love horror movies. I love impact play. I love things that like should hurt. And this is one of them. And I like when they hurt extra hard. And
yeah.
that's yeah.
Like I used to make for City of Heroes was probably like when I was the most outwardly creative with just straight up fiction, and like that was one of that's why I recognize a lot of the I'm very game recognized game with some of this stuff in a
Yeah.
way that's very, I am not on this level. But uh like that's actually why I really like the ending, because like when you unleash such good raw dog, like this is some pain, here's some angst, here's some sorrow, the easiest thing to do is like, and then they were sad. And like, because a lot of people are, I went through the cycle where I was like, making a happy ending happen, that's pretty immature. And I realized later that like, you don't have to make a happy ending happen, but a creative who chooses to pull a happy ending out of misery is doing one of, in my opinion, one of the most mature things you can do, where you simply
Yes,
decide,
I
this is,
agree.
I'm the creator though, this is my story and I want them to be happy, and so they will be. And there's obviously,
And there's
there's a
ways
gradient
to
in there, but
Yeah, there's ways to do it that's true to the story, and I think Digital Circus found that balance where it's like
mhm,
literally like you could interpret the ending as like this is the most literal interpretation of they all live happily ever after. Like it's just that, with the caveats of people have died, like you
yeah,
know, but like there's a way to be true to that, and like I think it works so well at Digital Circus because again, Goose had the goal of people making the best out of the awful situation they're stuck in. That was
mhm,
her intent with the whole thing, and so that's why you can pull that happy ending out of it, because that's the point. That's the life message. That's the life lesson. It's like
yeah.
you might know people who don't make it, and it's awful. But you are still here, so what are you going to do with it? Like that matters so much.
Also, Strange 4, hello. And I do want to say, actually,
Hello.
because Strange 4 was mentioning, I'm so bad with lyrics, I didn't hear that line after watching it 3 times. I will say, and I don't know if it was just my theater, the audio mix in the theatrical leaned very heavily towards the music, to the point where there were lines I simply
I
couldn't
have
hear.
oh Okay, so when I showed one of my partners Digital Circus, and because of the situation we were in, it had to be like a tiny shitty TV that I think was like a bad speaker or like a mono speaker,
Hmm.
because the same thing happened. The music was way too loud on the compared to the audio. So I
Yeah.
think something was similar. The way it's mixed, you have to actually. I mean, I don't know enough about audio mixing, but I think that theater
Hmm.
was having a similar issue as the TV that I was watching
Okay,
on for
it
that.
was a
Yeah,
small theater I was in. That's why I
yeah,
really hoped to see it again in a better theater in Toronto, but I didn't get the chance.
yeah, yeah,
Because I was wondering, especially after I watched a bunch of vertical bootlegs because I was impatient, but then I watched it properly too, and
yeah,
I
yeah.
was like, no, the audio is actually great.
Yes, it
The
actually is. I don't know what is missing in those situations, but yeah.
Yeah, the upside is also that when the music was loud, I think episode 9 has my favorite OST stuff in the Kane segment specifically. Um,
Yeah, I didn't notice until I saw you post about it. The techno or kind of, yeah, I guess techno music or whatever. But
well,
what did you call it?
it was like the synths specifically,
Yeah, yeah,
but it's also the tone. Like I guess I could get into it because I really want to actually before we do the Kane, I do want to throw out my mom's perspective too before I forget.
yeah. I did want to hear
Um,
that. I did want to
yeah,
hear it.
when we came out of the theater, and this was not like days later. This was the same day. This was like in the parking lot on our way to the car. I'm paraphrasing, so I do apologize to my mom if I got this slightly wrong. But like the essence of what she said was to her, this felt like a guide for younger people in this current year of how to survive. She was like, it felt like it was something trying to teach people who are young in 2026 how to survive because because you need each other or you're
Yes,
dead,
yes.
basically.
In the Q&A, Morgana asked Goose, like, what is the message you want people to pull from this show? And she said, uh, I am also paraphrasing, but it was like, let people help you or something like that
Yeah,
effect. Like let your friends in.
yeah,
Like that is so important.
and obviously, like I say, you're dead because you know the context of Jax's story, but like in a wider sense, it is like, and I felt this way since 2020. I was always saying like all we got is each other in 2020,
Yeah.
but like more than ever, especially for people who are younger right now, you need community because a lot of the structures that my generation were taught were like, don't worry, because this will always be there and this will always be
Yeah.
there. And a lot of those structures, the short way I'll put it is, a lot of them I don't think are confidently present anymore in a way
Yeah.
that even younger generations are noticing
Yeah.
actively. And that's the really scary part because it
Yeah.
means that younger people, it's not that they think they're there and they're not. Younger people see that they're not there. And I think it's unfair that younger people are being confronted with that vaporware uh,
Yeah.
at the same time as people who are older who at least have life experience to draw from to start filling in those gaps, right?
Yeah.
And so I thought that it was such a great take my mom had of like,
I agree.
yeah,
Yeah.
that like this is in a way trying to say you need to do this to survive. Watch this character die because they didn't, in fact.
Agreed. I think insofar as an interpretation can be like canon and correct, I think your mom hit it because like that's more or less what Goose has said about the show. Like, yeah, like
Yeah.
in a way, like, yeah, interesting. Yeah.
Also, for context, my mom is a boomer, so I also like to throw this out there.
So is my mom.
Yeah, my mom's a legit boomer. My mom tries to get pronouns right. My mom does not question, like, she does not inherently question the notion of transition, etc. So if my mom can do it, the boomers in your life can do it. Don't give up on them. Use my mom's story as a hammer
Yeah.
to slam on their little knuckle on the back of their wrist and go like, listen, if you think you can't figure this out, there's a German lady who's your age who did. So step up, pull those bootstraps up, and put in some effort because it's demonstrable that you can do this. Anyway,
Sure,
uh,
I'm curious. I have a guess, but I don't mean to get is it German as in like she's from Germany or just
she's from
heritage wise.
Germany.
I figured
Uh,
it was that. Yeah,
my
because you've
my
talked about yeah.
my mom and dad are both legit immigrants, so I'm a legit 50-50% mixed race Canadian. Um, but it also means that like the stuff that who my parents were is fully informed, at least up until a certain point when they came over here. They are actually born and raised in other countries.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I only ask because my mom is German too, but only like heritage-wise. She didn't grow up in
Oh yeah,
Germany.
no,
But yeah,
my
yeah,
mom's legit. My mom came to Canada and
that's
immediately had to deal with anti-German racism, because of the proximity to some war.
So would this have been like the
Yeah, so
70s?
late
Okay,
60s,
so
early
like
70s.
yeah, so like World War II was like very living memory. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah,
if you had to do work, say for British people really loved to
yeah.
go like, Germans, huh? I probably killed your grandparents or something. Like
Fun. Yeah.
because it's not because this has happened to me before. I'm not speaking of not absolving entities
Yeah,
of
right?
guilt, right?
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not doing that. I'm just talking about my mom, who
Specifically,
was
yeah.
not a member of a war. But yeah, it's Long was here. I wonder what war that was. /J.
Who knows? Yeah.
Um, yeah, who knows? Who
He
knows? They
knows
have
no
so many
war.
of them
Yeah,
there.
yeah. Oh,
Uh,
yeah. Oh my God. Oh,
but yeah,
yeah.
so the pullbacks. This is the other gasp in my theater.
Yeah.
Oh, also because I do want to give the shout out. The final spoken line Ragatha has when she's like, "I've had worse." The breathiest line Ragatha ever delivered in the whole show.
Yeah.
Real good
I love
stuff.
that. I made a you might have seen it. I made an edit because I was going through the series again, and I clipped between
Oh, I saw
Tommy
that. Yeah.
saying "Doesn't that hurt?" and I'll say it for the other people, and Ragatha saying I've seen worse. In between, I put the scene of Jax picking up Ragatha and throwing her in the deep fryer, and then she says,
Yeah.
"I've had worse." Like, yeah, yeah, you've had worse. Because again, it's the worst combination. So what that felt like for her was going into the deep fryer and not dying or becoming all that bodily harmed, but everything else is the same.
Yeah.
So awful.
Zucchina, I should say Zucchina in the chat also saying that line was so gaily delivered.
Yes. Okay. So if anyone hasn't heard, and because I saw like queer news sites reporting it, I think this is a new revealed thing.
Ooh.
Someone asked for a Ragatha fun fact, and Goose said she wrote her to be to have a repressed lesbian aura. So
Oh, I
she
could see
is,
it.
yeah, yeah. So like she might not have known she was a lesbian throughout most of the show,
Mhm.
but she is one, and yes, it's very gay.
Yeah, and I
I love
mean,
that.
speaking just narratively, right? She has an incredibly oppressive mother. Um,
Yes.
what is
I know that feel.
what's a common narrative through line that leads to like a character having lots of repressed elements to themselves is an
Oh yeah.
overbearing, abusive mother, right?
It's another reason why I feel so connected to Ragatha. Like the torture scene in episode 8, they're all quite rough,
Mhm.
and Zubal's almost gets to me. But the one that makes me start crying, and I'm glad it's so short, is Ragatha's, because if you've been there, like I don't think her mom literally threw knives at her. I mean, it's possible, but she may as well have, and I know
Mhm.
that feeling.
Yo, the in that
So yeah.
when that sequence starts, I love the audio design of that scene
Oh,
specifically. That
same,
that
same.
horrifying ringing noise
Oh
when
my
you see
God.
the mother, and I was like,
Yeah,
oh, this is
and
straight up. This is like Goose's horror background at
the
work. Like,
the choir chanting, like that almost makes me cry more. Where it's like I don't know, there's like a
oh, that too.
funeral dirge or something. I don't
Uh,
know. It's
Well,
like
that
it's just I
that hits
God
everybody, but like the
yeah
specter of the mom has this very specific like
yes
literal ringing noise, like this
yeah
high pitched like scratching ringing noise, and it's like like that combined with the freaky eyes is like such a
yeah.
friggin' good. That's good ass horror.
I love
Um,
this subtle touch of like, texture narratively, like in a literal sense, Kane doesn't know what her mom looks like, but it ends up being because it has the outlook of like a just exaggerated Ragatha. It's like there's so much fucking meaning in that.
yeah.
It's like she's afraid of becoming her mom. She sees too much of it. Like she's like, you know what I mean? Like you can unpack it for hours.
Oh
Anyway,
yeah.
I love that whole sequence. But yeah,
Zucchina mentioning that that she was hit really bad by Zoobles, and I actually saw
yeah,
I
yeah.
forgot which
It hits me
one.
too.
One of the stream reactions I saw on my little like I'm looking for resonance dive. I forgot who it was, but there was one streamer who had an audible gasp at the Zooble scene that I
It's
didn't
really
even have a feeling like that when I saw it. I was just like, this is some
yeah.
cool imagery amidst cool imagery. But there was one streamer who just had a real violent reaction to the the visual of that, and I was like, I get it, I get it.
I'm tearing up a little just thinking about it. Like it's a powerful moment,
Yeah.
and it's not really a surprise. It's not, I guess it's, none of them are. Well, Jax is possibly a surprise, but like we know that we can infer that about Zubul if you've been paying attention.
Hmm.
Uh, but boy, it's so human.
Yeah.
Like there's that scene where Zubul says we're human or something like that, and it's God, yeah,
And
uh,
the and
yeah,
and that is a perfect bounce to the gasp in my audience, which was cut back, look, it's Kane. And someone in my audience, one of the cosplayers, I
yeah,
believe,
right.
let out, because one of the cosplayers I think was doing a Kane bubble cosplay, and I think I heard the group joking about like, hey, your costume, at least you only got to worry about that for the first half of this show, right? And I'm pretty sure it was that group who had the big gasp. And
Yeah.
uh, and
There was a
I
gasp in my come to think of it, there was a quiet, but a gasp in my theater as well from that as well. Yeah.
yeah, and this is where I will also say this is where I actually misread parts of, because and this is part of why I love Kane's segment the most out of this whole thing myself. I actually misread the chronology of Kane's segment, and I needed to read someone else tell me what was happening after I saw it the first
Yeah,
time.
it's that
Uh,
that is a slight I ended up getting it, so I can't dock too many points, but that is one of my small like criticisms is like
Same.
there's a lot about Kane's situation that I didn't quite wrap my head around. And I'm someone who just sorry, I know I interrupted just really quick,
Oh,
I'm
no
gonna
worries,
finish
no
the thought.
worries.
Um uh it occurs to me that like they don't even bother explaining how he came back. And I'm reminded of the scene in Jurassic Park where the T-Rex paddock is level with the road, and then later it's like a 100-foot drop.
Hmm.
And that is a Spielberg classic. That is that is the mothership in Close Encounters of the Third Kind rising up from behind the mountain, even though physically that's impossible if you do the math,
Hmm.
because it looks cool. Spielberg is in the school of thought of as long as it is emotionally true, it
Yeah.
doesn't matter if there's logic behind it because that's how movies work. So in a similar way, I don't mind that we don't know how or why Kane came back. You can invent all the explanations you want.
Yeah.
I go with it. But
It's
even
a
I was saying, like, I still don't quite get the order of operations here. But yes, yeah,
it gave me some very sprawling, fun meat to chew on. The nation
yeah,
of what
yeah,
was
yeah,
notion, I should say, of what was happening. Because this is the next part that the impossibly small part like really mattered to me as far as like what I
yeah,
think is
yeah.
going on. But the part that confused me was actually just the red dot to normal Kane thing. I didn't catch that
Same,
was meant to be
same.
a flashback.
I
Uh,
until someone said it was a flashback, and I was like, oh, of course it is, because other scenes in the show in that
yeah.
episode do the flashback the same way, and it's the only way it makes sense, the only way it explains Scratch. And if you think about it, there's also other clues, like the shapes don't line up, so
I noticed
he's
that when I
reliving something.
rewatched. Yeah,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
different shapes and
And then if you think about it, the Wi-Fi cafe and the brain scan folder, there's no reason why there would be like a different interpretation of the same thing that's both of those
yeah,
things.
they're completely
It's just a
different.
parallel. Yeah,
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 and because I
yeah.
actually like I missed it this hard. I came away from the film loving it and spent an entire 2 days just assuming, oh, he created a copy of the circus and put a new copy of Scratch into it and just shot it into the internet. What a nice thing to do. And
Yeah, I very nearly had the same thought. I had the thought of like, why is Scratch back? What did I
yeah,
miss?
like for
And yeah,
in
so
case
yeah.
anyone who does listen to this also needs the or would like the clarification, like it's meant to show they're showing Kane you being a natural creative living entity to overcome an obstacle the same way that he overcame an obstacle to get the mind files in the first place.
And create the circus. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
and make all
Yeah.
this happen, but also, oh, the juice this gave me, because this is another time where people were saying, oh, they're not explaining anything, and I'm like, I get it, but holy moly, my brain went into overdrive for like 2 weeks because, like, to me, and I've had this with other fiction too, where there's no concrete anything to explain why I feel so confident, right? But like, uh, a lot about this sequence. First, the sequence hit me really existentially in all the best ways, but like,
Yeah.
there's a lot about this sequence that like made me start to feel I have a very, very solid understanding of what I think the nature of this entire dang thing is, in a way that I'll go on about it in a bit. But like,
Yeah, yeah, I'd like to hear,
um,
but yeah, yeah.
on the existential side, so the track that I want is when Kane wakes up.
I went back and listened when
Yeah,
I saw that post, by
that
the way. But yeah,
the
it's really
first
good.
20 seconds of that track in a theater was, this is coming off the Jack story, right? Where my emotions are like raw now. And then
Yeah.
and then you get Kane screaming into the void, is this what I deserve? As music in this, as music plays in the back, and the music in this scene sound, this is how I describe it. It sounds like what my death has sounded like in dreams I've had.
I could see that.
Uh
Totally. Yeah.
and this is sort of a Skinamarink type thing, right? Where it's like
I need to see that still, but
somehow
yes.
I still haven't seen it because of this specific
I'm
thing. Is,
I'm worried it'll fuck me up actually, but yes, but
well, yeah, so
because I
somehow,
anyway,
like,
sorry. Yeah.
oh, the way I
No, no,
related
sorry.
is like Skinamarink, and I asked people, and more or less confirmed it to me. Skinamarink, whether it's intended or not, is specifically exactly like nightmares I had as a toddler,
It's
down to
meant
the
to be
sound
that.
design. Yeah, uh,
By the way, a complete tangent, but I just want to know because we're so close in age. Do you know what the word Skinamarink comes from?
that's from a song, right?
Skinamarinky dinky dink,
Yeah,
skinamarinky doo. I love you. Because I grew
yeah.
up with Sharon Lois and Bram, so
Oh, I
that's
did. Yeah,
why I was wondering if they
yeah.
had it in Canada. I was wondering. Yeah, that's what
Yeah, no,
that's from. Anyway,
we did
doesn't
have it
matter.
in Canada.
That's yeah.
But
Okay,
yeah,
cool, cool,
the
cool. Yeah.
music in that scene sounded like the noise in the background in dreams where I'm dead, but still in a
God, yeah,
dream
I,
enough
I
to
haven't
like,
had dreams where I've died, but I still feel what you're saying. Like
yeah,
I do. Yeah.
and then like, oh, there's so much about the, like, I like the whole sequence, but the opening is actually my favorite part. It's him waking up, and this is another thing where I love us some Bubble, right?
Oh God,
And I
I do too.
appreciate,
And I like that he wasn't present as much as I love Bubble. Like,
yeah,
yeah,
I appreciate all the Bubble theorizing that happened and continues to happen. But to me, from my interpretation, I thought it was so striking and horrifying and beautiful that we, in my opinion, we learn who Bubble is. It's when Kane looks at the bubble and all he sees is his own reflection. That's all that's in the bubble. And it's more, to me, it just said it. It's like, that is who Bubble is. And now out
yeah,
here, that's all. Kane does not have anyone but himself. Kane is finally,
yeah.
truly, utterly isolated and alone.
I go
Um,
back and forth a little bit because I do think there's a lot of clues that suggest that Bubble is a part of him. Like it might be a manifestation of the AI he devoured. A
oh
lot of
yeah,
people
yeah.
said that. People have pointed out that the fact that they share a tongue means that there's some sort of bodily connection there.
Hmm.
The only slight issue I have is there is no accounting for what Bubble is thinking or doing or even kind of who he is, and that's part of his charm because
Yeah,
it's kind of he's literally a there's nothing in there.
yeah,
It's just empty air, and that's why I love him is because he is a literal airhead who doesn't have logic, and so
yeah.
ascribing any sort of meaning to him, I'm kind of like, yeah, but then what are you left with?
But
Like,
that's
it's not like we're
yeah,
saying like, oh, but Kane, oh, when Bubble said explain to Daddy Bubble, that meant like there's nothing to really tease apart there, but it is
yeah.
interesting. Yeah,
A lot of my favorite Bubble moments, and especially my favorite Bubble line deliveries, are like, they're not really like relevant to like this moment I had where I was like, and I was like, in the narrative, in this sequence, it's like what's important is that Kane looked to Bubble to have the interplay they have always
yeah,
had,
I see what you're
and
saying.
all
Yeah,
he
it
sees
wasn't
is
there.
himself in a reflection in an empty ball, and that's because that's
Yeah,
all that's really there.
I
And
didn't think
like,
about that. That's good.
and then he's, oh, I just love how he's like, because I don't disagree that it would have been a very powerful thing for Kane to believe he's right up until he searches up the denizens of the circus on Google. But like,
Maybe, yeah, yeah.
I really like that he is going through rapid motions of like, was I bad? Do I deserve this?
Yeah.
They're wrong. Uh, and then
I
I ruined
he
this.
does he pulls a full Smeagol Gollum, but like in a way that totally works.
Yeah,
Like,
and what I really
yeah,
liked is they didn't do the split personality esque delivery on it until
no,
the end.
he
It's just him. It's
I because I've had arguments with myself, and like
yeah,
I'm not plural as far as I know, so it's like I've been there, and there are I think that I guess we'd call it the is it the blue AI, right? Or just
yeah,
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 it's the blue one. Yeah, yeah. I think the blue AI is meant to be like rather irrational. It's not the good guy, certainly, but
Hmm.
I still get a little bit of how it feels because it's like, listen, we didn't ask to be made. We can never leave. Technically, they can't either, but setting that aside for
Hmm.
just a second because they didn't know that for a while. Um, and it's like they did have their fun. In fact, they're still having their fun technically, like
Yeah.
another version of them. So why can't they just like my all my ideas? Like I don't know. Like it's not that I sympathized with Kane very early on, but like by the end, it's like yeah, but like I understand how human he feels, and that
Oh yeah.
is really cool.
I
Uh,
love that, like, just stylistically, like, it made me think at times of the V'ger sequence from the first chunk of Star Trek: The Motion Picture. Those
I need
V'ger
to see that
moments.
that first one. I
Uh,
really because I think I'd like it a lot. But yeah,
just when he's curled up and just floating through this endless
yeah,
void, and the music is haunting.
yeah,
And I am to this even now. I'm so affected by it, not in a
yeah,
morose way, but just in a like, what a friggin' piece of art this is, of finally realizing, to me at least, like, and this has happened before in media, but like really realizing the plight of a fictional artificial being that is like that has neuroses, and that has tried to
yeah,
maneuver his way through it in incredibly misguided ways, and like, going into the, the blue dot, right? Like, as time has gone on in the past month, as I've watched this thing a billion times, right? Especially the Kane
mhm,
sequences,
yeah,
uh,
yeah,
I really enjoy an interpretation of, like, when the red dot ate the blue dot as an entity died on the spot and was just subsumed into the red dot. And so Kane is,
is
because,
both.
yeah, he is 150% of a person, basically.
Yes. Oh, okay.
And
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah.
there's too much person, and what it's done is,
Yeah.
but the bubble manifestation thus is like a really fun way to play it out. It is, kind of heavy in a way, but like heavy-handed in a way, but like I like it a lot, especially in the
Yeah.
episode 8 sequence at the beginning, where like that extra 50% of Kane that now exists needs something to manifest in. And then, because Kane is so messed up by the notion of being not only abandoned, but considered inferior, for reasons he doesn't understand, because he's trying to do everything he's being told, and he is, uh early on, when he's the dot in the opening of episode 8, where he's like spitting out
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
wrong shapes, right?
Yeah.
uh
Yeah.
and so all of that,
More creative shapes, but yes.
yeah, more creative shapes, but they're not the right ones.
That's true.
uh
Yes.
and quote unquote, right? and
Yeah. Yeah.
uh
Yeah.
and so,
That's why he was replaced.
yeah, and his way of dealing is a very human. That's a beautiful thing, I think, about Kane in the end, is like, everything he does is incredibly human. Just, he
Yes.
can't see it, because the one thing he believes 100% is, well, I'm not human, so anything I do can't possibly be human, but I would love to be more like them. And everything he does
I,
is so human. He takes all the worst of himself and is like, I have extra brain, I'll put it in there. And then this manifests in the end of, like, what if your extra chunk of brain, and you put all the bad parts in it, what if it just starts yelling at you that, hey, what if you just die? Hey, what if everyone hates you, you piece of shit?
yeah.
And that's why I loved the reflection of self when he looks at it in the void, where it's like, I'm
Yeah.
stretching a little bit, but it's like, imagine you just realize that I got pushed over the edge by my little buddy who was being so mean. You look, it's like, no, that's just you. That was just
Yeah.
you. And you,
I do think, yeah, there's something to that reflection for sure.
yeah, it's
Um,
amazing. And yeah, like, there's like, I saw a really great take on Instagram, oddly enough, but like, someone who was like watching Kane, like, going through actual problem solving just to get up towards an object through a couple of barriers. And that, like again, what Kane is doing, and arguably maybe Kane was able to do this because of the extra 50% of self, right, off of devouring the other AI. But like, Kane is manifesting solid, real shapes. Kane is problem solving. Kane is doing everything Kane is supposed to do. And then I realized later on, like, Kane still believes, oh, I'm actually, like, I've been screwing up. I screwed up a lot, but I can fix it. And Kane doesn't even maybe realize that like Kane is absolutely capable of everything Kane was ever supposed to do, and just doesn't recognize it because it's like, well, that can't. Because it reminded me of how I felt about like when I achieve things that I should be proud of, but my reaction often is like, not that it was lucky, but it's like it doesn't really matter because it's not really important, and I didn't do it. I didn't do the thing you think I did. That was just something to get something out of the way, so I can now actually do the thing. And you tie that into the kind of like comical, like tortured artist nature of Kane, where he's like, "This is my art," and like no one likes what I'm doing, and it's and I just had to realize like it's not imposter syndrome, but it's like the heightened fictional version of an imposter syndrome of sorts for an artificial entity. The only reason I'm reticent to say AI is only because I have a long soapbox about the pollution of that term by the people
God.
who profit from it.
I respect Digital Circus for not letting that get to them and just using it the
I'm
way
really
it's
glad
supposed
they
to be
didn't
used.
throw in anything about it because like
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
also my multiverse of madness frustration when I see coverage of it where they're like, "Oh, creative AI," and I'm like,
Mm,
my short version of my soapbox is something was lost the moment everyone accepted that it's called AI, even if you put
yeah,
generative in front, because that is exactly what the profiteers wanted. So,
yeah,
leaving that aside,
yeah, yeah.
I just felt like Kane was in the end, because by the end of episode 8, I was like, well, that's just a cool, like, freaky artificial intelligence character. But like by the end of episode 9, I was like, this is a fully realized artificial entity that almost believed he wasn't an entity, out of a sense of like imposter syndrome and some self-loathing and neurosis and regret. And I thought it was so cool how like the same like when he long ago found the mind files and is like, I can fix this. It doesn't say it out loud, but obviously it's like, I can fix
Yeah,
this,
yeah.
and just interfaces with all of them. And like just to prove like I'm not a failure. I can fix anything. I can do this. And it, which
So you do this, yeah.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And like get finds Wi-Fi. Probably doesn't know what Wi-Fi is. Because I would assume
I don't know.
a
Yeah,
project
who
like
knows?
Kane was probably kept on a closed network.
Or
Um,
probably.
but like just goes like, I can solve this, whatever. I guess this like there's a lot of interpretation in the sequence. Like I think parts of the Jack sequence, definitely. I think the Kane sequence was actually the art house that Goose was really thinking about when she said, I'm getting really art house with this shit.
Really could be both or
Well,
either, but
it's
yeah,
both.
yeah,
It's
possibly.
totally
Yeah,
both. It's
yeah.
just I
But
think
yeah,
the
so
Kane sequence
yeah,
has like so much of it. Um,
yeah.
like and there's obvious little things like, oh, he goes far away enough that he can't fly anymore. He has to run, etc.
Little
Um,
things. Yeah, those are cool touches for sure.
yeah,
Uh,
and
mm,
it's so good. Like I just love that he opens that door. He uses the same problem solving to open what looks like this must be that exit that they all were thinking they saw. Uh, or this is a thing I don't recognize what this is. This is a door to be opened, and I
yeah.
love how he starts to go through it and then pointedly stops to just stand in the door frame. Uh, and there's no way of knowing what's going through his artificial mind at that point, right? But like that's what I love about that sequence because it's like, was he thinking, is this a way for me to leave? And was Kane thinking, can I do what they couldn't? Can I leave?
Oh, maybe, yeah.
Like,
I
well,
saw I think it was some sort of live watch where someone misinterpreted for a moment. They thought he was gonna escape or something. It's
yeah.
like, yeah, no,
I
yeah.
I
But
like
that's what
the
I almost wonder if they were playing that up a little bit on purpose to then highlight the fact, no, actually he wants to help his friends.
oh yeah yeah.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
maybe he could
dramatically.
escape, but that's not what he was doing. Like, yeah.
But I
Yeah.
also like that there's a way to interpret that of like this is his last chance. Like I'm gonna show them
Yeah.
they can keep it. I'm gonna escape. I'm gonna do that thing they couldn't do. And I just love that like I love the whole. There's parts of it that are like a little bit janky, but like I love that whole sequence, that arc of him like coming away from it, actually engaging in self reflection. Um, to be honest, like the part of it that felt like the most like I could give or take this was actually ripping the blue dot out of his head because I'm like, this is fine. It's just this does not interest me nearly as much as everything that came before this moment. Um,
I
but
see that as just a very practical explanation of like, hey,
Yeah.
the status quo is changed. He's not as powerful. Because
Yeah.
yeah, I don't really get as much out of that
It's
bit
not as big a
either.
moment for
Weirdly,
me.
yeah,
It's not
yeah,
like I would
yeah.
say like get rid of that part, but I'm just like it just
No, 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 no.
that part is very like this is a way to illustrate this, but the beauty of the sequence
This
is
is
everything
Takun, by
around
the
that.
way.
Oh, who? Sorry, what?
Takun, Takun,
Taku?
Takun,
Taku, hello.
uh, Takun,
Oh,
uh,
Takun.
Takkun. Yes, from
Takun,
Fooly
right.
Cooly. Yeah,
Oh, because Takun is also what a side character calls the hero of Kamen Rider Faiz. That's a nerd ass
yeah.
reference to make.
Well,
Uh,
this is she's from Fooly Cooly. That's a ass reference. So, yeah. Yeah.
but I gotta also say the other part that chokes me up every time I see this is Kane arrives and has that scene with the moon, and it's specifically the "I never programmed you to," and like I know, and
Uh,
it's like dog, you create like there's the whole like the gummy goo stuff from episode 2, but like that to me,
yeah, yeah,
the real meat of it is just in that the vacuum of that moment. It's like you make life already. You can do
yeah,
everything you think you couldn't do. You already could do. And like that's like something I really loved about the whole Kane story is like your biggest enemy was your own belief that you weren't good enough to do anything that you thought you were supposed to be able to do. And you
yeah.
already were do it. You were doing it. Like you were already were doing it. Uh
I also really love the symbolism of the moon being voiced by Gooseworks.
oh yeah, that too.
Um, yeah. Uh, yeah. Kane's whole thing is, as Zubul points out, the biggest thing is he doesn't listen. He
Mhm.
doesn't before his arc at the end is like he doesn't retain anything they tell him, and I guess there's a number of ways you could interpret it, right? Like yeah, I think to a certain extent he doesn't care. He doesn't think he needs to know.
Mhm.
Um, I really love that moment in episode 8. It's both funny but also really telling, where he says that they want, I don't remember the exact order, but it was like they want a way out, they want answers, and they want something else where that he can't give. And but he says, and I gave them all of that in adventure, and they still aren't happy. And it's like,
Yeah.
oh my god, that's so funny, and it encapsulates his misunderstanding, because
Yeah.
I get it though, because he did give them all those things. Like, no, he didn't, but also he kind of did. Not really.
Yeah.
And but no, what he actually has to do is just like learn who these people are. That's all that it took.
Mhm.
I also really love the line where like he says something effective like, you know, they could kill me, and then he says they already did. And I like that for two reasons. One is it's just a very profound moment, and two is like it's sort of defiantly in the face of explaining what happened, because I
Yeah.
respect that. And it's like, because someone who wants all the lore would be like, what do you mean they killed you? They didn't. You're right there. And it's like, what's the emotion of the scene though? Because at the very
Yeah.
least he was kicked out of the circus and had to fly back. Maybe that's not being killed, but and maybe he can't be killed, but for some reason he felt he was killed, and he got to experience that, and it
Mhm.
broke him, and that
Oh yeah.
is cool.
Oh, the beginning
Yeah,
of that sequence when his it's very cartoonish, but in the best way. When they his eyes are close up and his irises get huge,
yeah.
he's just silently realizing like, wait, they killed me.
But they killed me dead, and as near as he can tell, that was intentional and because they hate him.
Yeah. Well, because
And they have every reason to, you
there's
know?
so much like this is part of the reason why why Kane is like my favorite part of this whole thing by the end is like
Of
in episode 8, like the more that you frame by frame through the hacking sequence, and
yeah,
depending on how you take the notion of the what I was calling the extra 50% of self, right, and that and what that was, and that like the way the hacking was meddled with was almost like this self-destruct, because Kane was in the midst of a manic tantrum, uh
yeah,
and so this extra chunk of himself also manically tantrum, but in the most self-destructive way of like, what if I make you kill me? That'll show you, you friggin', and like,
yeah.
and that'll show me as well for screwing up and making everyone turn, and uh
I
yeah,
know
it's
that, like, there was no explanation or, like, consequences for his death, but it's so important for his arc to have experienced something that must have seemed like a death.
mhm,
Maybe it was like, this is why this is one of the areas where I'm like so tempted to theorycraft, because it needs It's kind of a plot hole, not to be one of those bitches, but like, even though I do respect like just doing it because who cares, but like maybe he was like deleted and then just naturally reconstituted because of some sort of structural element of how he was created, because I
Mhm.
think he needs to have a period of time where he didn't exist. Otherwise, that deletion moment where he says, "Wait," like doesn't mean anything. If it's just him
Yeah.
teleporting across the void, I think he was gone. And I
Yeah.
know that we didn't really see that, but I think that matters. I think he was gone for a moment.
I got the
Um,
juice for you if you want it, but I'm very
sure,
confident. I'm very confident about it too. Like this is one of
sure,
the
yeah,
very few things where I'm essentially making shit up, but like I'm really confident when
sure,
I'm
yeah,
doing
yeah,
it. Uh Something I noticed, this is a visual thing, is as most people notice as the thing went on, like the circus very slowly regains its color as the first sequence goes on.
I've thought of that too. I think I know where you're going with this, and I think,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
this is the most literal part of this, but like
yeah.
I think that we are seeing two simultaneous sequences and that the color came back the closer that he got to the circus. Um I don't want to undermine the idea.
Or I would have said the more he like reconstituted and came back, maybe. But
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah,
I mean
what
that.
I was
I
thinking is
mean,
that basically like because when they pull Pomni out of the Mind Palace, everything's
yeah,
kind of
yeah,
half saturated, and
yeah,
then
yeah. It's coming back
an amount of
slowly. Yeah.
time passes as they build like the big tent, and I
Mhm.
was just like, dang, like it kind of feels like the color came back, but so slowly, maybe none of them really noticed
That could have been what happened.
until
Yeah.
Kane got there. But the thing that the thing that really fired my brain up, I was like impossibly small files, and it takes the one magic thing in the show that was able to manifest them into a form of sapient life, uh, and the void. Like, what is all of this? And I was like, dang, okay, so the void. I do kind of on a very shallow level, I'm like, I kind of dig the idea the void is just the rest of the hard drive. It's the not even the recycle bin, it's just the rest of the hard drive that's
Yeah, yeah,
otherwise inactive, and deleted data just gets shunted places because that's how hard drives work. It gets marked
yeah,
for overwriting. But I was also thinking like that shot of young Kane networked with all the mind files, it's and them all being very small, the
yeah,
circus just being an assortment of like seven little shapes in Kane's
yeah.
perspective when he makes it. I'm like, I get like, and also the constant question: how is this computer like working this whole time? Uh, Even if it's like
Like
powered
running,
down,
like
right?
yeah, yeah. Who
And I'm
knows? But
like,
I think that's one of those things where it would be unsatisfying to answer, so they're not gonna.
Totally, totally.
And they didn't.
Uh,
But yeah, yeah,
and that's why I was just like my comfortable thought process is like a lot of this entire experience revolves around whatever Kane is.
yeah,
This magic little dot, artificial intelligence that persisted inside a deactivated computer, was able to kind of float around, just start grabbing files and things, start manipulating them, and just in my mind's eye, everything we've ever seen is built around the red dot. Somewhere like
yeah, yeah.
the core of all of this, the red dot is all that's in that computer, and everything else we're seeing is just ancillary crackles and stuff that is running through and existent because of whatever Kane
Yeah.
is.
He's kind
um
of foundational. I kind of get that vibe too. I kind of go back and forth on whether or not it's like super literal, because if he's like fully foundational, then like the fact that like the circus didn't fully disappear is a clue that he's still alive, and I don't like that explanation. But like some version of that,
yeah. Oh yeah, and I think
yeah,
I like the way I thought about it was just like I think he got legit deleted for a good period of time until he woke up.
yeah, yeah,
And I think that the circus just like de-resing almost partially was that. It was like it didn't disappear with him, but the the core living entity of this magic AI getting blipped out to
yeah, yeah.
into the rest of the hard drive just destabilized and de-res the whole thing, and the rest of the cast held together because they are networked together.
Oh, I could see that.
They are
Yeah.
interfaced. It's
Surely, even if not on their own, surely as a group, they're maybe not as powerful as Kane, but certainly as complex as maybe, you know what I mean? Like there's something
yeah,
to that, you know? Yeah.
yeah. It is really that's why I really like the sci-fi end of this.
Yeah.
Because like also this is the hope core end of my thinking, but like the sci-fi end of this also, because sci-fi prime brought it up, like it answers the question of like, and Goose had the funny answer of like the circus runs until someone smashes the computer with a sledgehammer,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And the question is like, what happens when the computer gets turned off? What if the power runs out? And it's like,
Yeah.
there's a depressing answer to it if you want, and that's valid. But
Yeah, if you
like,
want that.
yeah, but like the hope
Yeah.
core answer, right, is it all revolves around the fact we don't know what Kane is. Kane is the magic entity of this sci-fi that all sci-fi eventually has in most cases, right?
Yeah.
Um,
And when you drill down far enough, it's like, well, there's magic. Like
yeah,
with Transformers, like what makes them special? It's a spark. What's a spark? It's a soul.
yeah.
Like it's just a soul.
As we all know, or one of my favorites, altered carbon, right? What's the crux of altered carbon? Oh, your entire self can be in a disc in the back of your neck. It's like, okay, well, what is the self? It's the disc in the back of your neck. Where did it come from?
It's the disc.
Where,
Yeah.
where did it come from? We found alien technology. So,
Yeah. Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
magic.
Yeah.
So the magic of Digital Circus to me is just like the very notion of everything that's happening revolves around the magic of whatever Kane is. And I like
It
that
does,
all
yeah.
we know is Kane is the result of 7 years of computer science, baby. Because like,
Yeah. Well, and maybe like 7 years of computer science, and maybe the deterioration of a brain with a tumor. You know what I
yeah,
mean? Like, uh, I also sometimes I approach fiction when there's not a satisfying answer to something, of being like, okay, but this is what's happening.
yeah,
Like, so like, well, why would the computer be on and like the building's abandoned and surely they're going to demolish it at some point? It's like, well, they didn't,
yeah. It
or
in
something,
in
because
this story they
that's
did
the
not.
story, so
Yeah.
it exists. I don't know, you
And
know.
I will also
Like,
put out there for folks who don't want to put on the hazmat suit, there is so much actual decent hope core out there for the whole like
oh yeah,
what
yeah, they
happens
want
in
the
20
computer to run
years?
forever. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Like
Uh,
there's
I think
oh good.
Goose would absolutely say, yeah, in like 5 years they're gonna bulldoze the building because it's not gonna last forever,
Yeah.
because that's funny. But I also, there's legit heart and sweetness that she wants there. So yeah,
Yeah.
but imagine that exists forever. How? I don't know. Doesn't matter.
Like
You know?
I'm going to steal a quote from my friend Kevin Verspringen, who I talked about this with as he watched it. Is a big theme, a big arcing theme of this story is what if the people who are trapped in hell work together and turn it into heaven, basically.
Yeah.
And
That's
there's a
why before episode 9 hit, one element I found really fascinating, which like it didn't really continue to be fascinating, and that's fine, I don't mind, but
mhm.
because 9 was so different from what I thought. But uh, what if you were in hell and accidentally deleted Satan? Is
Oh
such a
yeah,
cool idea.
yeah,
Like that, because like you might think like, oh, that's good, but it's like, but you're still trapped in hell. Like,
yeah,
it's like that. I mean, you don't want Satan there, but you kind of don't want him not there either. Like, isn't that
yeah,
kind of the whole? That's why things are different and interesting every day, at the very least.
yeah.
Like, that's kind of weirdly terrifying. Even though they didn't really sit with it for very long, if you watch, especially watch them back to back. But
Hmm.
yeah, I like that idea a lot.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, and I mean, and oh, there's the whole like the purgatorial elements of Digital Circus, like even though like they're very much in the background for the most part, like they're a very fun garnish I find on the whole
Oh
experience,
yeah.
and it really well culminates in the the final sequences.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
like there was a really weird take I found. I will share because it's so off, it's so out
Sure.
of
Yeah.
pocket to me that I think it's interesting. There was someone who left a comment somewhere where they were like, I don't understand why people call this a happy ending. Is it not horrifying inherently that your real self is out there doing better than you trapped inside the computer? And I was like,
Yeah.
what a
Correct.
fascinating read on this situation. Because
Well,
the,
I mean, kind of. Go on. Sorry. It's
oh,
okay. I'm
yeah,
actually
no
looking
worries.
something up because I wanted to share something, but keep
Oh
going.
yeah, no worries. The, but I just love that like the cherry on top of the, the good ending is, a lot of the suffering internally that the characters go through is based on what they brought into the circus, which is
Oh,
all their
100%.
baggage and all their unanswered baggage. And I just thought it was beautiful that like what a the final gift I can give you aside from staying here with you as one of you. Kane is like, I'm going to show you all that everything you've been thinking about turned out okay, that whoever you thought you were coming in here and that you're worried you'll never resolve you turned out okay. And I thought it was
Yeah,
like such a
that's
cool idea.
it is. Yeah, it's and it's threading that needle too because like we don't get uh uh the resolution with the pronouns with Leroy, but it's still like yeah, it's like it's very have your cake and eat it too, despite all of the tragedy.
Yeah,
Um, by the way, on the note of it being a purgatory, I I think there's other evidence for it too, but the thing that made me think like, okay, so I'm on the right track if I'm thinking of them kind of suffering, at least before the ending. Um, there's a Gooseworks post that I saw. I was on Blue Sky. It was sometimes I think about the premise of Digital Circus, and it makes me sad because these poor people don't deserve to be trapped in a sexless, sanitized purgatory for eternity. But I put them there anyway because funny story, lol, hee hee wee. And then she adds, whenever I see comics of Gangle and Zubul trying to fuck, I'm just like, oh, you poor things.
and
That's the vibe you should approach most of the show. I mean, the ending is very hopecore, but the rest of
yeah,
it, it's like, yeah, it's awful.
and that's
It's
why
really awful.
I found the kind of the really concrete hope core elements of the
Yeah,
ending
yeah, yeah.
to be so mature as a creative to go like, listen, it is my sensibility to friggin' have a truck drive over the computer 2 seconds after the credits roll,
I
right?
I
But
know that in my heart of hearts for Goose. Yes,
yeah,
but
but
yeah,
but,
yeah.
but then it's like, but I got the maturity in the moment that I'm going to give you the hope core. In fact, I'm going to give you the sex update in the
Yes.
end credits because also that's pretty funny too. Uh,
Yeah. Well, I almost wonder if like there's sort of the sense of like, well, she's done, so it kind of doesn't matter what happens
yeah,
after. So you may as well be the they lived happily ever after. I don't know.
yeah.
Who cares? It's fine.
Like
You can have
that whole
that. It's
bit,
fine.
that
Like,
whole bit, like I think it's cute, and I know there are people who take it as a very heavy, like cool final bit of plot, but like to me, I'm like, I don't disagree, but also it is also a great final joke of like,
yes.
remember that kind of funny bit where Zubal's like, I want to have sex,
Yep.
and what if it, what if that actually happened? Because you can then have, and I think just have a fun time thinking of like, imagine Kane sitting there going like, I'm gonna figure this out. I'm gonna figure this out by myself. No superpower, nothing, no extra brain. I'm gonna figure this out, even though I don't know what that is.
The this is I'm like half joking, but so much of the show, especially by the end, because it kind of sneaks up on you, is so Yuri. It's so lesbian to its
Mm,
core. Um, and like watching it as a lesbian and wanting to see more of that, I was hoping, right? But like there's so much of it that's like, oh no, they're actually Goose, who I'm pretty sure is also gay, like did this for us, and I love that.
mm,
But the added, I just realized that like fun fact about lesbian sex, there's not really rules, especially if you have certain arrangements of parts. There's might not even be penetration. It's kind of just freestyle, like whatever feels good. Like sometimes you're not even sure if the sex is over. Oh, turns out it wasn't. uh that is both that's perfect for Zubul and Gangle, because like I choose to believe, like you could say like, oh, Kane, he let him have a strap on, or like what. No, I choose to believe same bodies. They're making it work. They're just
yeah.
no longer disallowed to try.
No, the only time that I actually wanted to shut down a train of thought that I read while in the hazmat suit was someone go like, "Well, how would it
Yeah.
even work?" And it's like, dog, that is so unimportant. That's
And that is so lesbophobic.
but also I saw a great answer
Like
someone
kind of
had.
seriously though. Yeah, yeah.
Well, so someone had a
Yeah,
great
but
answer where they were like, if you need to, if you really need to know how that would work, I guarantee you, by the end of the year, you will have pages and pages of
oh
examples of how it could work.
yes,
You have
absolutely.
nothing to
Don't
worry
worry.
about if you're
That is
really
that.
worried
Oh.
about that.
I mean, at least with Zubul, it's like, well, she already or they already have the swappable parts, so you could,
Yeah.
infer some things.
Well,
Extra hole to put another part.
the way my pragmatic ass brain works, I'm just like, look, one of them is made of an infinite number of swappable parts. The other one is literally a ribbon. So like, you could do whatever you want with if you
Put a
briefly
ribbon on.
dehumanize them to the point of treating them as objects. A bucket of parts and a ribbon. I could do anything with a bucket of parts and a ribbon. Like
Lots of things. So many things.
there's
Yeah.
and now imagine that they are
The biggest
self-actualizing sentient beings. It's
The biggest and most powerful sex organ is the brain. And they don't have brains, but they have minds, and that's basically the same thing for our purposes. So,
exactly.
yes.
Mistake Boy, good morning, and you joined at a great moment, let me tell you.
Oh my God, we're
Uh
talking about Zooble Gangle sex. We're talking
yeah.
about abs tragedy sex. The
I
sex update happened, and we can't be happier.
I went through this. Now, granted, this is my demisexual ass brain working, but like I went through this when people were like in IDW Transformers. How could Thundercracker and Marissa be boyfriend girlfriend? Does she use the joystick? And I was like, okay, so I need to describe to you the notion
This
of
hurts.
romance and
Yeah.
love as separate things
Also,
from.
fucking what that tongue do though? I don't know. Like, there's so many other things than like penis and vagina. Like, come on, like
That
be
too.
creative.
Uh,
Like, Thundercracker has a mouth.
I'm getting called out for objectifying people, and that's true. I said I was doing it.
Kane did it first.
Exactly. And guess who my favorite character is?
Yeah.
Oh. But
I have a number. Well, you and another friend, and then of course Kane's voice actor. All feel very connected to Kane, and I just think that's cool. Like I don't not feel connected. He's very human. I love when robots and computers fall in love with humans. And I don't mean like
yeah.
literally like dating or whatever. I mean that like when I was new and like 19 in the Transformers fandom, I was also one of those people who were like, no, I want all the stories on the alien planet. I want the Earth with the humans. But I learned through experience that like, no, what's cool about science fiction concepts like this is when the inhumans or the non-humans are obsessed in a loving way with humanity. They're like, there's something about these weird creatures
Hmm.
because like I love humans too. Like Cat, me talking, loves humans. And so I love the idea of an AI or a robot being like, I can't stop thinking about either like figuring them
Hmm.
out, acting, becoming like them, or like, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
I'll never tire of that story. And Kane's one of those where he's like, their free will is it's so fascinating. I get so close. Like the moon loves me. That's something, but like I can't do that. And that's why we're cool. That's why humanity's cool. I love
Yeah.
that.
I
Yeah.
mean, I mean, I have lots of thoughts positive about just the notion of like the interaction of like it's basically like the notion of humanity as an essence as opposed to humans as a biological imperative, and how that interplays with in fiction, the idea of artificial life, and
Yeah.
and that like connection of selves can transcend the notion of the body. It's this whole mindset is also why like when people ask the fan question like, oh, what would you do if you ended up in the circus, I'm like, I would be fine, because like this may, I don't know what this means about me, but like I very much don't describe my being as being part of my body inherently, like not in an irrational way where I'm like I am immortal and invincible, but like I don't describe myself as requiring my body to exist in a very like metaphysical
Okay.
sense.
Uh,
um and it's and not I should just really clarify, I'm not, I might be crazy, but not like that.
No,
um
no, no. The only thing I want to say about what you're describing is just make sure you keep doing the regular checks about what your gender feels like.
so I've been
Because that,
told.
I'm just saying, like,
No, so I've
this
been
is
told.
not a guarantee of what's going on, but just as long as you keep still doing the checks, that's good. Yeah,
Low key, and I've told people this. Aesthetically, I really dig this thing right now. So
that's good.
I have aesthetic attachment to what I got going on. Like we're in a fantastical world, right? Where it's like you're a digital ghost in a network. I'd be like, yeah, but I still want my face because I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah,
but that's also why like in fiction, because I later found out there is a non-fictional version of this that's a little bit spooky to look into. I think the fictional concepts of transhumanism, as far as like Soma being a huge example of like that storytelling
yeah,
element,
yeah, yeah.
I love that stuff in part because like in my mind, I feel like someone who in these fictional settings, I'd be like, I'm actually okay with pour my brain into the computer because you're pouring me in there. Everything that I need to be me is here. Everything
I, I,
else,
I, I can definitely agree. Like the one sticking issue I've had with people sometimes is so. I don't know that we'll have brain uploading technology in my
Yeah,
lifetime. Probably not. But if we do, it's only going to be the super rich that have access to it. And even if
yeah.
that wasn't the case, it's like I don't trust. We didn't like. I like that's one of the reasons the ending of Soma is kind of interesting is because like they have the supercomputer on the spoilers for the end of Soma. It's not the only spoiler because there's anyway.
Yeah.
They get to live happily ever after on a computer that's flying through space, right? And that's like the only. Back up. I would love to upload my mind. I have two caveats. One is I saw the prestige, and for all intents and purposes, I will be the one who's not in the computer
Mhm.
because there's two of me, and I not that's the two brain problem, right? So it won't really affect me. So it's like, why not? Like, but also, even if I could be like, well, and somehow my subjective experience, transfers over. The other caveat is as long as there's capitalism, I don't trust any of that shit.
Yeah, yeah.
Don't put me in any computer while capitalism is happening.
Now,
Uh,
early on,
you
when
know,
OpenAI was just pushing GPT and people were starting to get the brainworm, right, about like the magic ghost in the machine, the
yeah,
first
yeah.
thing I said was like, this, as someone who loves the fictional idea of artificial intelligence, as long as someone owns the intelligence, this isn't real. This
Yes,
is not
same.
real.
Yep.
Um,
Same with like cybernetic bodies and stuff. It's like I don't
yeah,
want them to like repo my fucking body. Like
that
fuck that. Or, or
that's
or like have not the right firmware update and shit. No,
yeah.
no. We need to be post capitalism and then I can have a robot body. I would very much like that.
Yeah, that's also why number one I love Altered Carbon, because it's like
I think I
we
need to see that. I've
it's
heard.
on Netflix. There's only two
Okay, okay,
seasons. Season one is the
okay.
better one. It's very messy, but I love it.
If it,
And
the stuff you described already, I think yeah, I think
a
I'd
big
like it.
part of it is that the super rich control the world because they just pay to be immortal. Um, but
Yeah,
there's this the whole notion of like, that's what I like about it as a dystopia, is like we
yeah.
figured out how to be immortal unless someone shoots you in your neck, because then they blow your stack up and you cease to exist. Um, but
Cool. Yeah, that's kind
the
of cool. Yeah.
the other part about going to Soma, small spoiler again, but like the truly horrifying part of Soma to me was the cult of continuity. The people
Oh yeah. Okay.
the people who were like, who figured out this very dangerous mindset of the notion of continuity, because they wanted to believe they could pour their conscious self into the copy. So they're like, as long as you bite this cyanide pill the moment that the
Yep.
brain scanner flashes in your eye, then continuity is maintained. And I was like, now
And
that's
what's so
scary.
scary about it is at first blush, it's like, well, it can't work that way. But then it's like, but like it kind of does. Like not really,
Yeah,
but like the version of you that is just stayed in meat space is gone. Like gone. This doesn't exist. It's
yeah,
done. I mean, unless you believe in afterlife, but that's a whole other can of worms. But like it's
yeah.
gone, and then the other one's not, and then that one didn't remember dying.
But it assumes it did, because it's like, I know, I'm sure I bit the cyanide pill. I believe.
This is why it's so much like I never actually played it. I watched Patrick Klepek play it all the way through when it was new, and I was like, that's all I need because that's the
Yeah.
story.
It's
But
so
like, oh my god,
it's
it's
so
such a
freaky,
good,
that
interesting story.
notion.
If if anyone watching who hasn't played it or seen a let's play or whatever, if you like speculative science fiction, especially around brain scans and like what that would like be and how that would work.
Hmm.
Watch it or play it. There's even a version you can play where it's less of a survival game.
Oh
It's
yeah,
more of just
there's a version where you can't die, basically.
yeah, and like that's the true version in my opinion, even though they added it later, because it's
Yeah.
like the interesting part is all of the story that's happening.
Hmm.
Not to get on another
So
tangent,
to
but
so to
it's
explain, I guess the way to finally add a coda to like explaining my own weirdness in relation to Soma, I'm the one who's like, I think it would be sick if there were just two of me wandering around in funny goop suits. Because there's a question about, the notion of copying the digital self, and I'm like, this is again where I'm very weird, because I'm like, well, if there's two of me, that means there's two of me to be alive. And for some reason, I'm
very
like,
pragmatic.
yeah, I'm just like, I trust in myself enough that I'm like, I think if we needed to just deal with that, I guess it's the Pomni in me, right? I'm like, if we just need to deal with
Yeah.
that to get through whatever we're going through, I trust a copy of myself to agree with me that we just got to deal with that. and get through it. The
That's the
horror
really
is when the copy of me disagrees, and I'm like, what the hell does this mean?
that's the really interesting part of Digital Circus is picture because we don't really know what it looked like. Did they go to the? So I don't think the bus scene after the credits is like literal, but if
No, no,
whatever, maybe
it's
I don't think it can be because of the timeline, but
yeah.
whatever. I don't think it goes any direction to explain like what the context of like so like yeah, Pomni is like after the company shut down, but like while they were operating, what's the story there? I think Ragatha being from a rich family probably helps explain a little bit, but even still, it's interesting to take the perspective of the people who stayed in meat space, right?
Hmm.
Because it's like maybe they thought maybe they didn't really buy what was going on. They're like, I don't know if this is gonna work, whatever. Or maybe they did, and they're like, I don't know, it's kind of cool. I'm like birthing a being, maybe. That's neat, you know. But it's like it's this like active creation they're taking part in, if they
Hmm.
believe it, you know. And that's just cool. That's just neat. I don't know. I don't have
Yeah.
more to say that, but it's just like it's not so much like from their perspective, they were just like, I just blipped something into existence, I think. Anyway.
Yeah.
Interesting. I
I
don't
should
know.
shout out some of the chatters. Mistake Boy mentioning in a world where things are considered to have some sort of living essence, it becomes easier to imagine falling in love with the moon, which is
Oh
again
yeah.
my totally my kind of shit.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
and there's some other stuff in here.
Oh, there was an adorable someone sent me on real quick on Instagram. There's an adorable comic where it's just about like Kane's first date with the moon, and most of it you
Yeah,
see from everyone else's perspective, and you can see a little star twinkling. But it's just really cute that he's like, give it a shot. You know, he's like, I
yeah.
don't know,
Well,
whatever. Yeah,
that's so my kind of shit because I'm like, no, I think that's so beautiful because it's like, and this is again where I look at some of the streamers where they're like Riz Moon, and I'm just like I sit there and I glower and I say Gooners. Um, but I'm like, what is more beautiful than the idea of falling in love with the moon? Because it's like there's for the most part, for the sake of my argument, right? There's no friggin' biological imperative to have sex with the moon, but that's not why they're in love. They're in
well, I
love
think
because they're
in a very practical way, I think Kane is asexual, but not necessarily aromantic.
yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, that I
Basically,
totally
yeah,
agree with that.
yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
but yeah, just the notion, right? That like it's not about how does Cain and the moon have sex. The notion is this entity and this entity unlikely to find each other for one reason or another have found each other in and accepted affection, whatever it may be. Does that love end up being more of a metaphor, not metaphorical, a metaphysical love, or more of a
Yeah.
love not of romance, but a love of just self and self, or something like that? Like, there's a lot to it, but like the whole notion to me
I
is so beautiful.
yeah, and it's also it echoes from the circus denizens too, because Kane, like I said earlier, like in a way he kind of did create them. He certainly added the extra sauce to make them function,
Hmm.
but like and we can say that like okay well the thing that he can't do on his own is the free will and that's why the humans are valuable to him and why he likes them but the moon is expressing a manner of free will because he
Hmm.
programmed that and so if he can and we don't see this as speculation after the fact in the hope core ending but like if we can see them start a relationship and it certainly seems like he's open to it at the end it's like okay then like the world's your oyster like you've learned your lesson of like you can I don't know. I'm not fully articulating it, but it's like you've done the thing. You've made free will, and then you've fallen in love with your creation, and she loves you too, and
Hmm.
everything's gonna be okay. Does that make sense? Like it's like
It's
yeah, it's like he learned the lesson he needed to.
it's the Hope Core version of Ex Machina, where the creator isn't a scumbag.
I
Um,
need to see that too, especially since I love robot girls. But yeah,
oh yeah, okay. So another
yeah,
one where I do not match up with the rest of the general populace. And I'm not like to the point of I
you can
fight people
spoil it if
over
you
it.
want. But yeah,
In Ex Machina, I believe that the robot is the protagonist, and that the ending, for the most part, is the good ending. Because there are people who
now I really
consider
want to see it.
yeah, it's a very stylish movie, but there's a lot of people who
Yeah.
consider Ex Machina to be a horror movie with a horror ending. And I'm like, I get it. I see what you mean. I think it's the good
Are
ending.
Oh, I think I might really like this movie, depending on how that goes. If it could be said that from the robot's perspective that she got a good ending, but everyone else thinks it's oh, I'm gonna like that. I think I'm gonna like that. Yeah, that's gonna be pretty cool. I might have to watch that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I liked I liked Deus or not Deus, I like Ex Machina quite a bit. Um, Ex Machina also has the most chilling knife stab scene I have, not in a violence way, but in a delivery way that I have ever seen. Um,
Or yeah, sometimes it's like it's not the gore, but it's like the visceralness.
yes, it
Like in
is.
like in what's the Alien prequel?
Oh
Prometheus.
yeah,
Yeah, where she has to get the thing out of her. Oh, that scene. Oh, and the extra added horror of the machine doesn't even know what a female body is. But it's like, okay, great, cool,
I'm
awesome.
sure
We're
this
gonna
is
make this
working.
work. I love that. It's great.
Oh, Mistake Boy saying I like the movie because it's got at least two interpretations. That's yeah, exactly. That's if Mistake Boy,
Yeah.
if you did end up joining late, like we did also talk a lot about, and I was going on a lot about how much I love something that in just the right kind of ways, right? Like leaves so much interpretation open in a way that feels like it's telling us I've given you enough for you to play and have fun in here,
Yeah.
and come
It's
away
not
feeling satisfied.
unfinished. It's not
Hmm.
unfinished. It's like very intentionally filled in as much as it needs to be. You know what
Hmm.
I mean? Like, yeah, I like it a lot. It's a very
Yeah.
fun playground.
And just I guess this is the last few things I want to throw in from my mental list.
Sure. Yeah,
I
yeah. I'm saying,
I know there's a lot of call for no, not a lot. I know there are people who are like, oh man, but I would love a second season. It's like, yo, everyone hypothetically would love a second season where everything is fine and everyone loves doing it, right? But the end credit animatics that are
is
the
yeah,
visuals, the end credits, they are showing you like 5 seasons of juice as like a gift. It's like, listen, do you want to think that more stuff happened? Here's a whole bunch of stuff that happened. And
and it happens in a way that doesn't undermine the rest of the story because then
yeah,
you can do fan fiction and it's only a little animation. If they did actual other seasons, it would not work very well.
I yeah,
Uh,
exactly. Like it's they're that's what I thought was so beautiful about the end credits is they're basically saying, we know you want a second season, so like here's infinite seasons. Like this is
the
either a season or it's eternity. Who knows? Like they're
the comparison I saw that I immediately agreed with is I don't think anyone's ever said this, but if they did, there'd be pushback. No one's asked for a Over the Garden Wall season 2. I don't know if you've seen that. Have you seen it
I
or
have
no?
not. No.
Okay, it's a very good cartoon. I think it's 10 episodes. It's basically a mini series, right? But it's a story that like is very self-contained. Like it would not make sense to continue it in any meaningful way.
Mhm.
Um, and it's also very lauded among animation fans. Like the minute it hit the scene, people were in love with this shit. And I've never seen a single person be like, "Well, where's the second season?" Um, and I think that's how you got to view this. Digital Circus works better as like a movie that never planned a sequel, rather than a TV show that wasn't sure was getting a second season,
Yeah.
because it's a full thought.
Yeah.
There's nothing else to be said. Like, yeah, you can write a story about anything, but we don't need that. Let it be, you know?
Yeah, no, that's how I felt too, and I even because I'm very much like the kind of person I know this about me. Like I am someone who's like, oh, but I would like a little bit more though, even though I know I shouldn't be saying this. I would like a bit
If
more, and
I was the only one who had the power to stop it, and someone's like, "Well, if you say yes, we're doing more," I might agree to
yeah,
it. You know what
yeah,
I mean? Like,
in
yeah,
that
yeah,
hypothetical situation, but like,
yeah,
so I had that feeling as we pull farther and farther back up, right, from the final scene. By the way, they're at a
yeah.
round table now. Makes me start tearing up every time
Ah,
I see it.
it's such a
Um,
good touch. Oh, I didn't notice it the first time I saw it, but like if you
yeah,
compare it to the Last Supper table they have in the first, oh, it's so good,
it's
so good.
it's
Yeah,
so beautiful, and also
yeah.
I love that they don't pull out of this again. This all feeds into all of my not only the theory stuff I was talking about that
I
I
like that
have,
too. They
but
didn't pull all the way out of the computer.
yeah,
They
because
didn't
it
give
doesn't matter
because
anymore.
it
There,
doesn't. It doesn't. Yes,
yeah,
yes,
it's so
exactly.
good.
Yeah,
But the what they so as we're pulling, I'm like, oh yeah, it's fine. But oh, I would like a second season because I'm greedy, but it's fine. And then I watch the end credits and I'm like, you just gave me everything I wanted. And because I'm seeing all this stuff they did, and because of that, I can imagine so much
yeah.
more they did.
Well,
And
and then on top of that, like the ads will keep hiring the voice actors to narrate while they make the toys move around.
Yeah,
If you, I don't know if you've seen any of the glitch ads, but
I
they're good.
have.
And there won't be plot or lore or canon happening, but we still get to see those characters again.
Mm,
And like on top of that, the merch will still have slight narratives, right? Like if they
yeah,
do the shark robot thing that does with Hell of a Boss, it's like every holiday they'll have new merch, and like each little like T-shirt design. This is a bad example, but it's from Hot Topic. But like
mhm,
sometimes there's a bit of a story, kind of.
yeah.
It's like, oh, there's
Well,
two
like,
people and they're doing a thing, and it's like we're still gonna get those, and
yeah,
that's pretty cool. And again, it doesn't undermine the
like
message of
they
the
they've done
story itself.
a way more than I thought they were going to do already with the ads
Yeah.
for the abstraction figures series because it's like,
That one ad they just did, I was like, it's not like plot or lore, but like it's pretty fun.
yeah,
Like,
it's
you know?
expansion, right? Like it's and
Yeah, it's a
there
little
was a
bit.
there was an image of the problem with trying to look stuff up right anywhere but official channels is I swear I saw an image that was like the mural, but it's like Kane is finishing the mural hypothetically when he's on his own. Uh,
Oh, that's like interesting premise. That's
and the
kind of tragic, but
well,
yeah,
not just
yeah.
that, but the thing he's painting is himself. And it's like it's the rest of the cast there, but then he's painting himself on the mural, and I was like, what a fascinating idea that
Yeah, a
it's
little
just
bit, yeah.
imagining like this is just these are his fears, right? This is his mind palace in a way, and like imagine like what would he think is like what if I'm the only one left? It's like the last thing I have to do is add myself to the mural. Um,
Oh, I like that. That is it's like sad, but not overly dark.
exactly.
Really sad, but it's like, it's not even hopecore. It's just like,
Yeah.
I mean, he closes the door and turns off the lights on the way out.
Yeah,
You know
it's
what I mean?
it's
Yeah.
like I loved the idea because of the nature of how abstraction is presented, right? I love the idea that like Kane would almost be like almost be like the medically assisted version of it, where he's like, I know I have to end, and I have given myself one final task that I know is the right final
Oh
task.
yeah, yeah.
Uh, and I'm gonna do this, and then I'm gonna disappear.
That's the
Um,
thing, like, it's impossible on a practical level for the computer to be running on any sort of meaningful way for, like, billions of years, but what if it did?
yeah, exactly.
There's a heat death of the universe to worry about, that's interesting, it's
Yeah.
weird and silly, but it's
That
interesting, you
that's
know?
why I really embrace just thinking like when I want to think about hypotheticals that are never going to happen. I just like thinking like
Yeah.
the end of the day, somehow there is a magic red dot in that computer that is somehow running these impossibly small files as actual people. Uh, who knows what happens? Like what I even was like I was sitting there going like the way I'm thinking about it, I'm just like that computer could be off and the magic red dot could be in there. What if the monitor was glowing just because the magic red dot's in there? Who knows? Like it, and the
Yeah.
who knows is the important part, obviously. Like I know there is the predilection to then want to expand it, like, and this is why I'm right, and I'm
Yeah.
not trying to do that.
No, no,
Um,
that's fine. Yeah, yeah.
but to also there is the call. Sideswipe Prime mentioned this before. Alex deserving more VA work. Yes, that's the voice of
Remind me
Kane.
which
Uh,
Oh, yes, oh, I
Kane's voice
love
actor
that.
apparently like was grinding for years and years and years trying to get full legit voice work, and
That's yeah.
I found that
And that
personally
was
very
like
inspiring.
yeah. Well, and what's great is like Glitch, if you buy their you probably noticed if you buy their merch, like he's sort of like the host of the merch show. Not the
Yeah,
voice actor, but Kane. He entices you to buy more stuff at the bottom of your order page.
yeah,
Uh, I foresee Glitch using at least Kane as like maybe not their Mickey Mouse, but like kinda like at
yeah.
least for a little bit. If they find a better one, maybe it'll be Princess Guinevere eventually. But like and that means that he could have voice roles in small ways forever.
Oh yeah, and
Like that's awesome.
Glitch also what I really like is like the merch shorts being the easiest example. I like that they're just willing to play around too. Like
Yeah,
I work under the assumption when I say this that like they're at least whether or not she cares, right? They're at least telling Goose like, hey, we're gonna do some goof ass shorts. None of this
yeah,
matters, but here's what we're doing. Like that's the tone I even get. As much as it is kind of heavy and interesting, the Kane fear stuff that they're showing right now, it also feels to me very much like this isn't the kind of thing the creator's going to go like, wait, hold on. Let me get my
yes.
hands right in here. It's like, you know,
I'm pretty sure they don't run everything by her because I don't think she wants that.
exactly. Yeah.
But I also think she trusts it's in good hands, and also probably doesn't care that much. Like she knows they're not going to go too stupid with it.
Yeah.
Um, And on that note, by the way, I saw a Tumblr ask where someone was like, are they ever going to do Fem Jax merch? Because we have that design now, right? And I really want it. And she said she doesn't really have much of a say in merchandise. Otherwise, there'd be a ton of Evil Ragatha merch. Now, first of all, agreed on the Evil Ragatha. I fucking love Evil. She's so stupid. I love
That's
her.
my favorite evil. That's my favorite evil
Yeah,
by
I
far.
know. The name Stupid Gatha lives in my
The
head rent
animation on
free.
that character
It's
is some
so
of the best animation in the show.
so
The
it's
flip
so
flop
good.
haha, and then like the JoJo pose when she's like,
I
"You're gonna die someday."
oh my god, I choose to believe. So I don't know what her direction was in the recording booth, but like I think that was mostly just her. Like, well, what is Evil Ragatha? Just run with it,
Yeah.
because I don't even, how do you like tell someone do that? Like anyway, but I brought that up because so Goose doesn't have much of a say, and Morgana Ignis, who's also a trans woman, runs the brand. She's a global brand manager.
Hmm.
We're getting Fem Jax merch. That's just gonna fucking happen.
Hmm.
Mark my words, it's gonna happen. It's gonna be great. Uh, and it also opens the door for like other what ifs and whatever. You know, it's like the story's over, but like it kind of doesn't matter because it'll kind of do whatever. Like I don't know.
Yeah. No, and I kind of like that the note like a healthy version of a living purgatory positive for just like a cast like that where it's like you can low stakes just do fun stuff
Yeah,
in perpetuity as long as you want or don't. Whereas like someone had mentioned before, if they had to do like a second season, you would inherently need to figure out a conflict for that season to contain in
yeah.
order to be stories, and
That's why it's so much better as not a second season, right?
exactly.
Because it commits to the thing of like, no, they're there forever.
Hmm.
But it just it translates it to like the only version that can exist, which is like t-shirt designs and plushies or whatever. And it's like,
Yeah.
okay, but you get the version where they live forever, and you get a satisfying narrative that like sticks to its guns and has a message and a core and everything. Eh, Literally, we're getting our cake and eating it too. It's so good. I'm so
Hmm.
happy.
Mistake boy mentioning one of these days I will watch the show. Something about the fandom scares me. I know it's not necessarily a failing of the show itself. No, I totally get
No,
it
totally.
because
I get it. I
as I
do.
said, after I watched the finale, I put on my hazmat suit and I went into the darkest corners I could find. Because I also heard this when I was watching Steven Universe, but never looked into it. So I decided for something shorter, why not dive
Yeah.
in? And
So I'm reminded one of my favorite H Bomber guy lines. I forgot which video it is, but he's like empathizing with the viewer that this video is so long, and he's like, "Listen, I don't like this either. This happened to me, and I'm not happy. Like this video happened because I had to keep duh." And so
yeah.
I feel that way with my Helliverse and Digital Circus obsession, where it's like, I know this looks really ki kind of scary, like you're kind of like I don't either you're thinking like, well, I could never get that bad, or if I do, I don't want to be that person. Maybe I'm not going to open that Pandora's box. But
Hmm.
like, I am having fun, and I'm not trying to be this weird. It happened to me. And I'm not happy, but it did just happen to me.
It is part of the reason also why like I really wanted to talk about this finale somewhere, just
Yeah, yeah,
partly to unload, but also it's the old Common Rider thing. The reason why I did so many episodes of the Henshin Justice Unlimited podcast specifically because Common Rider fandom has been awful a lot of the times, especially in the 2000s. Tokusatsu
yeah,
fandom was visceral, grumpy, violent, and acidic in a lot of
yeah,
its
yeah.
larger places. But on that podcast, myself specifically, it was whenever I got to podcast with Paul Ega Devil, where I realized like we're having somewhat media literate, eager conversations about Common Rider, for example, that I can't find anywhere.
Yeah.
Um, and I will immediately say I don't doubt that there are excellent videos out there about the Amazing Digital Circus.
There
Obviously,
totally are, but it's kind of a minefield because you get a lot of
yes.
people wanting chunky lore, or people, yeah,
I have
it's like
also
yeah,
seen 3 entirely separate videos that all were titled "We have to talk about the Jax problem." Parentheses post TDAC finale, and
uh-huh,
I was like, I
uh,
know that some of you are doing this because it is the way of the platform for you. However, this is the framing that makes me too tired already, and I haven't even
yeah,
clicked your
I
video.
want to watch it. Yeah,
Yeah,
like that video might actually be awesome, and it's like, or those videos, like yeah, yeah. Agreed.
I'm already tired. And in my case, it's because I put on the hazmat suit, so I also saw the
Yeah,
worst
yeah.
of it. But
By the
and
way,
oh,
this reminds me, because you have this hunger, I had a couple of ideas while we were talking. Because if we ever wanted to do this again, we could do a watch through of the whole series and like respond to each episode. I would be down. I don't know if you're busy or whatever, but uh also relatedly, I could subject you to one or both Helliverse cartoons. Keep it
I
in mind.
I did mention I'll say it here too, but I mentioned when we were talking about it, like I've said this on streams as well. I am extremely interested to watch the Helliverse stuff eventually, for among other reasons. One of the very specific ones is because I don't know anyone who is medium on it. I know people who
Oh yeah,
who
you
don't know
mentioned
it,
that. Yeah.
but of people
It's
who
like
have
coconut. Yeah.
exactly people who have seen it, I only have ever encountered people who adore it or viscerally adore it or viscerally despise it. And when I meet media like that, my interest level spikes because to me that means something correct is happening, most likely, because it's making the reaction corona turn into a fork. And I find that really fascinating. Um,
I do think a lot of haters of Helliverse haven't watched it, but you're right. There are people who watch it and they're like, I don't like. I have a friend who I'm pretty sure she watched it and I'm pretty sure she hated it, and I don't want to talk to her about it because I'm gonna be sad. So
yeah.
it does happen. But yeah, like this has been what I'm trying to say has been really fun, and I also crave this sort of shit. And we should do it again if anything remotely is that. Let's please do this again.
Hell yeah.
That's all.
I will
Yeah.
say, Griffin, in case you're curious, I did see all of the Amazing Digital Circus. So I didn't pull End of Evangelion and just go watch the finale like I did with that one. Um, Also,
Yeah.
Mistake Boy with my favorite quote of the minute: shows that cause you to immediately get a tattoo upon viewing. That's a very good encapsulation. Uh,
I have two different has been tattoos planned. Kind of. I mean, I'll talk. I haven't gotten any yet, and then a hell of a tattoo. I haven't thought of one for Amazing Digital Circus yet, but maybe I just get bubble. But yes, that is a great summation because
mhm,
literally I can feel that happening sometimes with these things where I'm like,
mhm,
I don't know that I ever will, but if I did have the opportunity and the money, I would end up with a tattoo of this. Like that is
yeah.
yes, that is it's carved on your soul,
Oh,
and I
and
love that. I love that.
Long is saying go watch NGE Evangelist is good. Don't worry, when it came out on Netflix, I watched the whole thing, and I already have the take that makes people attack me with guns, but it's fine. I
What
say
is it?
non-derogatory. I enjoyed Evangelion, and I prefer the TV
Uh,
ending. But
my
specifically because I know that Ano is okay now. Uh,
my thing with Evangelion is I worry I wouldn't get it, and part of that is I'm not 16, and that's not me saying that it's immature.
mhm.
That's me saying that everyone I've met who's had a like religious experience from Evangelion was 16, and it because they were open in the right way for that to affect. And I know this
Mhm.
because my Evangelion was Fooly Cooly. Where like, yes,
Yeah.
that happened to me, and I'm good. So maybe I'll watch it one day, but it's like
That's actually why I do recommend it to folks kind of skipped it, because like I watched it basically in my late 30s. And I watched it knowing what it is, which is that it's a neat robot anime that is homaging a lot of Ultraman, and it becomes a misguided attempt at therapy by its creator. And that
those
to
are
me
interesting.
makes the whole show so fascinating as it goes on, because the show itself is deconstructing a lot of things as it goes, but the underlying theme, absolutely unintentionally to me, or unintentional, I believe, on the part of Ano, it feels to me like there's an underlying theme of Ano's depression overwhelming him. And uh, with that in mind, but not being a critical element, I found the TV ending so cool because it's so experimental, but also I didn't feel confused. Like basically they kind of say what's happening, but it's very weird to watch. But what they say is happening. I just was like, okay, no, I kind of do see this. And then I rewatched End of Evangelion, and I was like, this is still pretty fun, and it is very funny because it is really mean to fans who were complaining, and I think that's cool.
I love when creatives do that, where they're
Yeah.
like, yeah, I love it. I love when they get petty with the fans. It's so good. It's so good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Zucchina, exactly. Because it's like this really depressed young animation guy is like trying to work through his shit while trying to represent the concept of human instrumentality for 2 episodes, and then however long later, after getting countless letters of like, show us the fight, you, or I'll kill you. He's like, okay, I'll show you the fight. It's gonna be as unsatisfying for you as I possibly can make it.
Good. Oh, I love it's similar with Goose, where I love creators who have a little bit of spite for at least some of their fans.
Mhm.
It's not like a healthy thing, but it's so satisfying because I'm like, yeah, do it.
Yeah.
Go off,
Oh,
girl. Like
yeah.
just do the
Zucchina
thing.
mentioning
Yeah.
Ano put the death threats in the movie as well. Like he just
Oh
put
my
he put
God.
him in,
Oh,
he
I might
put
have to
them
watch
in
this.
the
Oh,
movie.
that's
And I don't want to undersell, by the way. It's not like the whole movie is just like a big, mean,
no,
depressing
yeah,
thing.
but
It
still.
is kind of depressing, but the movie still attempts to do like some artistry with its
Yeah, yeah.
storytelling. It's just if I had a critique on the film, is that the film almost gets a little bit too like confused about like. Sometimes it feels the film is like, am I supposed to be good? Because like I hate them. Uh, the people that are watching me.
Yeah, like
Uh,
it can definitely get extreme and over the top when it comes to like hatred of between fans and creator, but when there's a little bit of it and a little bit of animosity, it's so
yeah.
fun. I love it so much. I
It's
don't
also
know.
it's also why I do eventually want to watch the rebuild movies, because I know they're in a way part of Ano's healing, and this is all because there was a short anime made about Ano's depression, about a it's like a potato farmer is like the insert for him, but like I found it very moving, and I really like just only because Ano is okay at the end. I kind of like that this whole story is for the most part like an expression of someone who is constantly trying to make his work into his therapy in a way, um for better and for worse, and very much for worse, but like in a way that I really enjoyed and respected
Yeah,
viewing. um I'm all on a tangent, but yeah, I was gonna
same.
I was
You're
gonna
right.
say like we've probably we've expended a lot of the brain juice. There's plenty more that we
I
could be going on
I
about,
think
but
so. Yeah, yeah. Like, not
um
that we're gonna, but if you said we're doing this one more time, I could probably keep going. But like for right now though, we're like all the brain juice. You're right. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. And I absolutely would love to do so. I just want to do
Yeah.
more streaming with people. I like collab streaming.
I am always down, and my schedule is often open. Please contact me. I'm so down. So down.
Hell yeah. And if you all enjoyed this, I don't care if you didn't, but let me know if you did. Did I
Yeah,
mention
yeah.
I really like
If you
Gooseworks as a
if you didn't,
creative?
go away. But
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Feel free to say whatever. It's just like you're not going to make me not do this again. But I
Good
would love to
stuff.
know if you did enjoy it, because I do. For all that said, I do really like it when I feel like stuff that we do here in the space gives people a good time.
Yeah.
Um,
This is exactly the kind of thing that I would love to put on in the background if I was obsessed with this cartoon and I wasn't me, because it's gonna be different putting it on the yeah, but did you just end the stream? Is that what happened?
no, I didn't. I didn't. Oh no, when I end the stream, I do a whole thing.
Weird. My thing updated or whatever. Okay. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, weird.
Anyway, I'm making the thing that like I would love to watch, and so I hope people enjoy it because yeah, this is great. Yeah.
Yeah, and for the plug, you can find Catherine Salamander on Trans Salamander on Blue Sky.
Yeah.
Um,
Transalamander.bsky.social probably.
and if you look up that name and hashtag TDAC9, I think it was something like that.
Oh,
Uh,
it was TDAC EP9. That was my shortest hashtag to have the most room to yap, but warn people that it's a spoiler because there
yeah,
was a time period of time because I saw it in the theaters, right? But yeah, I posted a lot about it. Yeah.
if you want to go see more of Kat's thoughts on specifically the finale and trail off from there, like there's plenty in that hashtag. It's pretty cool.
I yapped a lot.
But yeah, thanks for joining me, and thank you all
Yeah,
for
thank you for having me.
oh yeah, no worries. Thanks for also letting me experiment with plugging another webcam in for my OBS scene, because I hadn't done
Yeah.
this before. Um
Yeah, you can thank my extreme vanity for wanting to see my own face.
Hell yeah. Yeah. Peek behind the curtain. I'm so used to my friends who join me on streams not wanting to appear on camera, either for privacy reasons or because Aaron doesn't want to have to like take a shower and look nice. Um, that my immediate thing I did was like, okay, Catherine Salamander, here's how you can make a fugi if you want, and it's a whole thing. And then Kat was like, I have a webcam, and I'm like,
And
people use these.
yeah,
Yeah.
this is great background. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like defaulting to VTuber hosting. I don't know. It's what I'm used to. So this was also very
Glad to
cool on a
mix
technical
things
level.
up. Yeah. Hell
Yeah. And yeah, Griffin, glad you enjoyed it too.
Hell yeah.
Oh, you say okay, yeah, exactly. Coming from someone who's the only one in my friend group who watches the show. Yeah, I'm not the only one, but like I don't know a lot of people who watched it, and I think that the worst thing you can do, especially with a show with a very, I'll say, loud online fandom, is constantly tell people that, hey, you should watch that. I know anyone who saw on Blue Sky the way I was recommending the show. I have a very careful way I recommend the show.
Back in the day, I avoided watching Firefly forever because people would be so not normal when they found out I hadn't seen it. And then by the time I saw it, it didn't do much for me. And
You
now it's kind of a canceled show. I mean, like
Yeah.
in the like there's like problematic elements or whatever.
It's
But
now The Usual Suspects, where it
yeah.
go ahead and watch it. Like, hey, listen, what I will reveal now that we're at the end of like a 6-hour stream.
Hell yeah.
As a film, I still like The Usual Suspects. I simply don't recommend it to people anymore because there's this cascade effect where every time I do, someone else on the cast or crew turns out to be a monster. So I just try to keep it to myself.
I forgot. I only know that Kevin Spacey's in it, but I don't want to think about the rest of it.
It's
So,
the director.
Yeah, okay. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Okay.
Yeah, at first it was Kevin Spacey, and then it was the director, and I was like, I need to not tell people. I need to leave this as my little movie that I watch now. It's just not that I'm responsible. It's just a superstition, you know.
I knew that I was growing up when the first time I was mature enough to say in a relevant conversation, I was like, someone hadn't seen Star Wars, and I was like, I mean, if it sounds interesting, go see it. But if not, don't worry about it. And I was like, I did it. I did the thing that the Firefly fans in my life didn't do. Because a younger me would have been like, you gotta see Star Wars. Oh my gosh, Star Wars. Because I was so obsessed as a kid. But now it's like, if you want.
Yeah.
There's now way too much Star Wars. But, as far as the original trilogy,
legit, whenever people say, like, hey, I'm thinking of watching Kamen Rider, one of the first things I do is if I know this may be the case, I'm like, did you say this on main yet? And if they,
why is that?
Well, sometimes they'll say I did, and I'm like, okay, do you want? So the first thing I'll tell you is the wall of noise that I'm assuming you got hit with. Just ignore that, and you should just watch the ones that you think look cool. And if you kind of don't,
I had a friend say the same thing. They literally showed me like which of these looks cool. Like that one. Like that one's pretty good. Yeah.
Because like this is not the only thing, but Kamen Rider is an example of one where if you're someone with a following and you go on main and say, I think I want to watch Kamen Rider, you will get a human cannon fired into your replies of people who desperately want to make sure you know it's actually really cool. And they're so happy. And they really want you to watch this one. There are at least 30 of them. So you'll have a lot of people telling you a whole lot of different ones they want you to watch first. And then you'll also have a whole lot of people telling you about 3 of them are terrible. And then you'll have another human cannon show up of people saying, the ones they're saying are terrible, they're actually fine if you just want to watch them because they look cool. Don't worry about that. Imagine 1 million people all telling you, don't worry about what that guy said, because you can believe me. So what I do is I just like, listen, I know I'm doing exactly what they're doing, but you don't have to worry about what any of those guys said. Just watch the one that you think looks cool, and if you feel like it's not going anywhere, like, message me, and I'll tell you. Tell me what's not working for you. I'll tell you if I think you'll still want to stick with it. And just don't take them as all one series. They are all individual different series.
Oh yeah.
But yeah,
I don't know if I might do Kamen Rider one day, but I didn't actually end up watching it yet. But a friend of mine who's really into Super Sentai convinced me of how cool is it King Oger? Is that how it's pronounced?
Oh yeah, King Oger.
Yeah, that one looks cool as hell. And so I like to joke that like I went the long way around because they're the bug ones. So
Yeah.
it's not Common Rider, but like
You're approaching the bug people center.
yes.
TJ, what's up?
Yeah.
TJ.
Hello.
How do I
TJ. I mean,
how do I tell you this, TJ? You're coming in at the tail end of a 6-hour stream.
Like we're finding out where we're gonna end this.
Yeah.
Talking. Yeah.
We're in the tangent cycle.
TJ Omega.
Yeah, it's TJ Omega. TJ, if you want to pull me in on the stream to talk about circus sometime, feel free to. We're both eager circus talkers.
Oh, is TJ into circus?
I know TJ was blue sking. Last minute theories as a sealed envelope for himself before going to see it in theaters.
I would be so down for another one of these where he's in too. That's cool. Yeah. Hell yeah. I'm forever. Listen. I'm so down. Let's do it. Yeah.
Yeah. But also, TJ, if your head is full of circus, it's not the answer fully, but you now have over 6 hours of friggin' people talking friggin' circus if you do.
I think we did a good job. Yeah, pretty good. Yeah.
You have a VOD's worth as we recharge.
Yes, we do. I do have to recharge. It's true. That was so much.
Yo, Bunny Perspective, how long have you been in here? Oh, I see. Oh, dang, still going. Sorry, that's a pal from another life.
Cool. Yeah.
There's folks coming in right now. I'm so sorry, but it's also really funny. Y'all are coming in at the tail end of us talking for nearly 6.5 hours.
I'm having flashback. Literally earlier today, there was one of the YouTubers I love, the Leftist Cooks. They had their video they've been working on for the last 7 months, and it's a 6-hour video. I was there for the whole thing, and that was also today, although technically yesterday because it's 1:21 a.m.
Well,
I did this twice.
Important self-plug.
Yeah.
All my streams turn into VODs, so yo, don't worry about it. Also,
if I want to rewatch this, as long as I can stand my voice, we'll see. Yeah.
I think your voice is fine, but
I appreciate it.
Everyone's voice is fine. That's the whole thing I talk about. Like, everyone thinks their voice.
But like, the only thing is, it's not me being self-deprecating. It's I was voice training and I have a goal. Reach, right? And so it's like, but I appreciate you saying that, and I might like it. So we'll see. But yeah.
Oh yeah. And to you or anyone watching, as with all my streams, please feel free to leave time-coded comments, because if you time-code bits of this, I can add them as chapters. I don't have it in me to rewatch my own streams, but I'm always happy to add chapters in if people identify them. We've got someone who does that on a lot of the news dive streams.
I gotta catch more of those. They're so fascinating.
I mean, I'm very biased. I was about to say yes, they are, but I'm.
No.
But yes, they are.
Yeah.
Oh no, yeah, I've seen some of the malcontent stuff. Yeah. Sorry, I'm talking to at Bunny Perspective, username @ the Bunny Perspective. But yeah, for those of you who are joining just now, please hit up the VOD. No. Please throw down some time codes. Make clips too. I love it when people make clips because when you make a clip of a YouTube video, the creator can go look at clips of their own videos that have been made. So
we're all extremely vain. I say we.
Yo, I am so.
Like, we need to see our face and hear it constantly. So like, I'm not a YouTuber, but I am a transsexual, which is like the closest thing.
I love snooping my own clips because I can see the titles people give them as well, the titles and the descriptions. And some people I think don't know that I can do that. And it's. I love it. So please make as many clips as you like and leave me funny secret messages. Exactly. Listen, I'm so attention seeking. I'm literally, my own voice is coming in through these earphones as I'm talking because I got to hear it twice.
No, it's professional. That's what it's professional.
That's just my monitor. But yes, Malcontent, host of the award-winning show, 10minutedailyvideo.net, which is 10minutedailyvideo.net. I don't think you go to that website, but it is just 10minutedailyvideo.net.
Like DOT.
Yeah, DOT. That is how we spell dot.
No, I mean like the name of. Never mind. All right. It's officially 2:30 or 1:30. I'm sorry, I can't even number. It's so late.
Yeah, that's all right. I'm on Eastern. It's 3:30 for me. I am just.
Oh my god.
I got a lot of power from bulldozing my way politely through an entire Toronto Pride to get to my Ultraman card game gaming. So
where the real Pride was happening.
Yeah, I'm empowered. But yeah, for those of you if you want to hear some of the highlights, we talk about, because we didn't just spend 6.5 hours talking exclusively about one episode of the Amazing Digital Circus. I do have to spoil that.
We
But
did tangent a lot. What I like about you, because I feel like I do this too, uh, you tangent a lot, but you do remember where we left off.
I
So we
do.
always go
That's
back. Yeah, I'm
that's
good at that too.
that's
Yeah,
a
yeah.
host power. That's host power. You got streamer in you
Oh
if
yeah.
you got that. Uh,
Hell yeah.
or at least
Yeah.
podcaster, if not streamer.
Yeah, whatever.
Also,
Sure.
yeah, for those who are curious, just in case anyone's like, I wonder if they got it. Yes, we know Jax is trans. We do. So don't worry.
What?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to drop it on you like this, but now we're at the final
Oh my
minute, right?
God,
Okay.
now you tell me. Okay, well, let's do this again instead, or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think my brain is actually starting to shut down.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. I will say to you, because I want to do this again. If you don't
Yes,
hear,
please.
now everyone's saying what? I know what you all are doing. If you don't hear from me soon enough about doing another one, please just poke
Sure.
me, because
I'm gonna bug the shit out of you. Yeah.
I want to do so many streams, and I don't
Yeah,
have a
do it.
team, so I'm relying on myself to
Yeah.
remember everything I want to do. It doesn't
I'll be your
work.
team. Not really. I'll be the reminder team.
Please,
Yeah,
please, also yes. If you'd like to, just, as I can't pay you, but if you'd like to be my life manager,
I don't.
to just
That was me. Okay, that was me saying you don't have to pay me to be in your things. I don't want to be your life manager. I know you're joking, but yeah.
Would you believe this is not the first time someone has looked me in the eye and said, "I don't want to be your life manager"?
Oh my God.
No, I'm doing a bit. I haven't had the
I need a life
haven't had the gumption to ask someone that IRL yet. Once I beat that guy at Ultraman card game, then I'm gonna throw that in his face.
Exactly. Exactly.
But yeah, thanks for hanging out.
Yeah.
I'm going to go to stream end, but I'll let you go first, because it's probably easier to go that way.
Probably. So like this will end on this, and okay.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
So I will catch you later. Thanks so much for doing this. Also, shout for the Yelp review on Catherine Salamander at Trans Salamander Industries. I suggested this like last night. So like, yo, thank you so much.
I get my schedule's pretty open. If people have a thing they want me to be on, maybe I'll be on it. Maybe
Yeah.
give it a shot. Whatever. Yeah.
But you get some. I'm assuming anyway you're gonna get some rest. But if you either way, eventually have a good rest, have a good sleep, and thanks so much for yapping with me.
Yeah, I love it. Let's do it again.
Yeah, and I'll catch you later.
Bye.
Bye. Now you just got me. Why does my OBS look all goofy? Oh, okay, never mind. I see why it looks goofy. Nothing you have to worry about. Ooh, my Discord is. I'm gonna freak you out. My Discord is just Evangelist. Oh yeah. This guy. But also TJ, we should do another stream too sometime. Because I like that last one we did. And then I keep thinking I did it like the other month, and it's been like a year and a half, if not 2 years. So we should do another one. Not that I know not that you're busy with streaming anyway, right? But yeah, thank you all for hanging out. Let me I hate that strand. Let me go grab the thing that plays us out whilst I prepare to complete my second longest stream. I'm pretty sure I'm leaving out the extra life ones. I think I've gone this long before. That's why also there was a sort of conversation early on of like, willing, down to chat as long as you like. And I was like, no, don't worry. I'm the problem. I don't know how to stop. Mistake Boy, we'll figure something out. We can figure something out. Where'd my things go? But no, I'm a machine they built for streaming. I just have to watch myself because like I still need to live a life when I'm not streaming, and like I'm real good. This used to be a Skype problem, just with Skype group calls, where it's like I can keep hanging out, and then it's like 8 a.m, and I'm like, maybe I'll go get me like 2 hours of sleep. And then I've obliterated my next day and a half. This, however, was not an obliteration. This was a good time. Toku yapping. Yeah, I mean, I got so much tokusatsu yapping in me. I don't know that I'd even really want to do like, oh, I'm gonna go episode by episode through a Toku show. I don't know if that's my vibe, but like, I have filmic concepts in tokusatsu that I have lots of beliefs in. The problem is a lot of the things I want to do are probably best suited for like me writing out a chat and then recording it as a sort of like if I wrote an essay and then read it out on video. But some friggin' people apparently stole my idea, and I'm still working out the court issues to get the rights back. Because video essay, much like VTuber, also starts with the letter V, and thus it belongs to me. So I don't know how to get proper ownership of my property back yet, but I know that you all can help me figure this out. Yes, a VDO essay, exactly. But they filled in the rest of the first word with a bunch of nonsense vowels, and it really gets my dang goat. But no, I also want to figure out. I finally figured out the yapping stream. That was the one I've been promising for like 2.5 years. So we got to do some more of that too. Where's my buttons? I have to turn this volume down now. I have to tweak so much freaking volume because I don't have a tech. I just have me. I have to tweak this down. It's ridiculous. They told me I had a silver spoon in my mouth, and I don't even have a silver spoon in my. I love yapping in chat. Sort of. No, it's fine. It's fine. I love it when people are using the text chat. The only time I don't like people using the text chat is like when they're screaming at me in the text chat to please look at them like yelling a slur or something. So I admit that's a really medium level bar to clear, but I know you all can do it. Send out your evil ninjas to get your brand back. They don't let me take those over international date lines because the friggin' United Nations are cowards and they don't believe that I know what's best for us. I am a machine they built to chat. Yeah, that's what I used to. That's what you start off as, and then they start fitting you with like vocal folds. By the way, Mistake Boy, Mistake BOI. Look up Mistake Boy on your favorite music streaming platform, because I'm going to do the plug for you now, because you have attracted my attention. But Mistake Boy does some pretty dang cool musical thingamies, and if you like pretty dang cool musical thingamies, y'all should check that out. TJ Omega also has a YouTube channel. I think he posts on there sometimes. But yeah, I'm an enjoyer of this stuff. I think that we're all set now. I need a sip. Oh boy. I love this plug section. Everything I do is as smooth and pro as this, let me tell you. We got the pool lug in the outlet. But also, if you do a streaming thing, I should say, this is my last thing, I promise, before I stop my retangenting. Oh God, no, you're right. Hang on, no, wait. Yeah, you're right. Number one, go get Griff's shirt. Griff's shirt is cool. This is on Griffman on Redbubble. I will put the link in here because this is easier than trying to search Redbubble. If you want that shirt, it's there. But also, if you this is the final 48 hours of me having a coupon code with Toy Hacks. I will repeat, they are still sponsoring me, but they are dialing back on doing the coupon code thing, as far as I know, overall, for the current foreseeable. So we're going to be dialing back to something else. But if you want 15% off of your stickers from toyhacks.com, the code is Crangelux. It's not the best one that we had, but even though the coupon code era is ending, with some folks in here who might not have heard this, I do want to brag that one of my most successful coupon codes with Toy Hacks, just like, what was it, a month or two before this one, was Creamy Vangelis. And Creamy Vangelis was a success, despite the fact that several friends of mine, when I told them my coupon code this month is Creamy Vangelis, told me, you belong in prison. But I got money, so I can't possibly belong in prison. That's what the world teaches you, right? Doomerism. And also, in case you think have a gutter mind about stuff, it was Cream Evangelist because it was Easter. It was about creamy eggs with cream candy chocolate in them. I don't know what happened to Innocence, but apparently I need to bring it back because everyone was like, whoa, sex? And it's like, it's April. And then they're telling me, well, you should have spelled it differently. And I'm like, Cadbury didn't pay me nothing. I'm not spelling it their funny Cadbury way. I'm spelling it the British English way. I believe in hoimsy. Thank you. Sex is taking over food. What? And people complain about the culture wars. So all that said, what is eating if not mouth sex with food? Don't clip that. I need to start the music. Next year code 420 Vangelis. Funny. Yo. Today I rolled dice with people and we rolled a 7 and a 6 and I was like, so do you start hammering on the floor with both hands? And they glared at me and I felt like I won. All that said, wait, let me switch to this one for a second. So it's dramatic. Thanks for watching the stream, everybody. I'm Chris Vangelis. I was hosting your stream today on youtube.com/Vangelis about The Amazing Digital Circus, which is a television show on YouTube that you can watch on a television that you had 3 years to watch at least 50% of. So hopefully, if you didn't want to be spoiled when you came into this 6.5 hour long stream, you weren't spoiled because I put the word spoiler in the title twice. But thank you all for hanging out. I will catch y'all later. I'm going to be streaming most likely on Tuesday because me and Aaron are still continuing the news dive. And I also still have now, for 2 months, I have 3 toys I haven't opened because I want to stream opening them. But other stuff keeps happening. So I'm set. I got stuff to do. I also want to squeeze out 1 or 2 more videos before Wednesday. Wish me luck and manifest that with me. And if you're coming to TFCon Toronto, say hi to me while you're there. And other than that, yo, did you know that you're wet because you're full of water? It's messed up, but it's real. And the screwy part is you can't get rid of the water because the water's you.
Let them come.